Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to our regular meeting of council for Wednesday, June 24th, 2026. It's 2:02 p.m. I'll call this meeting to order. And we have um, a new thing we're doing as a result of what motion was passed last meeting, and that will be starting our meetings with O Canada. So stand by, and this is the first time, so hopefully it doesn't glitch out, but we'll stand and for our national anthem.
Goodness.
Get more from your firsts in Canada with RBC Newcomer Savings and Rewards. Like up to 12% cash back with a
Oh, of course, we have some ads because we're not paying for YouTube Premium. Tax money and all. While we're waiting for this to happen, we do have a call out to our local schools and looking for submissions for recordings of them singing or playing O Canada. And we'll be cycling through those at the beginning of our meetings from a bit soon. So here's our first one. There's a lot of snow in that one. Just saying, I'm having trauma, flashbacks to the winter. We'd like to start the meeting off acknowledging the town of Midland recognizes located on land which is traditional and treaty territory of the Anishinaabe people, now known as the Chippewa Tribe Council, comprised of Beausoleil First Nation, Rama First Nation, and the Georgina Island First Nation. This territory is within pre-Confederation Treaty 5 and Treaty 16 and included within Williams Treaties of 1923. Town of Midland recognizes is located on land which is traditional territory of the Huron-Wendat and the historic homeland of the Métis, and that our town is home to a large and diverse community of Indigenous people. With that, Council, if I could ask you to join me in a moment of silent reflection before we get to the agenda this evening. Thank you. All right, section 3 is declarations of conflict of interest. Council, are there any declarations of conflict of interest stemming from today's regular council agenda? Seeing none, but as you know, if the occasion should arise, just throw your hand up, interrupt the conversation, and make the declaration at that time. I have a motion here for the approval of the agenda, moved by Councillor Ball, seconded by Deputy Mayor Prost, that the contents of the regular council meeting agenda for June 24th, 2026 be approved. All those in favor? Any opposed? It is carried. Next, I have a motion here moved by Councillor Major, seconded by Councillor Patel, that the items and related recommendations contained within the June 24th, 2026 consent agenda as consent items, having been considered by Council, be adopted with the exception of the following 3 items. Item 5.4.2 CSR 2026-054, the encroachment bylaw. Items 5.4.9 CSR 2026-077, municipal dock bylaw. And item 5.4.10 CSR 2026-079 2024 financial year-end report, which will be considered under section 12, reports and other items withdrawn from the consent agenda for council's consideration, including presentations by consultants regarding a report under consideration. Council, any comments or call-outs on the consent agenda before we pass it? Oh, Councilor Marius?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gordon. I just had one in the comment on the planning. I'm trying to find it here. Just came to me. In the planning and considering with our waterfront master plan. And in that, I know we were doing some, working on some projects there. And I remember in the meeting when we passed this, it was kind of in principle, and my main concern was the main harborfront portion of um, that that study, and I wasn't in agreement with it. So I just want to make sure that if anything is happening to our main waterfront area, the harbor in particular, that would, that those projects that are stated in the master plan would come back to council. Just wanted to make sure I was assured of that in the meeting when we passed this. I just wanted to make sure because the wording in this planning that they were ongoing with some of the projects. So just want to make sure.
That's fair. There were parts of that plan that I think everyone had, some level of discomfort with in totality, but not enough to reject the whole plan. So the good news is every one of those recommendations in that living document all are unfunded at the moment. So they most certainly will come back to council for funding and the choice to go ahead or not go ahead or modify or to just push off in perpetuity.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. Anything else, Council? Oh, Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. Just a call out to the correspondence on in the council information package, May 25th to 29th. I was excited to read that Simcoe County Forest have spotted the endangered Kirkland warbler. So I wanted to share that. And then in regards to the memorial crosswalk 5.4.4, I'm really glad that we're going to proceed with it. And even if it goes to the maximum cost, it's cheaper than going to the minimum cost. So look forward to seeing that wonderful artwork on the sidewalk for the Bedfords.
Yes, thank you, Councillor McDonald. And during the 100th anniversary celebration at the Legion, the pledge from Elcan, who's been more than generous in the communities to Legion Affairs, remains to donate some money towards this. And I believe there's even some money that Central Command is potentially freed up. So all of the expectation is that, this is our asset. We will fund it and happily put it in honor of our veterans. If there are organizations, and there are, that would like to contribute to help offset these costs, we won't say no. And so that those contributions are welcome, and we look forward to receiving those in due time. All right, Council, with that being said, all those in favor of the consent agenda? Any opposed? It is carried. Sorry, I have one screen in front of me today, so I have a bunch of windows I'm flipping through. I think we're moving into committee of the whole, Madam Clerk. Is that correct? My Adobe is freezing up on me here.
Yeah, it's the motion to suspend council into committee of the whole. I can read the motion if you'd like.
If you could, thank you, because my Adobe is not, maybe it's doing an update or something in the background, but it's definitely frozen.
Okay, council, you have a motion moved by Councillor Meredith, seconded by Councillor Bald, that council resolve into committee of the whole. All those in favor?
All those in favor?
And it's carried, and we are now in committee of the whole.
Passing it over to Deputy Clerk, or Deputy Clerk, Deputy Mayor.
Okay. So now we're, if you're following along, we're at number 7, public meetings or hearings. We have none. Presentations, we have none. Integrity Commissioner recommendation report, we have none. Deputations and petitions, Huronia Transition Homes, Intimate Partner Violence Declaration. Haley McDonald, Executive Director of Huronia Transition Homes, to provide a presentation to Council. Do we have Ms. McDonald here?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Just going to promote her.
Hello, I'm here now.
Oh. There she is.
Well, welcome.
Thank you. Am I good to begin? Oh, perfect. Oh, thank you. Wonderful. So I think I have 10 minutes with you all day. I will keep it quick. But Haley MacDonald, the Executive Director of Huronia Transition Homes, thank you so much for having me here today. I want to start by saying I'm very appreciative to see that the County of Simcoe has declared intimate partner violence an epidemic, supported through the vote of the town of Midland. So it feels like a really great next step to be doing this today in the town of Midland. Our organization is one of the largest violence against women organizations in Simcoe County, with the majority of our services happening here in North Simcoe, with many sites here in Midland. We run the Rosewood Women's Shelter, Aquarius House, which is a provincial anti-human trafficking program, Operation Grow that I have seen, I think, everybody on town council at before. So thank you for buying your greens there and supporting us. Our children's program, and then our countywide sexual assault center, where we're supporting women who have experienced sexual violence and or intimate partner violence. As an organization, our goal is to end all violence against all women. We believe that women thrive and grow in communities committed to dignity, belonging, and self-determination. We support women to achieve economic participation and security by providing access to paid training and employment. We support women and children who have experienced violence through emergency shelter, longer-term residential living, for women who have experienced human trafficking. We run psychoeducational courses, and we also do public education and advocacy across the province and in the region, particularly right now. I'm moving ahead because I can't move the slides, but it's okay. They will. Please feel free to move them forward as you wish. You all have them, so it's totally okay. I think I'm on slide 4 at this moment in time. Yeah, thank you. And part of our work right now includes advocacy and trying to push looking at the intersections between poverty and violence against women. I mentioned to you all of the programs that we currently run, but I just want to go to slide 6 and tell you about the impact that we have in Simcoe County on an annual basis, and looking specifically at how many women we are supporting and how many hours of support go into survivors of gender-based violence. And we're only one of 5 organizations dedicated to doing this work. Last year in our region, we provided 68,000 hours of support to women who have experienced violence. We also provided 47,000 hours of support to women experiencing homelessness. We saw a 31% increase in terms of supporting women who are experiencing homelessness. We provided almost 17,000 hours to women who have experienced human trafficking. We housed close to 60 women, and our shelter took 735 crisis calls here in the town of Midland. And we had 16 women housed in our anti-human trafficking program. At Operation Grow, we had 255 members. We paid women for over 2,500 hours in our apprenticeship program. We had 15 graduates of our self-improvement program, and I highly recommend members of council to attend our Makers Market on July 5th. If you are in the area, we'll be highlighting those entrepreneurs, as well as we have 30 locally owned, women-owned businesses selling their products. Why this matters today in the discussion of intimate partner violence as an epidemic is in the last year in Simcoe County, we've had 3 femicides. We all came together in 2024 with the femicide of Julia Brady. We honored that last year with the town and council placing a purple bench and purple chairs down at the dock, and we're reminded of that every time we go to the town docks. Our service requests as an organization are increasing, and we are seeing the impact of the housing crisis on women in our programs. More and more women are making the decision to stay in violent relationships because they don't have anywhere else to go. The bigger picture here, every day in Canada, every 2 days in Canada, a woman or a girl is killed. 61% of Indigenous women are experiencing gender-based violence. In Canada, we've recorded in 2024 almost 130,000 intimate partner violence victims. And that includes an increase of almost 14% from 2018. We also know that 80% of spousal violence goes unreported. All of these stats are living throughout our community. We can talk about it on a national level, but we really do feel and see it locally. And a declaration of intimate partner violence as an epidemic, it really shows and demonstrates to women who are surviving gender-based violence that they matter and that we care. This declaration, I think it's really important to ground it in the work that's happened. We saw this through the triple femicide inquest that came out of Renfrew County. This is when we first saw in writing the recommendation that intimate partner violence be declared an epidemic. We saw this again come out of the Ontario Indigenous Women's Advisory Council declaring intimate partner violence an epidemic in Ontario. It came out of the Ryan inquest, which was a femicide that happened in Cobourg, Ontario, the hometown that I grew up in. And then again, locally, we have now the County of Simcoe, the City of Barrie, and the City of Aurelia, and over 100 municipalities in Ontario who have made this declaration. So the request to Council today is that that Midland declare intimate partner violence as an epidemic in alignment with what's happening in Simcoe County, and also moving forward that we build gender and poverty reduction into the community safety and well-being plans. I know that the slides are there. I'm at the end now, but you all have them. All this information is in there, and I'm happy to take any questions or hear any comments from anyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very informative presentation. Do we have any questions or comments from Council? Mayor Gordon.
Thank you, Haley, for coming and talking to us about this. It's more compelling to hear the stats and understand the local connection, and also any chance to showcase the good but unfortunate work that you need to do in our community and across North Simcoe is, it is a good opportunity. There are still people out there who don't know who to call or what to do if they're experiencing these issues in their relationships. The declaration, bringing it to Council, was something I pledged to do at the county level. And so here it is at the next opportunity. And the motion that I have prepared is modeled after the county motion. And I'll be asking for Council's support to make this declaration. But Haley, maybe you have some insight as to why the province seems to be so reluctant to accept the word epidemic. My understanding is they would prefer a word like endemic or just anything that's not epidemic. Do you have any insight into what's actually behind, why do we all have to raise our voices and make a chorus to try and have what's plainly obvious for so many people to see actually acknowledged by the province?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gordon. Appreciate you bringing that. I think that we've been having this discussion through our provincial networks as well. Why endemic? Why not epidemic? I think there's a piece. I'm trying to get my words here to be very polite about all of this. Is I do think there's a piece that when we say something's an epidemic, kind of like what we saw with COVID-19, there becomes this influx of potentially additional funds that can be provided to support these issues. There becomes kind of a front and center. We look at this as an emergency versus an endemic where we just say, okay, this is built into the fabric of our society. It doesn't require that additional push. And so I think perhaps that is it. I think I think it's important that even though the province it is a step provincially to declare intimate partner violence an endemic. It took a long time to get there. So I really want to just acknowledge the efforts of so many organizations and groups to get to that point. And I think it's a huge step to have all these municipalities taking that firmer language and declaring it an epidemic. And recognizing that we're not just going to accept this as a piece of the fabric of our communities, but we are trying to rally around changing the prevalence of violence against women and gender-based violence that exists.
Thanks. And perhaps in follow-up, maybe you could, it seems like there may be actual traction at the federal level. We're seeing changes to bail reform. We're seeing Bailey's Law, it's Bill C-225 that's actually passed. Maybe you could share with people the significance of Bill C-225 and what that does federally, and then of course the courts and how they interpret the law is a provincial thing. But maybe you could talk about a little bit of that for those people that aren't aware of it.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. So there's been multiple changes from the federal level, including Bill 225 and including, which includes a recognition of coercive control. And I think that's for us has been the biggest. I don't know all the ins and outs of that particular, like the language changes, but I know from the perspective of community-based organizations, having coercive control recognized in the criminal code understands that violence isn't just an instant. It is something that happens over time, and the tactics of power and control happen over time in abusive relationships. And it really acknowledges the depth of the impacts of trauma that can be created through that. We're seeing a push federally through the National Action Plan. I think that's really important that we acknowledge. Canada has a National Action Plan on gender-based violence. Ontario has a provincial action plan in conjunction with that, the Ontario stands. So we are seeing some movements, and where it's not necessarily always playing out in our communities is, and Mayor Gordon, you and I have had long conversations about this in terms of where does that fall into our community safety and well-being plans. Those are on the ground. We saw that in the region of Peel. They have a great example. London, the city of London, another great example. They actually have an entire pillar of their plan is gender-based violence. And I think not to kind of take away from what's happening on a federal level in any means, but really trying to come back to, I think there's so much we can translate in these learnings. We're seeing the push federally and provincially into our local communities.
Thanks. And maybe just if I could, monopolizing this, but this is important for, I think, our viewers to understand. I reached out to our detachment commander at Southern Georgia BLPP after the county, where it was presented to us that many jurisdictions have no ability to report on intimate partner violence. Specifically, the way what's called uniform crime reporting or UCR scores are assigned to incidents that police report on, and those are the stats that feed all the statistics we hear about crime. It's scored on the highest severity of the offense. So a lot of times, the highest severity will be an assault with a weapon or a sexual assault or homicide or femicide in this case. But the IPV score is lower down that list because the most serious one is the most serious offense. So there wasn't the response I got back was kind of what I thought, because we use the same records management system when we used to have our Midland police here, and I managed that. There is no neat, clean way to extrapolate statistics on intimate partner violence. Domestic assault, sure, that's easy, but not the specifics of intimate partner violence, and it doesn't come out of the system very well, and that's aggravating because it makes it harder for communities other than living through the trauma that we have. As I said, in a county, we've been unfortunately in the news for femicide and intimate partner violence many times over my career with the police. And it's not an enviable stat to have, but it's a reality, which is why I thought it'd be so important that this come to Midland Council today. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. And just to add to that, I think one of those pieces with the community safety well-being plans as we look at them is using police-driven data excludes so many of the survivors that we're supporting in our programs, and so many of them aren't accessing police services. Whether I can completely acknowledge and see how critical those codes would be, but from our perspective, it still wouldn't capture probably 90% of the survivors that are coming through the doors of our agencies, in understanding the local reality. Thank you.
Councillor Patel, then Councillor Ball.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Prost. Thank you, Ms. McDonald, for educating us on such a delicate and sensitive issue we have in our society right now. And just want to thank you and your team for all the work you're doing to make sure that these women are their well-being is looked after. So just to tell you from my personal experience, like my mother was a victim of that kind of violence growing up, and I do feel it's very important that we continue you know um, you know educating the public, the governments on such issues such as intimate violence against women. And the chairs are a small step forward on raising the awareness, which is that is important, even though it's a small gesture, but it's very important. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patel, and thank you as well. I see you at many of our events, and we really appreciate your presence.
Councillor Ball.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank you for coming. All the work, it's hard work that your team does, and it's life-changing. And I think it goes unrecognized a lot of the time. So I really appreciate you bringing the statistics forward and continuing to advocate and have these conversations. I think that, as Gordon was talking about the OPP, even our policies around poverty reduction. Catherine McDonald and I have been discussing with the health unit ways to have poverty reduction just built into our town policies. And because we aren't there, we are not having a wholesome lens that needs to be addressed. And I think having these conversations, having conversations about the OPP, people are unaware that these processes that we have in place are actually limiting the work that you're doing. So I think it's important to continue to have that brought up, important to continue to the conversation. And I really do appreciate the work that you do. It's so important. So I thank you for coming. And I know that this council is very supportive of this. And I know that you know that, but I hope that we will prove that to the public later on with Mayor Gordon's motion bringing forward. So thank you so much for coming.
Thank you, Councillor Jamie Lee. Again, appreciate your words and really appreciate having so much presence of yourself and other councillors at our events in the community. It means a lot.
Councillor Meredith.
You're on mute.
I'll start over. Thank you for the presentation, Ms. McDonald, and want to acknowledge all the hard work you've been doing and the progress that Huroney Transition Homes has made over the years, and the vigils that you have yearly. It really it's very heartbreaking when you see all those women and I just the awareness, keep going. I know you've touched many of this council, and the awareness is important. So great work from you and your team, and keep going. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the time today.
I don't see any other hands up. So I just want to thank you again. The information is so good for us and for the public to know and be very supportive. So I do have a motion here. It's moved by Mayor Gordon, and I will read it. Whereas more than 1 in 4 Canadian women have experienced some form of intimate partner violence in their lifetime, and 1 in 10 experience it almost daily. And whereas the Ontario Provincial Police have determined that in 2024 there was an 18% increase in intimate partner violence victims compared to the previous year. Whereas Simcoe County Violence Against Women agencies received 12,870 crisis calls in 2025, and now therefore be it resolved that the town of Midland declares intimate partner violence as an epidemic, and that the town of Midland requests the province of Ontario to declare intimate partner violence as an epidemic, and that this resolution be circulated to all municipalities in Ontario, the local county of Simcoe, MPPs, and the Premier of Ontario. Could I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Ball. I think we'd all like to second it. All in favor? That's carried, unanimous. Thank you again.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for making this happen. Really appreciate it. It means a lot to our community.
Well, you and your team mean a lot to this community. You do a lot. Thank you. Okay. Okay, moving forward to 10.2, Severn Sound Environmental Association Water Quality Monitoring Update and Smart Water Watch Program. We do have a presentation from Olena Volek. So this information, this presentation will be for our information only. Of course, we can ask questions.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of Council, staff and guests, and thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on water quality monitoring in the township of Midland and to share some of our future plans. So next slide, please. So first, I'd like to provide a brief overview of our current monitoring programs. Our Inland Lake monitoring program includes Little Lake and is funded annually by the town. Monitoring consists of biweekly nearshore observation and 2 deep water chemistry sampling events each year. And a key focus of the program is the early identification and reporting of algae blooms and other changing lake conditions. Also, SSA monitors Midland Bay on a monthly basis, and monitoring includes measurements of basic water quality parameters and water sampling to track environmental conditions over time. And on the map on your left, you can see a location of our monitoring stations. Starting in 2025, SSCA began using new tools to collect and share water quality information more quickly. And one example is the Aquatrol 700, a state-of-the-art multi-parameter sonde that has greatly improved our efficiency of our field work and reporting. And I would like to thank to the town for its financial support and helping us acquire this equipment. And this technology allows us to process and report monitoring results within approximately 48 hours after a field visit. And as a result, we introduce rapid reports focused on identifying and communicating potential algae blooms and other notable lake conditions. And last year, rapid reports were issued every 2 weeks for Little Lake and monthly for Midland Bay. And to make information easier to access, QR code signs were installed and at monitoring locations with support from the town, and residents and visitors can scan the code and view the latest monitoring results directly from SSA website. And we still continue with this program in 2026. We installed QR codes at Little Lake, but they are missing right now. So we're working together with township to install new signs. So hopefully this issue will be resolved soon and people can use our QR codes in 2026. Next slide, please. Now I would like to share some monitoring results. So I will start with Midland Bay. And as you can see at Midland Bay, the main concern is that chloride level and electrical conductivity are slowly increasing. And just for information, electrical conductivity tells us how much dissolved material, including salts, is present in water. And despite this trend, overall water quality index remain good. And water quality index is a summary measure based on several indicators, including phosphorus, dissolved oxygen, and water clarity. And overall, water quality looks good in the Midland Bay. Next slide, please. My next slide is about 2025 summary for Little Lake. And in general, it was in good condition. One encouraging side was that a major algae bloom did not develop during last season, although this season we observed algae bloom like 2 weeks ago, but it disappeared by now. So we are not sure what was the reason for that, but we keep an eye on that and monitor it closely. However, there are some indicators that require continued attention. For example, conductivity remained above the long-term average. And if we look at the next slide, we can see next slide, yes. So we can see the same trend that conductivity and chloride concentration continue to show increasing trend, which is concerning. But that's a trend for whole Severn Sound watershed and Georgian Bay, and there is like growing concern about that. Overall, water quality index for Little Lake remain good. However, some indicators show signs of gradual deterioration, and we will continue to monitor these trends. Next slide, please. And now I would like to introduce our new citizen science program. We call it Smart Water Watch. This program is partially funded through the Great Lakes Freshwater Ecosystem Initiative by the Canada Water Agency, and we also extended this framework into Little Lake as a part of Inland Lake Monitoring Program with no additional cost for the town. And next slide, please. Overall, Smart Water Watch aims to track changes in lake conditions by combining SSA long-term monitoring program with new technologies such as mobile apps, satellite data, and observations collected by residents and citizen scientists. Basically, we will use SSA monitoring data and observations from citizen scientists to help validate satellite data, and this will help us better understand the limitations of satellite observation, identify the best ways to use them, and explore what additional information they can provide. As you know, there is like discussion about using satellite data within Severn Sound watershed, and I really hope that this program will help us to understand limitations and how we can use satellite data. Also, through this pilot program, residents and visitors can submit observation and photos of lake conditions using online form. While there is a strong focus on algae blooms, people can also report other unusual lake conditions for Midland Bay or for Little Lake. Also, I want to emphasize that this does not replace reporting algae blooms to the ministry. This is just our internal tool that helps us better understand where blooms occur, how they move, and when they develop. and SCCA will review those submission and will follow up, and when needed, with additional monitoring, sampling, or site visits. Next slide, please. This program is for everyone, and anyone can participate, and people can choose how involved that they would like to be. The program is still under development with full implementation planned for 2027. However, the lake condition reporting tool is already active and available for public use, and that's how people can report unusual lake conditions. And you can see QR code, people can scan it and fill online form, and we will receive data on our end and we'll follow up with that. Also, we have developed pilot signs with QR code that allow residents and visitors to quickly submit observations from the field, and we hope to work with the town to install these signs at monitoring location and public access points to make reporting easier for residents and visitors. Next slide, please. My next slide is about our upcoming Smart Water Watch introductory webinar that SCCA will be hosting on June 30th from 10:30 to noon. And this webinar will feature 4 guest speakers. We will have representatives from the Canada Water Agency. We will have a representative from NASA who will discuss the STREAM platform. And this platform provides satellite-based information on chlorophyll and water clarity around the world. And NASA became interested in SCCA's monitoring data, which we share with them. And as a result, stream coverage will be extended to include 7 sound regions, including the Midland Bay. Also, we will have a professor from Queen's University who will discuss the use of satellite data for lake monitoring. And finally, we will have a professor from University of Maine whose team developed the hydrocolor app that we will be using the part of our project. So that's a mobile app that allows people to use cell phone camera to collect data on water clarity. And you can see QR code, you can scan it and register for that webinar, and everyone is welcome. Next slide, please. Okay, and my last slide is about long-term vision of that project. So this project is funded through March 31st to 2029. And the goal is to build a long-term data set and develop ways to use satellite data to support water monitoring. The tools and methods developed through this project will become part of SCCA regular water monitoring program after funding period ends. The lake condition reporting tool is also planned to remain available as long-term resource for both monitoring and public engagement. And I think that's all I have for today. Thank you again for the opportunity to present, and I will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that information, that a great deal of information, and stats is good to know. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Mayor Gordon.
Thanks for that. It's good to see that Little Lake water quality has not suffered any noticeable declines. That's always alarming when we see that quality. Now I know it's being subject of a couple of advisories, not just Little Lake, but I think Pedersen Park for swimming. And those are E. coli counts, which we're working on to address a lot of those sources of E. coli, which we believe largely from the goose.
Okay, we'll move forward until Mayor Gordon can get back on. I think Councillor MacDonald was next, and then Councillor Meredith.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Prost. And thank you for the presentation. It's water's a wonderful thing. I have 2 questions. One is in regards to the geese population. Have you seen a decline, and whether that has a direct effect on the water quality? And the other question is totally unrelated. It's in regards to the Water Museum. How much contact and work do you do with the, I'm sorry, it's not the Ontario Water Museum, it's the World Water Museum that's situated here in Midland at the Culture Centre.
Thank you for the question. So as for geese, so right now we are not monitoring population. I know that there was study conducted, I believe, about 10 years ago by SCCA on a connection between E. coli and geese population. But right now we don't have like any updated data on that, and maybe that's a time for new study. So I have no idea, honestly, because I joined in 2024. So I can see like all the reports, but I don't have like any up-to-date information. And if town is interested, maybe we can discuss potentially new study and looking into like connections and maybe explore new available tools and I don't know, approaches for geese management. Water museum. So I know that there was discussion with SCCA team, and it's always exciting to see when people take care of water and promote value of water. And sorry, I can hear some echo.
Sorry, does anybody have their mic on? Maybe if everybody mutes, we might be okay. Okay, we can try again.
Yeah. Yeah, so as I said, it's like it's really good to see when people care about water and try to contribute and appreciate water, and I think it's good.
If I may clarify, I'm sorry, I didn't get to understand your first part of the answer with your connection with the Water Museum.
So I believe it's like there is no direct connection. I know that there was conversation, but I was not like involved in that, so I can check with SSA team what is connection with that organization.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Keep up the good work, keeping our water clean.
Councillor Meredith, then Councillor Major.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Prost, and thank you, Elena, for the presentation. I'm excited to see the data on the Smart Waters Watch when it comes through. That's interesting. One question I had about Little Lake, I know we have council's concerned about Little Lake and the developments that are going around it. I noticed on the earlier in the slide presentation, where you had your monitoring equipment, the purple dots, kind of they're more slated towards I'd say probably the east end of Little Lake, where more of the activity is. And then you had one monitoring, I think it kind of in the middle of the lake. Is there any monitoring on the I guess the west side going on, and or does that monitoring in the middle lake capture most of Little Lake?
Thank you for the question. Yes, you're right. We are focusing mostly on those parts of Little Lake that are like close to developed areas. Right now, we don't have capacity to extend our monitoring to the western part. That's something we are looking, maybe involving citizen scientists. And in general, taking samples, it's like general practice to take water samples from the deepest or from the middle part of the lake to capture overall picture of the lake. Of course, it would be nice to have like transects across the lake and take several samples from different parts, but right now we don't have like funding for that. So we are just following general practice and taking measurements, profile measurements every 1 meter and taking water samples from the deepest part of the lake.
Okay, thank you. So the Smart Water Watch with the technology like satellite, would that help in getting more data from the other side of the lake?
Thank you for the question. So I think yes, potentially. I think that the main focus would be on water clarity. And unfortunately, a smart water watch is not designed to to provide information on water chemistry, of course, because it's just like satellites. It's like mostly optical data, but hopefully we'll have data on water clarity and also on algae bloom and maybe on chlorophyll concentration. And of course, it will provide valuable information to compare different parts of the lake. And let's say if we see some like concerning trends, maybe we will focus on that part or maybe change our approach. So yes, I think that smart water watch should be helpful.
Okay, great. Thank you. And my last question, is there a I know you're capturing the trends now, and then how far back that has Little Lake, can we go back 5 years and see the trends and see where they were 5 years ago or 10 years ago and where they are today? Is that data available to us?
Thank you for the question. So if we are talking about measurement and chemistry data, I think we have data, the earliest data that we have is 1969. I'm not sure what kind, because we have like different data. I think it should be a SECI depths, but overall we have like several decades of data. And also with satellite data, I think we will be able to go back and connect with like existing satellite data as well as new data. And I think that it depends on type of satellite, but in general, I believe it's like within past 10 years should be available.
That's great to know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Major.
You're muted. We can't hear you, Councillor Major.
Bottom left-hand corner. Unmute your mic. There you go.
So it was a great presentation. But for me, living in Midland, I find if you go through the park and you talk to people that live here, they don't have the data that you just gave us to say it's good, the water's safe and all that. So you drive through on the weekend, there's hardly anyone in the lake. Like when I was a kid, there was way more use in the lake. And I just wish there's some way to get the data out so people know that it's they can go in the water and not. It's more Midland people that won't go in the water for some reason, and it's kind of annoying to me that we've got this gem of a lake in the middle of town, and there's hardly anyone that lives in town using it.
Councillor East.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, great presentation. Thank you very much. I have a question in regards to the future of Little Lake Park in regards to our storm drains. We were educated at the last meeting about a new development and about new technologies in regards to storm drains. But my question is more so in regards to older storm drains. As technology advances with the new developments that we're building, and we're trying to keep our Little Lake Park clean, should we be concerned about the older storm drains, the technology that they used back then? And in regards to that question, with the concern of the older storm drains, should we be paying attention to maybe having them updated and looked at? The second follow-up question would be in regards to that bloom that you were talking about a couple weeks ago. Could we request testing around the storm drains in spring when we have the snow melts, and then we could see if maybe that's where the spikes are coming from? Obviously, I'm not a water professional, but my concerns are following with the older storm drains. Could you follow up with that? And thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the question. So first of all, I'm not an expert in stormwater drainage. So I think to have like professional opinion on that, we need like expert who is working actually with stormwater drainage, because it's really specific area. But in general, it's good idea and it's good practice to keep a stormwater system as updated as possible and look for new technology. So I think that's like reasonable. As of testing, I think we can like discuss and explore opportunities for sampling. And of course, if we receive a request and need some like, and if town needs some help with sampling, definitely we can help with that and work with municipal staff to resolve that issue. Also, I want to just provide a comment on just to make sure that everyone is clear that there is like difference between water safety and water quality. So SCCA is looking into water quality, and we are not in position to comment on water safety. So basically, what I'm trying to say that if in general, let's say water quality can look good and everything can be like in good range in terms of variabilities, but in terms of safety where we're looking into E. coli and all these things that like more general practice for beach assessment, and it's not our like area, and that's where health unit is taking care. So whenever we are talking about like safety of beaches, it's we need to refer to health unit, and SCCA is not in position to comment if conditions are safe or not safe.
Follow up? Any more questions or comments from council? Okay, thank you very much for coming and your information. It's a lot to take in, especially your last blurb. That's something I don't think I realized before. So it's good to have that information, and we're taking that for information only today. So thank
Yes.
you again for coming and providing us.
Thank you so much. And please
Thank
join
you.
our webinar and join our Smart Water Watch. It's open to everyone. And thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Moving on to number 11, committee local board delegation or memo, we have none. Number 12, reports and other items withdrawn from consent agenda for council's consideration includes presentations by consultants regarding a report under consideration. So 12.1 CSR-2026-074 Parks, Trails, and Recreation Master Plan Project Update. Leandra Coriel Ferguson, Senior Associate of Think Design, and Megan Kirkup, Landscape Designer, Think Design, to present the Master Plan Project Update to Council. Could I get we'll do the presentation first, if that's ready.
Are you going to share the presentation on your side? Yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess I'll introduce myself while I wait for the presentation to come up. So my name's Leandra Corielli Ferguson, as you mentioned. I'm a senior associate planner at Think Design. We specialize in public realm, parks, trails, waterfront, master plans, and designs. I'm also joined by Megan Kirkup, who's a landscape designer, and she's also part of the project team. Our presentation today is going to be focused on what we heard from the community during the community consultation phase of the Parks, Trails, and Recreation Master Plan. I'm still not seeing the presentation up. Are there other people seeing it or? Okay. Oh, come on. Great. Next slide. The presentation will first provide an overview of the project, then provide the consultation findings, and ending with next steps. And that picture there is a panel from the open house. Next slide, please. About this plan, what is its purpose? You're obviously familiar with master planning. You just went through the waterfront master plan. So this is a high-level document that operates in a similar way, but I'll just go through these points quickly anyways as a reminder. So this master plan will guide the planning and provision of parks, trails, and recreation services for the next 10 years. It develops recommendations using data from surveys, interviews, facility use, budget consideration, trends, etc. So the community consultation that we're hearing today is just one large data set of the whole that we are using for the recommendations. The plan is an important tool for budgeting purposes and should be viewed as a living document to be updated and adjusted throughout the annual budgeting process. So the recommendations will come back to council individually each year as it is determined that they are going to start to be implemented. So the actual actions, the actual costs, those will be coming through individually as they are implemented. Some initiatives will require additional community consultation. So for example, if we recommend a few changes to a park, that would actually require a site plan for that park. And when action is being taken to work on that park, then there's going to be community consultation again about that specific site. So again, that all comes through council as it's being implemented. So ultimately, council in consultation with staff will determine when and how initiatives are implemented. Next slide. This project has 4 phases. The first phase was gathering background data, demographic analysis, touring recreation spaces. The second phase was the community consultation, which is the topic of today's presentation. Then through spring, summer and fall, we're going to be working, moving into the assessments, and then we'll come up with the draft master plan. It will undergo a couple rounds of revision and internal review. And then in winter 2026-2027, the draft will be shared with council and the community to be reviewed and commented on again before it's finalized. Next slide. Our consultation approach included, for residents and community members, a random sample telephone survey of 300 households, an open house with questionnaires. We had about 50 attendees to the open house. The online engagement platform was also set up. It had 513 total site visits, and there was also an online survey on that site, which had 263 survey submissions. Municipal representatives were interviewed for a total of 25 staff and council. We did a number of focus groups and in total interviewed over 40 representatives from community groups, partners, organizations, and a user group survey was sent out to a list of user groups that regularly use facilities and parks in Midland. And we received 18 responses from groups for that one. A note about the surveys. So for residents, we had the random and the online, and they both provide different data sets that are very valuable. So the random, because it's a random sample, it gets users and non-users of parks and trails and recreation facilities. So it is considered to be a more statistically reliable picture of what the whole town's priorities and needs and sentiments are about parks, trails, and recreation. On the other hand, the online survey, it tends to attract people. Like people have to go to the site, they have to know about it, they have to go there, they have to fill it out. So it tends to be people who are either very supportive or very unsupportive of parks, trails, and recreation. So both are very valuable and they kind of balance each other out to give a balanced picture. And then the user group survey is more of a data collection tool to ask those regular groups about their programs, their anticipated growth, their experience of the facilities, their opinions about improvements, etc. Next slide. Okay, let's get into the feedback now. Next slide. So a few top priorities were identified. Enlarge my screen a bit. Indoor upgrades. High demand for gymnasium space an indoor walking track, and a community kitchen. There is strong interest in a public-private partnership or other arrangement with the YMCA to build a combined multi-use hub. For outdoor facilities, priorities included lighting on soccer fields and ball diamonds, more pickleball courts, and an outdoor skating rink. Waterfront and trails, focus on trail connections, resolving Little Lake water quality, which we just heard a lot about, and more opportunities for water-based recreation. For programming, we heard there was a need for affordable and no-cost recreation options, and more options for young to middle-aged adults. And finally, there was a need for a dedicated town staff liaison to help support and coordinate the many community program providers. So these are our overall top priorities that were identified. Next slide, please. Now, the next few slides will identify key findings based on program or service area. So programs and activities. Program expansion. Just over half, 58.5% of online and 68% of telephone survey respondents felt that more programs were needed. When asked for more detail, like what ages and what types of programs, the high demand areas were strong interest in fitness and wellness programs for adults 55 plus, drop-in sports or leagues for adults 20 to 34, and non-competitive physical activity for children and youth. For youth, we heard there's a need for unstructured, safe drop-in spaces, ideally with food and low-pressure social activities. And we heard a lot about barriers to entry around affordability and also the cost of transportation. This graph is from the online survey, and it's just illustrating the data I just described about the program areas. Next slide. This is from the open house. We had an activity asking participants their ideal types of programs that they would be interested in. And the top two choices there were self-directed sports and physical activities, such as walking, running, working out, and water and nature-based recreation. And this does align with all the other findings we had from surveys and interviews and focus groups. Next slide. For indoor facilities, interestingly, there was pretty much agreement between the telephone and online surveys. 54% versus 56.9% felt that additional or expanded indoor facilities are needed. Those that said yes were asked what their top requests were, and that was walking and running tracks, arenas, dedicated racket sports, and gymnasiums. And we heard across the board that the lack of gymnasium and multipurpose space is cited as a primary barrier to expanding programs. Next slide. That bullet is repeated. We heard there is a desire for casual hangout space, as well as a cafe or library services. So this comes from a question that was asked about what would they like to see at a multi-purpose recreation center? And they were given some options, and these were the top choices. We also heard persistent concerns about safety, accessibility, and efficient use of space due to the BCC layout. Next slide. Moving on to outdoor facilities. Relative to programs and indoor facilities, there was a low moderate demand. For example, 35% of random survey respondents felt more were needed. From that, the top facility requests were pickleball courts, ball diamonds, and beach volleyball. We also heard about needed facility improvements, such as the reorientation of the diamond at McAllen, adding lights to fields, and addressing parking needs. This graph here is from the online survey, and it is showing what the respondents use in terms of outdoor sport facilities. And the top choices there are soccer and multipurpose fields, pickleball courts, and ball diamonds. And just to clarify, this is specifically talking about scheduled outdoor facilities. We'll get to the park facilities next. Next slide. Parks and trails. So there was a pretty large divergence between the online and random telephone surveys. 97.5% of the online survey respondents use parks and trails, compared to only 37% of the random telephone sample. And this graph is showing that of those users in the online survey, trails, that's the pink rectangle, was far and away the most used amenity. And this kind of tells me two things. One, we did hear about trails very frequently throughout the whole consultation process. They're very well used in the community. It's a massive amenity that is used and appreciated. And it also tells us that there's a large sample of trail users in that submitted to the online survey. Next slide. So again, we saw diverging demand. When asked if park expansion is needed, 77.6% of online respondents said yes, compared to only 19% of the telephone sample. Of those that said yes, the top facility requests, high demand for trails, of course, because we had lots of trail users, of course, pickleball courts, ball diamonds, and wheeled action sports, particularly pump tracks. Required amenities. Residents strongly requested extended washroom hours, water fill stations, natural shade, and bench seating. Winter maintenance also came up frequently, particularly in a few particular spots of trail segments. There were requests to have those cleared. And tourism, there was strong opportunities and interest from state partners, stakeholders, and residents as well to develop tourism around cycling and trails. Next slide. Service delivery. So some felt that it would be helpful to establish an updated, clear mandate for the town for recreation. There are some policy needs, particularly parkland dedication bylaw. There were some suggestions around communication, redesigning the website, introducing an online centralized booking system, and relaunching a recreation guide, as well as regional coordination. And this, again, was across the board, even from residents, stakeholders alike. There was support for a regional-minded approach to recreation provision and development. Next slide. All right, so after all of those consultation activities were completed, we had the opportunity to do a priorities validation exercise at the Public Works Palooza. So that occurred on May 23rd, 24th. So because we had all of that data, we pulled out the key top priorities that we heard, and we asked people to vote again on those. And these are the results of that. So the top three were update, expand indoor recreation facilities, more affordable and free recreation activities, and then tied for third was expanding the trail network and improving outdoor facilities, such as fields and pump tracks. And next slide. So our next steps is to take this consultation feedback and analyze it alongside facility use data, program participation data, mapping, growth projections, policy, other strategies and initiatives, partnership opportunities, etc., to verify the needs and develop the final recommendations. We'll then, as I mentioned, share the draft plan with the community in the end of the year or early 2027 for further comment and revision before it's finalized. And that is it. Thank you very much. And
thank you for that presentation. I think that it was exactly everything that I saw at the community. Yeah, so it's just I think it's good. It's everything that I've heard people say, so it's pretty bang on. So I'm going to go to some questions. Councillor Ball.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. I just had one question about the, I guess, age of respondents. Did we have that? Because there is such a discrepancy between the phone and the online results. Do we know what age people are and if they're using these facilities?
We do have that information.
Okay.
I can't recall off the top of my head right now, but I can get it for you. It's in the consultation report. in the appendix, all the raw data is there, and so you can see, and we can do like crosstabs as well.
Okay, perfect. I'll have a better
Yeah.
look for that specific
Yeah,
one then.
sorry, I don't recall off the top of my head.
No, that's okay. I'll go back and look at it. I must have missed that. And I'm just also wondering if we are planning to do another priorities conversation on Community Ask, because I was at that event and it was pouring rain, and I don't think we probably had a lot of people that even answered that. And I would hate to prioritize what we're doing based off of a very, very small portion of people.
Well, the surveys, both surveys had the question asking about priorities. So we do have that information in those surveys as well. And we did come up with the list of priorities based on those two surveys, as well as, looking at all of the focus groups and interviews. So we're not relying on the Public Works Palooza, but it was just a nice kind of extra way to get out there and just test what we heard. But certainly I wouldn't say that has a super prominent part in the data that we'll be using. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you for clarifying that.
Okay.
That's more, I feel more comfortable with that. I appreciate it.
Okay, I see a few hands up. I thought I saw Councillor Meredith first, but I don't see him on my screen right now.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor Prost, but I had a question, but it was answered, so thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Patel and then Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Prost. Thank you for the presentation. So I attended I guess the open public consultation that was happening. We had some good conversations. Now we have the data in front of us, what the community wants, and we can see what direction we want to take. I just had a chuckle when I saw the snow clearance that was part of that community response. But we can't really build a bubble over Midland, but I would like to assure that the new public transit might solve that problem for accessibility. So we are moving in that right path to have accessibility for public when the weather is bad and they want to, get to certain, I guess, participate in certain activities that, they like. So also the pickleball courts, it's high in demand, and I'm sure there's probably something going on, which is in the works to make sure that that part is taken care of. So thank you again for the presentation.
Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Prost, and thank you for the presentation. My question is in regards to the reference to a mandate that Midland is to establish a clear town mandate. At what point should we establish this mandate? Before you complete the 10-year plan? Before the next presentation next winter, or after the presentation? It's like, what comes first, the chicken or the eggs or thing?
I think it would be part of the master plan process. So taking everything that we heard and taking everything as a whole, recommending a mandate, recommending an approach. Yeah, and then, through the rounds of revision you can comment on that and staff can comment on that. So it'll be part of the process.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Councillor East.
Thank you for the report. It was really good. My only concern is that when I read over it, it felt like a lot of the respondents were up in age, and I think that we kind of missed something really important in the high schools and the public schools. I mean, they're going to be the future generations that are going to be using our parks and services. It would have been nice to really get a good idea of feedback of what the youngsters need from Midland in the future. So I didn't know if there was a way to compound it with maybe reaching out to high schools and public schools to actually get proper feedback. Because the truth is that when I'm reading pickleball, of course, I'm reading retirement, right? Eventually, retirement is going to fade away, and the next generation is going to step up, and their needs are going to need to be met, but they're not being addressed if they're not being approached. So I didn't know if there was a way to possibly take a step back and get some feedback from our high schools and our public schools, because the truth is that's where the growth is going to be in the future, right?
Yeah, that's a great question. And consulting and getting teens especially involved is notoriously difficult. And one of the things that we did is try to consult with people who work with teens and youth. So, for example, the BGC, the library, the Y, school principals, and we tried to, the people who are with youth and children frequently, and also the program providers as well that are providing programs for youth and children in the town, sport leagues and such. So youth and children were definitely a big part of what we heard about. I do think that we heard about youth in particular and the need for youth space and youth at risk. And I hear your point about reaching out directly with schools. I know the timing of this didn't allow us to do that. It's definitely a great practice. So it's something I could discuss with Dana for the next round, because as I mentioned, there will be more consultations. So yeah, if there's an opportunity for us to directly engage with students, then yeah, we can look into that.
Thank you. And just as a follow-up, I appreciate that. Like, I understand that you went to the, big brothers and big sisters and all of these pieces to get their feedback on it. But the truth is that, especially with youngsters, it's really hard to get them to engage. But if we bring it to them, then they will engage, right? And, we can't completely cater to the retirement community when we need Midland to grow. We need families to have a reason to want to be here and stay here, right? So this next generation of children, you're reading about the pump tracks. Yeah, absolutely. That was the feedback that I wanted to hear. But we're missing a lot of the equations, because I'm repeating over and over again when I read the report, pickleball court, pickleball court, pickleball court. All it screams to me is that the only feedback that we really got was from the retirement community, which I appreciate and value, but at the same time, I think it's important that we take a step back and approach the high schools at least to get their feedback and get the students to get their feedback, right? Because that's what we're going to grow Midland around, is the next generations, right? So I would really appreciate it if we could find a way to get into the high schools. Okay. And thank you. It was a great job.
You're welcome. I just want to address one more thing that you mentioned. We are definitely used to seeing certain groups have a large presence in consultation. So seeing pickleball as the example you used 300 times, we're aware that certain groups mobilize very well. So yeah, we definitely can take that into account and balance it out with all the other data. Just wanted to let you know that.
Thank you for bringing that up, Councillor East. You're right, we need a balance. We need a balance for everyone in our community, the best we can do, at least, right? But that was a great presentation, and I look forward to more. But it looks like we have some more hands up, and our mayor is back. But I think Councillor Meredith was first, and then Mayor Gordon.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Prost. I just wanted to comment on Councillor East's, and the response back from Ms. Ferguson about the pickleball courts. So I know it is geared towards an older player, but more and more young, even the university students that are here coming back for the summer, my kids and all their close-knit friends, they're at the pickleball courts now. So we have to keep in mind that traction is going to grow as well. So there is going to be major, I don't want to, I guess bookings, if we get online bookings, I think it is going to be needed, because there are some issues down at the pickleball courts as I'm hearing back from the younger and the older, kind of saying time's up and so forth. So there are some issues there, and I don't think we should prepare for the future and not dismiss the just to the one age group, because it is gaining traction with the youth. Thank you.
Mayor Gordon.
Thanks. Sorry, I had to go to my phone for a bit there while my computer was getting updates and rebooting. It's great to see this. I love these living documents because they're very inspirational. The sample set it is what it is, right? We can only invite, and people need to avail themselves of these opportunities to take the surveys and participate. But it is reflective of what I'm hearing across the community. And it was nice to see that the partnership opportunity with YMCA bubbled up to a top one. That means, some of the lobbying and seeds I've been planting, and maybe other people have too, over the past 3 years about that partnership when their building and their capital expansion needs come due in the next decade. It's really an amazing opportunity for us, rather than having competing resources a stone's throw away from each other. Let's pool our resources and build all that into our bourgeois center. Or potentially, I think I submitted this. I guess not a lot of people would have, because it didn't end up in the final. But this is not a cheap endeavor. But in sometime before the next 10 years, when the Bourgeois Center and YMCA would be candidates for amalgamating efforts for expansion, we could look at a dome over the soccer fields off of King Street. Two of them could be covered, and the third soccer field would end up being parking to support that. But we'd have a whole nother recreation facility that's multi-use, that multiple sports can be played in simultaneously. Could be an event location, all season event location for concerts and things that hold a lot of people. And typically these buildings, there's two different ways of building them. One where they're inflated, and you have to go through these sort of air dam sally port things. Other ones where it's a more rigid structure. But these are, an easy $10 million, right? They can 10 to 30 somewhere in there to build, depending on how crazy you want. And I'm just wondering, did that, I know my suggestion to add that in there would be in for my interview, but did anybody else bring up the additional multi-use recreation facility?
I am not recalling too much discussion about a dome. I don't want to say that nobody else suggested it, but it wasn't one of the large requests. Around the fields, we mostly heard about wanting lights. But that's certainly something that we will look into. Domes are definitely a trending facility in a lot of municipalities, typically larger municipalities. Often they're done as partnerships or they're run privately. There are different options. They do have a lot of benefits. It's something that we would consider if there seems to be a need or a market for it.
All right, thanks. Because definitely having lighting and offering, full season year-round access to that large recreational space that right now is very seasonal and unlit. And lighting it is several $100,000. So anyway, that's just one thing to put on the radar. And the second one is, can you identify the locations for winter snow clearance of trails that most of the respondents identified? Because this has been an ongoing thing that I've talked to people about for the past 3 years, and I was the big bad guy that brought a motion to cease clearing a section of trail along Aberdeen, because of the damage that it's doing to that trail and the staggering costs of an early replacement of this already failing asset. So I'm just wondering if it was a lot of Aberdeen lobbying, which I've been encouraging them to continue to do, or if it was down in Little Lake Park, because I've also heard people sort of lamenting the fact that, Little Lake Park trails are not cleared.
Yes, both of those. It was a pretty even split. When the Aberdeen, it was either that they don't have a sidewalk, so they're saying if you don't don't clear the trail, but then clear, or there is no sidewalk, I guess. So I don't know. That's what we heard a lot about Aberdeen, and then the trail in Little Lake, as well as to the dog park. But I understand that was already addressed this past winter, starting to clear to the dog park.
Yeah, that was an easy win. That was a quick email to Mitch, and next thing you know, the ops team was able to pull it off. So that's easy. But just as a reminder to people listening, let's talk about this, and I'll say it again because it bears repeating. Aside from the damage of running heavy equipment and salting operations and everything on Aberdeen Trail, as soon as we make the choice to clear a trail, it becomes a sidewalk from the minimum maintenance standards perspective, and we're then legally liable to keep it at the same clearance level as any other sidewalk of the hundreds of kilometers of sidewalks we have in Midland already. So there isn't like a trail clearing standard. There's either you clear it and it becomes a sidewalk, or you don't clear it and you let people stamp it down. You let snowmobiles ride on it, which tamps it down, and the groomer goes over that. But nobody wanted, at least at the Aberdeen folks, they didn't want to see snowmobiles on that trail or the groomer, because quite frankly, that would also cause a lot of damage to the trail over time because of the weight. It's sinking into the bay is the problem. So the long and the short of it is, it's not out of uncaring that we're not clearing these things. It's just we already struggle to maintain the hundreds of linear kilometers of sidewalks now to the minimum maintenance standards on the heavy snow years. Adding more would just mean more staff costs and more machine costs. Of course, it's doable, but these are conversations that would be worth having, and I committed to having them in the next term if I'm around to cost that out. So there's some things in this plan that, or in the draft plan, that could be achievable very easily, but just add money like anything, and could be short-term wins. But for those watching keenly following this, I just wanted to make sure I spoke about that, because it is something I hear routinely. And of course, the option to put a sidewalk in retrospectively in Aberdeen is very expensive, and they don't have one because the deal was with the original people, most of which weren't there anymore. They wanted the trail instead of the sidewalk, so that was the deal. But the new people are lamenting the fact that there isn't a sidewalk and that we don't clear the trail. So, one of the options as well is to offer a sidewalk, but put it through a CIP so the community pays for some percentage of it, which is staggeringly expensive. And then there's the argument that I hear comes from anytime they talk about this at the homeowners association: whose side of the road gets the sidewalk? Because that side of the road now has a sidewalk, and you can't park over the sidewalk any time of the year, or you get a ticket. And everyone wants it to be on the other side of the road. So it's complicated, but I'm glad it made it into this plan, because it tells me that it's still on the radar and there's work to be done, and we'll have to come up with some options for the residents. And if it's really just about money, then if everyone's willing to pay a bit more, we can do anything. But that doesn't feel like the economic times we're in now, or likely to be in the next few years. So, sorry, just wanted to throw that out there while we were talking about clearing sidewalks for the winter. So, but other than that, loving the report. I like all the work that's gone into it. And just as we spoke about our waterfront master plan, our council emeritus brought this up. These things, when it finally does come to us for final approval, they're all uncosted. The timelines can alter significantly. Things that we had in 10 years, that we find petroleum funding to do it sooner, like a pump track, we could knock that into next year if we got the funds for it, and push other things off. So it becomes a very dynamic plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Ball and then Councillor Major.
Thank you. I just wanted to kind of comment on Mayor Gordon's dome. I mentioned the dome as well. I agree with the dome, just not over the soccer fields. I think that the soccer fields, well, I know because we're at them all the time, is that they have very heavy use. When the soccer season's in use, every single one of those fields is being played on at the same time. So I don't think there's an ability for us to cover them, but I have talked to some private developers of domes, and they base their development on the need of your community as well as donated land. So I would hope that we had some donated land. And I did discuss with Dana prior to this study, like just ensuring that they're getting accurate numbers of how many people actually need the gym and need that indoor space that aren't being looked at and not being accommodated now. So once we have those numbers from this study, we'll be able to use Mayor Gordon's selling voice to be able to get these people into our community, because right now they're big Toronto builders and they don't understand how, if we have the same need as a Brampton or Mississauga area, which I think sort of with all of our surrounding communities, we do have a need to justify them coming to our community. So I think that this study is really important, and we'll get the numbers from that. And then Mayor Gordon, you can start selling Midland, which you're good at.
Councillor Major.
Your mic again,
Mine or Counselor Majors?
Council Major.
Okay, sorry, I can't see
Yeah.
him right now.
Yeah. Bottom left, Councilor Major.
Yeah, so further to the pickleball, I got all the ones in their 20s to 30s approaching me more than once a week that they want to play pickleball, and I think it's going to be like at the Bourgeois Community Center. We're going to have to book times because they'll play when they come as a group. They take just about every one down at Tiffin Park, and if there's baseball down there and pickleball, there's no parking, but they'll take they'll use the whole thing up till 10 or 11 o'clock at night. So the pickleball isn't for, I mean, the older demographic are done. It's the younger ones that want to do it at night. And I mean, they want to do it at night. They don't care 10, 11 o'clock at night. So that's something I think you'll have to look at, because they'll go down at 9, 10 and play till after midnight. So to Councillor Mara's thing, it's not an older demographics that's doing pickleball. It's all the young ones now.
I can't see everybody here, so are there any further questions or comments? Okay, I want to thank you very much for your presentation. It's a great update for us, and
Thank you.
we will be seeing you soon.
Yes, thanks everybody for your feedback.
Thank you.
All right, take care.
So I'd like to try pickleball if anybody wants to teach me or have my first game with them. Just putting it out there. I do have a motion in front of me. The staff report CSR-2026-074 Parks, Trails, and Recreation Master Plan Project update dated June 24th, 2026 be received for information. Could I get a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Major and Councillor East. All in favor? And that's carried. Our next PowerPoint is by our very own CAO. I'd like to call a 5-minute bio break prior to that starting, if everybody's okay with that. Okay, we'll be back in 5. Okay, we're back. It didn't seem like anything to you, but we're going to move on to 12.2. CSR-2026-078 Council Strategic Plan End of Term Update. And this will be a report from CAO Bunn.
Thank you. Through yourself, Deputy Mayor, to Council, I would like to, and to the public, would like to present today, and I'll just maybe actually wait 1 minute as Dana has graciously offered to put it up on the screen for me. There we go. So good afternoon. Council Strategic Plan was created in 2023 and has guided our focus through this council term. Today highlights the progress made in Midland and what it means for the future. The focus is on what residents and community members would have experienced over this term, what has changed in their day-to-day lives, and what has been put in place for the future. Next slide, please. At the beginning of this term, 5 priorities were identified: the waterfront development, stabilize and streamline service delivery, infrastructure management, enhanced town safety, and workplace culture. These priorities guided decision-making, planning, and investment over the past 4 years. Each section of this presentation will focus on only one area, but together they build a broader picture of how services and initiatives have evolved across the community. Next slide, please. So this presentation summarizes the progress report across the 5 priorities. The full report will be available publicly tomorrow on June 25th. Next slide, please. So Midland's waterfront is a defining feature of this community. As a gateway to 30,000 islands, it supports tourism, local business activity, and community identity. Over the term, work has focused on establishing a coordinated approach to managing and planning along the waterfront. This section highlights how planning, service delivery, and incremental improvements have changed how the waterfront is used and experienced. Next, thank you. Public access remains a top priority, with a focus on connectivity, health, and community use. Waterfront use is growing, with events and programming driving activity, tourism, and economic benefit. Our approach is grounded in strong community input, with over 40 engagement opportunities shaping how we balance access, use, and future development. Midland Bay Landing provides a strong example of this approach. As a key municipally owned site with the potential to reshape the waterfront, it has been informed by open houses, visioning workshops, and a broad public survey. Finding the right solution that balances the needs of the community while remaining fiscally responsible has never been more important in Midland. Nick, thank you. The town has established a strong foundations for Midland's waterfront this term. There have been targeted improvements to waterfront infrastructure and amenities, including new wayfinding signs to help users navigate our beautiful parks and trails. The waterfront master plan is now in place to guide future decisions and investments. This includes upgrades to trails, viewpoints, harbor services, and public gathering spaces. New and expanded programming, including the new Georgian Bay Waterfront Festival, has contributed to higher levels of activity and year-round use of this key characteristic of Midland. This shows a snapshot of development activities and growth across the community. It includes 41 development sites currently in the planning pipeline, more than 1,800 residential units, and 128,000 square meters of industrial, commercial, and industrial space. From 2023 to 25, the building department has supported more than 100 housing starts in Midland. This level of activity reinforces the need for continued alignment between development, infrastructure capacity, and long-term financial planning. Service delivery over the term has focused on improving access, consistency, and efficiency across town services. One focus has been in aligning service delivery with how residents choose to access services, while maintaining reliability and improving efficiency across all channels. Ongoing work continues to balance service expectations with available resources with increasing demands. Investment in customer service staffing and technology have improved service experiences, with most inquiries now being resolved at the first point of contact. More town services are now available online, supporting a more flexible and accessible customer experience where customers can move between online, phone, and in-person channels as needed. The town continues to explore opportunities to improve efficiency and enhance our service delivery, such as the Simcoe County Municipal Insurance Pool, which has resulted in an annual savings of $75,000 in 2025 alone. Thank you. This priority reflects how stabilizing and streamlining service delivery has evolved to better meet how residents access services. Key examples include the redesigned website, which is structured around customer needs, and expanded digital service options that provide more flexibility in how residents interact with the town. The town also strengthened its approach to revenue-generating partnerships through the approval of sponsorship, advertising, and a charitable giving policy. The title sponsorship by Chapman's of Ontario's Best Butter Tart Festival supports this program and reduces the draw on property tax for our award-winning festival. In 2026, $100,000 in sponsorship was received from our partners and sponsors for this event. Sponsorship is also a key component of the Mayor's Golf Tournament, which launched first in 2023 and now supports the annual community grant program with more than $50,000 raised in 2026. The town has also taken a strategic approach to shared services and partnerships and initiatives such as hiring our own Director of Emergency Services and Fire Chief. The big picture here is about the balance, enhancing services and making them easier to access while managing cost responsibility and responding to increasing and changing community demands. Behind all of this work is the day-to-day work of government. This is a reminder that progress is not just projects. These figures provide context for the scale of work that is required to support decision-making and operations in Midland. Outcomes throughout this report are supported through council decisions, budgets, and policy directions. It reflects governance, accountability, and a consistent decision-making over time. This helps complete the big picture of how decisions and services are supported behind the scenes. Infrastructure management is one of the most critical and often least visible areas of progress. Infrastructure management has focused on maintaining existing assets while planning for future needs. This includes both financial planning as well as operational improvements. Thank you. The town has secured more than $35 million in external funding to support infrastructure projects. These amounts are based on confirmed grants and funding approvals across multiple programs. Asset condition data indicates that a majority of assets in Midland are at a fair or better condition, which is a really positive number for the town. The infrastructure levy is reflected in the approved budget and has been reviewed each budget cycle in this term. This measure is part of a broader financial strategy to address long-term funding needs. Thank you. Progress includes completion of key planning tools such as the asset management plan and the development charges background study. The town has advanced a range of operational and capital initiatives to support the long-term infrastructure performance. This includes fleet replacement planning and improvement to maintenance practices to extend the life cycle of key assets and reduce our long-term costs. The town's award-winning use of artificial intelligence to support the water and the wastewater infrastructure management is an example of how we're using data to support more informed decision-making. In addition to traditional tools, the town has begun to explore new approaches to supporting infrastructure investment. The approval of that sponsorship, advertising, and charitable giving policy has enabled the first corporate naming sponsorship for municipal infrastructure at the Bourgeois Community Center, demonstrating how strategic partnerships can support capital assets while reducing financial pressures on the town over time. This full picture together in this area is about that long-term sustainability, maintaining assets while we're planning responsibly for growth. The infrastructure management translates into real visible projects. These are the investments residents see and use every day. They reflect a combination of funding, planning, and execution over the term, such as Yonge Street reconstruction, playground program, and our continued investment in water and wastewater infrastructure, including the aeration headworks upgrade at our wastewater treatment facility. So this is an example of a community-focused project that supports recreation and public use. Projects like this are identified and then go through planning processes like the master plan and community input. These types of investment contribute to the quality of life and community amenities. And we're just going to play a quick video just to show the splash pad that is coming to Midland. So work on the splash pad will be beginning very shortly, and it will be an exciting addition to Little Lake Park. Over the term of council, the town has taken a proactive and collaborative approach to improving community safety, focusing on prevention, partnerships, and creating safe public spaces for residents and visitors. The town works with multiple agencies and organizations, including the OPP and the county, to address safety and social challenges. Indicators such as crime prevention or severity, staffing levels, and calls for service are based on data from the OPP, and they do reflect the regional reporting, so may not be specific to Midland alone. Midland's crime severity index rose slightly from 82.74 in 23 to 85.94 in 2024, indicating a modest increase in overall crime severity, likely driven by nonviolent offenses, while still remaining below the historical baseline levels. The authorized strength has risen from 91 members in 2023 to 95 members in 2024. Progress towards making safe places include environmental design improvements, such as lighting and improving visibility in public spaces. Increased coordination with partners has also supported broader community safety initiatives, and this includes the One Community Solution program of the BIA and 3 Hope Health and Housing Symposiums that have engaged partners and the community in conversation about complex issues, lived experiences, and new programs. This is really about one initiative. It's a collage of coordinated approaches across agencies and services that help create a community where residents and visitors feel safe in neighborhoods and public spaces. None of this progress would happen without people. This term, there have been a focus on strengthening the organization so staff are supported in delivering services in the community. This includes updates to performance management, clearer expectations, and expanding training and development opportunities. Health and safety policies and programs have also been strengthened, supporting a safer and more consistent work environment. This work has helped build the capacity of the organization, which directly supports reliable service delivery across all areas. Training completion rates have remained consistently high over this term and is now more closely connected to individual performance and development plans, helping align staff growth with organizational needs. An employee engagement survey is planned to measure the staff experience and identify areas for continued improvement. And labor outcomes, including collective agreements, reflect a deliberate focus on maintaining positive and constructive relationships with union partners through ongoing communication, collaboration, and proactive issue resolution. Progress over the term reflects a more structured and coordinated approach to workforce planning and development. And this is seen through a number of internal promotions into management and senior leadership roles, reflecting a focus on succession planning and building leadership capacity from within. While progress has been made to remain an employer of choice, continued focus will need to be made on engagement, retention, and workforce sustainability as service demands evolve. The picture here is a stronger organization, better to support staff and deliver consistent, high-quality services to the community. When viewed together, these priorities provide a clear picture of progress over this term. This picture is reflected in what residents experience day to day, in the services they rely on, and in the infrastructure and public spaces that support and connect the community. This report is not the end of the story, it's the starting point for the next council term. It's intended to provide a clear and transparent picture of progress to support future decision-making. So thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you, CAO Bunn. So now, do we have any questions or comments? Mayor Gordon. And then Councillor Patel.
Thank you, through you. This is great to see, the key performance indicators of this council term laid out simply. I mean, clearly there's a lot of things that are captured into one little slide or one little photo. There's a lot of things behind that. Not the least of which are the staff that actually make all the things we dream up happen. So this has been a really, really amazing term. We got a super strong council. We had a couple of setbacks, losing a couple of council members, but I think we knocked it out of the park with the replacements. We didn't miss a beat. We focused and followed through on every single commitment I believe that any of us made. If there's something we haven't hit on your personal commitment list, there's still time. But all the big stuff that was encapsulated in that vision plan that we did together, it's just great to see all of the progress and the projects matched up against that. So this is really a testimony to the leadership of our senior team, the frontline folks that deliver all of this to our community, and quite frankly, the vision and harmony on this council to move things ahead and to make them happen. So I'm really, really proud of this document. And when people take swipes at us online, going, we've done nothing this term. I don't even engage with those guys, but I know, and I think anybody watching this can see that that's just categorically false. The one thing that we'd put on our strategic pillar, which is the waterfront development, we worked in earnest the entire term to try and actually pull that off. And for reasons we've already stated publicly numerous times, it's just the economy has gotten in the way. It is just not the right time for these large scale developments. And housing obviously continues to dominate the conversation around development in the province, as the province is well behind on their pledge of 1.5 million homes. So shouldn't come as any shock really that those are the kind of submissions we get for just about anything we put out for RFP. So I characterize it as this municipality's third attempt in one inning of the ball game to try and shop this thing and get it built to what the community wants. That isn't what we got back, and to this council's credit, we weren't going to accept mediocrity or anything that didn't align with our collective vision and what the community wanted, just to say we did something this term. So while that waterfront development project, I can't pin a success against it, it sure isn't for lack of trying. And we didn't spend boatloads of money. We really kept the cost contained and managed this thing internally. And the future of that property is still unwritten, and we'll be passing that baton and all the studies and all the work and the RFP and everything along to the new term of council. And that new term of council can decide if they want to, take another swing at the same kind of pitch, or maybe change the approach in that next inning of this game. So anyway, thank you, CEO Bunn, for depicting in very simple, a few slides, all the heavy lifting, including all the meetings. No shortage of those this term. And providing a nice synopsis. And just to let the folks watching know, we're not done yet. We still got a few months left in us, arguably 4. I don't think we're going to be making any monumental changes. We have no big contentious issues before us, unless something new lands on our lap. So we are largely hand on the steering wheel and the rudder and the sail, and just keeping the good ship Midland away from the shoals for the remainder of this term. And looking forward to returning. I think most of us are looking forward to returning, and whatever the municipality and the voters decide to do, but send back a council that's going to keep this kind of momentum up and not only build a strategic plan, but then align all their goals against it. So super proud of this council, and thank you, CO Bun, for preparing such a nice, simple synopsis of all the complicated work that we've had done thus far in this term.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. I agree with everything you said, and I think we've done amazing with Midland Bay Landing, that land, because we've tried and it was out of our control, but we didn't give up and say, put the houses there. We stuck to our pledge to our community, and I'm really proud of that. Councillor Patel.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Prost. Through you, thank you, CEO Bun. We've been living the presentation that you just provided for past 3 years, and I cannot thank you and the staff enough for all the heavy lifting, like the mayor mentioned earlier. We've done some outstanding things, and talking to the residents in town, I have yet to encounter a resident that's disappointed with the work we've done this term, and all the improvements you and the team have made to make sure the residents are fully happy. Obviously, 100% is always our goal to have the residents happiness, achieve that happiness. But hey, listen, I'll take 80, 90 any day. So I just want to thank you again for, your dedication and the team's dedication this council term for Town of Midland.
Councillor Meredith, then Councillor Major.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Prost, through you, and thank you, CEO Bun, for the presentation and reminding us of all the work that's been done this term so far, and still have lots to go. I just want to give you a kind of brief opinion of I'll go through every pillar that we had here, starting with the waterfront development, as Mayor Gordon and Deputy Mayor Prost commented on. Going into this Midland Bay Landing, we had high expectations and high hopes. But the one thing, I stayed true to is we're not going to rush this thing. And I think most of council was under the same, mindset that if something was presented to us, that we weren't going to just take the first crack at it. And definitely what came in front of us wasn't worth the paper it was drawn up on. So we still have a lot of positives. We still have an open slate and a new beginning, and I look forward to hopefully having to work on that next term. As far as stabilize and streamline service delivery, I know we've spent a lot of money in the IT, updating our computer software and so forth to make this easier. And we're still working on that, and hoping that will come, get better and better as the months and the years go by. So we still have work to do on that aspect of it, but we're heading in the right direction. Infrastructure management is, most of the infrastructure, you don't see the progress on that because it's infrastructure, right? So it's hard for the community to see, but we definitely, with the 35 million in grants, a lot of lobbying at AMO through our staff, our mayor, deputy mayor, the great work that with grant writing and so forth. That is something that you don't see offhand. That's underground, and you don't see the fruits of that area. But very, very massive funding to get their infrastructure in line, and at 69% or better is amazing. Town safety, although it has gotten better since our term, I believe our term has started, still needs work on that. getting all our partners aligned to work together, and listen to council. And I find that some of our partners are not listening to us, and some don't want to participate in the actions that need to be taken to improve the town safety. So that needs some work, of course, and the workplace culture. We've seen many new faces in our organization. I think it's going in the right direction. I think the transparency from our senior leadership team is great. I think that has improved immensely. I think from council, who can approach any staff member, and they're willing to help out and be transparent, is huge in going forward with this organization. So I'm very happy with that. Still more work to be done with the right people in the right places, but I'm sure we're going to get there in the next term. And thanks again for all your hard work and the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Meredith. You said it all. Councillor Major.
Thank you, Deputy Post. All I want to do is say a big shout out to our CAO specialist, who the town of Midlands. You're an asset to the town of Midland, and the town's lucky to have you. And I think with your leadership at the top, it kind of filters down through the system. So I'm not going to go on and on and on. I'm just happy that our CAO specialist is the best. That's it.
CAO Bun.
Well, thank you for giving me the specialist title. So, it's always a pleasure, and I get the pleasure to stand before you and talk about all this positive news. With that said, I really want to give the credit where it goes, and it really is to staff whose hard work and dedication has brought us to this point. And I'd also like to give a huge shout out and thank you to the leadership team who has provided these strong examples for the presentation, and for Dana for putting together a really professional, well done presentation. So yeah, so for me, it's a huge thank you to staff for getting us to where we've got to, because it is their hard work. But thank you for all the comments.
Okay, I don't see any more hands up. Again, thank you very much for that that update for us, putting it all in one little package for us. It was fantastic. So I do have a motion here that I will read. That staff report CSR-2026-078 Council Strategic Plan End of Term Update dated June 24th, 2026 be received for information. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Major, Councillor Patel. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, moving forward, 12.3. CSR-2026-054 Encroachment Bylaw. The staff report CSR-2026-054 Encroachment Bylaw dated June 24th, 2026 be received, and that the draft encroachment bylaw as shown in attachment number 1 to this report be passed and enacted. Number 2, that the draft amending bylaw to the town's fees and charges bylaw 2025-72 as shown in attachment number 2 to this report be passed and enacted. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please, before we have discussion? Councillor Meredith and, sorry, I'm looking for everybody. Councillor East. Sorry, I don't mean to miss people. I'm just I have to move you around so I can see everybody. Okay. We can have discussion now. Who would like to go first? Councillor Meredith. You're muted, Councillor Meredith.
Of course I am.
Bottom right.
Some people
Bottom
like that,
right.
like it that way. I pulled the report. Thank you very, Deputy Mayor Prost. I submitted my questions. The question was that I had on the encroachment is if there are currently any major issues of encroachment that the town cannot enforce due to the current bylaw. Was my first one on that one. How many infractions have been dealt with in the last year pertaining to the current bylaw, and could the staff provide some examples of the challenges that the town is facing? And also, the fine increase seems excessive. What constituted such an increase? So those are kind of the questions I had, and if I'm not sure if that's through bylaw. Is it through Mr. Kennedy?
Good afternoon. No, Councillor Meredith, it is through me. I submitted the report from Legal and Risk. So through you, Deputy Mayor Prost, through to Councillor Meredith. So to address your first part of your question, it's going to be fairly easy. We've never had an encroachment bylaw in the past, so we haven't been able to do any kind of enforcement at all, which is why we're bringing this forward now. There are a number of instances that were brought to our attention over the last several months of issues that have arisen that we haven't been able to enforce because we didn't have the bylaw in place, which is why that was the impetus for moving forward with this bylaw. We've had a number of properties, especially ones backing onto parks, where people are taking some liberties. They're extending their properties to use the parks as their own property. There's even a couple out there where they've fenced outside their property lines and onto town property. There also has not been a regulated program approved by council for an application process for these encroachment agreements. So this also provides that in the bylaw so that it provides a clear, consistent, transparent process that will allow for the application, the review, the approval, and if necessary, an appeal process. So that is the big issue out there. People are using our property without having anything in place or even telling us, which then puts us into a risk situation where if they don't maintain the infrastructure they're putting on our property, we're responsible for that, not them. We've got several laneways that are out there that, we used to use way back, 40, 50 years ago that we're not using anymore. And people that are backing onto these properties are using them to store their boats, their campers. There's sheds built on them. So they're just looking at, hey, this is an extension of our property, and using it for their own personal use without permission and without anything put in place where they're going to take on the responsibility for the maintenance, repair, and the liability should anything happen. So no, there are no statistics because we haven't been able to enforce. The second question that you had about the cost was many years ago put in place, and it has been very minimally increased over time in the fees and charges bylaw. So the increase, and originally it was just to cover the cost of external legal for the registration. The increase is so that we can keep up with what it's costing us externally, because external legal is more expensive than it used to be. It goes up every year, and it goes up a little bit more than what we do with our fees and charges bylaw. But there was nothing in that fee previously that would account for staff's time in accepting the application, reviewing it, processing it, doing the agreement, and dealing with the people. And then there's also annual work that has to be done to collect a certificate of insurance, to inspect these properties, to make sure that they're in compliance. So the fee reflects, while it is a substantial increase, it reflects something that was never accounted for in the past. So hopefully that answers what you're looking for, Councillor Emeritus.
Okay, thank you. I guess I got the impression that there was a bylaw prior to, because of the fee increase of up to 1,750. So going forward, if we pass this bylaw, so what happens to these property owners that are encroaching on town property? Do you give them a warning to remove the whether it's a boats or sheds or so forth, and how long would that be? Or are you just going to go along and find them, or with these fees?
Through you, Deputy Mayor Prost, to Councillor Emeritus. So we've got a number of complaints that are kind of already in the queue that we would prioritize, and moving forward we would as well deal with the complaints first. And then if it is noted while bylaw staff or any other staff are out there that where there is an encroachment that maybe impedes town staff's ability to do something by way of their work progress as they go along each day, that would get reported. The process at this point that we've kind of come up with would be that we would make contact with the owner and say, you've encroached on town property. Here, there is a bylaw. Here's the process. Please apply. We would then review it, as set out in the bylaw, and deal with it appropriately.
Okay. I'm not sure if I'm comfortable with that, because I don't know. I've been dealing with, a lot of bylaw issues, and it seems like we are aggressively coming down on our community. And the approach that you say to me right now is fine, but the actual approach that is taken is a different approach, could be. So this is my fear of I get the liability and the town, but it's how do we deal with that community member who has been using town property for X amount of years, it could be 10 years and so forth. So if we're going to come down hard on them, our phones as counselors are going to be ringing off the hook, right? And I would agree with them if they didn't give them sufficient time to fix the problem. So that is a concern of mine. And the fee is also it's a big number. I mean, you say staff time, but unless staff's working overtime, they're working in, there's not an increased cost if you're in the office doing this. So I'm not sure how that, it seems excessive to me. So sitting on the fence on this one. I know there needs to be a bylaw, but I'm not 100% confident in the way we approach our community members when it comes to these infractions that we're putting in place now after all this time. So that's my concern right now. I'll wait and see maybe if any other counselors have comments. I'll just sit back here and listen. Thank you.
I can certainly respond to that, Councillor Emeritus. We are not going to take a hardline approach with all of these people that are out there. We will be looking to work with our community members so that we can ensure that, they're not being told, okay, you've got a boat on our property, move it by tomorrow. it will be a program that we will be working with our community members. And like I said, we would reach out to them and let them know that this isn't their property, because some of them may not know that, and that this is town property, and that we want to work with them to either, remove their encroachment, or if they want to, continue on the use of town property, so long as, the town staff and the departments don't have a need for the property, then we could work with them to put an agreement into place where they could continue on with the use. And they're using our property at zero cost to themselves. So we want to make sure that we're appropriately covered from any risk as well. There are 2 or 3 properties out there that I'm aware of where they've extended and, put up fencing. They've gone so far as to put up fencing onto town property into parks. So they've extended their own lot lines by 4 or 5 feet wider and 4 or 5 feet deeper than their actual lot lines are. So, later on, if they were to, say, sell the property, they're not being conveying to any purchaser property line delineations properly. Plus, the town is then going to be involved in all of that. So we're not there to be a strong arm of power. We will, in fact, work with our community members. However, there is a big risk to the town to allowing these things to continue and to grow over time.
Okay, thank you. That makes me feel better that that approach, will be taken. Thank you. So when you talk about the costs, so if there was costs for legal, if there was an agreement with town to use a foot or two of the land, that they're probably, if they're encroaching on it, they're probably maintaining it right now, which is probably of the value to the town, so they don't have to cut the grass or whatever it is. Will this cost come into play then for the town time staff to get the necessary paperwork in place to allow them to have an agreement with the town?
Yeah, yes. Through you, Deputy Mayor, through to Councillor Meredith, that's exactly what these costs are for. So, when they make the application, it has to be reviewed. It has to go out to the various departments like water and engineering and operations to make sure that, say, there's no water infrastructure underground or a need for, the use by parks or engineering, or if they're, wanting to extend their driveway parking out onto the roadway, that, we don't need to widen that road in the near future. So that goes to the various departments. Then if everybody's in agreement, an agreement is put together, it's signed, then it's got to go to external legal for registration. That's about $1,150 plus HST right there. So it's like any other agreement that we put together, like a site plan or something like that.
Okay, thank you. I better understand this now. From reading it, I thought we already had, from the 2 costs and the increase, because if we didn't have an initial cost, then, I would assume there was a bylaw already in place, but that's what kind of threw me off from the raising of the fee. So the raising, the 1433 must be in the fees and charges bylaw for other costs and other bylaws as well. So thank you.
Okay, Councillor McDonald, then Councillor Ball, then Councillor Patel.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Prost. And when I read the report, I thought I understood it all, but then listening to the dialogue that just happened, now I'm confused. And I didn't pull it, but I did ask the question, were existing encroachments grandfathered? And to clarify that question, I guess I need to know, you know where all the encroachments exist? And if they're creating, like, are people going to claim squatters' rights because they've been doing it for so long? And I'm asking the questions from my experience living on 2nd Street. It was 2nd and a half Street that ended in behind our property. I didn't think I was encroaching on it, but there was beautiful gardens all along that back lane that probably belonged to the town. So that's where I'm confused now. It's not costing the town anything. It's being maintained. It's not causing any problems. So would that example be grandfathered? And have we identified all the encroachments? Do you know exactly how many there are and which ones may create a problem?
Through you, Deputy Mayor Prost, through to Councillor McDonald, we have not identified all of them at this point. There are significant numbers of them, right through from, the folks on King Street, where the property line is basically their front door, to the folks where, their access to their homes is probably closer or on property lines to the laneways that are out there. There's at least one property on Lakewood Drive who is encroaching on, has a dock encroaching on town property. Where we've identified them in the past, there are agreements in place. And we're maintaining those agreements in place. The process was just very informal at that point. So we thought it was a good idea to formalize the process so that there would also be an appeal process. So the laneways, that's a different whole discussion. The grandfathering is another question that isn't addressed in this report or the bylaw, because we at this point would not want to grandfather something in we didn't know about, because we don't know the exact encroachment that is there. A garden is one thing, but if you're putting up a fence or a shed that's in a state of disrepair or something like that, we would want the ability to enforce and make sure, because it is on town property, that either they get the insurance and push it to us so that we're insured in case anything happens, or that we say to them, this is not appropriate. You need to make the application and bring this property into compliance with this bylaw. You want to make sure it's safe. It's one thing for a garden. It's another whole thing where there's infrastructure in place, like a shed or a fence.
Thank you for that response. I guess the only thing we can do is give the bylaw a chance and see where we missed it's to solve problems, not to create problems, correct? And I hope that's what it accomplishes.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Prost, to Councillor McDonald, that is exactly what this is for, so that, when we do get complaints and we do have issues where there are things on town property that are creating a hazard to the public, that we can enforce the bylaw and we can ensure that that safety is number one for the public. And certainly if it becomes an issue in the future, council can direct staff that we could amend this bylaw and make, whatever changes council deems appropriate.
Thank you.
Councillor Ball.
Thank you. I want to echo Councillor Meredith and Councillor McDonald's concerns. I have the same concerns. I think this is a vague bylaw. that is open to interpretation of what an encroachment is and what encroachments are deemed a problem versus not. I don't love that at all. I do know of a lot of problems with the laneways of people blocking access. People in the neighborhood aren't able to use our laneways because people have put structures there. That to me is different than encroaching in the terms of how the bylaw is set out. There's a difference between gardens or an overlapping close to property line door, or somebody storing something that or building something that's completely blocking access to one of our spaces. So that is something that I would feel more comfortable with. If we are saying that we are completely blocking access, then that's something that I think should be addressed and fined and have the ability for staff to have a collection to recoup their costs. I'm going to use an example of, it's not a gardens, it is a shed. I did live in an older home. I don't live there anymore. The structure is still there though. And when I moved in, I had to label Town of Midland on my insurance because the shed was built over the property line, still not anywhere near town sidewalk, but there is a liability for the town. So we were labeled the town on our insurance. There was no fine associated with that. There was no fees associated with that because we're not blocking access when we live. It's still there, the structure, but it wasn't blocking access to anything. But it's technically something that in this bylaw, you would be attaching a larger fee to. So I think it's very open to interpretation of what an encroachment is in this bylaw. I understand when we're discussing this verbally right now, it's the blocking of access that is the issue. So I think that I would feel more comfortable if that's what the bylaw is stating, is that when you're blocking access, not just the encroachment, because the encroachment is very vague in what the town deems an encroachment.
Did you want to respond, Ms. Ellery?
Through you, Deputy Mayor Prost, through to Councillor Ball. So it's not just a matter of access, it's a matter of risk and liability because these sheds and or other items that are on the property, being boats or campers or whatever, those can create risk to the public as well if they're not maintained. You know, in your case, perhaps the shed was very well maintained, but if that shed then becomes in a state of disrepair and somebody gets hurt, that's on town property, and under the Occupiers Liability Act, it becomes a town problem. So that's where the risk comes into play. Hopefully, you know, that kind of addresses that issue for you.
I just think there are a lot of things like this, lots of situations and homeowners like this, that they're over the property line, but so that's deemed an encroachment, but they're not actually blocking access to any of our sidewalks, like parks, etc. The ones with fences and the ones that have built structures on laneways, that's obviously a huge liability for us. But my concern is like what Councilor McDonald is stating, like small gardens, or are we going to deem like the rocks that are in the gardens a liability to the town? Like it's such a vague space that when you have a bylaw that is this vague, it's open to interpretation. And I don't like that. I'd like it to be more concrete.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Prost, through to Councillor Ball, I also want to point out that this bylaw does allow for an application process so that you can leave those items on town property and use town property by providing insurance and entering into this agreement. It's not just an enforcement tool, it's also an ability that we can track these properties to make sure that these are all safe. And if you want to make an application to leave your shed there or your boat there, you can absolutely make that application, and that'll be considered, you know, within the town. And if there is no reason to say no, such as, if water had an issue where there was something underground that could be affected or something like that, or if there's already an easement in place that somebody else has, there would be no reason for the town to say no. So we could then say, okay, let's enter into an agreement, which requires you to sign the agreement and give us insurance once a year.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. And I think that your intention is completely that. But because we don't have anything built in that where we have steps to follow of what we are deeming one situation versus another, we don't actually have anything in place that there's a process for staff to go and say which one is approved and which one isn't. So then it is just an enforceable bylaw, and there's no steps to take within the town other than someone's opinion. So I think where I'm feeling uncomfortable with it is that I would love that we have a process in place where we are saying what exactly is something where you just get insurance and the town approves it versus something where you have to tear something down.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Prost, through to Councillor Ball, there is a process outlined in this bylaw. And so, I mean, and there's an appeal ability in it, which allows it to be appealed through to council if the actual property owner is not satisfied with the response coming from town staff.
Okay, I'd like to see a full process of what we're deeming an acceptable encroachment, but that's okay. I think that probably council's will is going to be to approve this, and then we will, if we run into any issues, then we'll be able to change the bylaw in any way, like you said. So,
Councillor Patel, then Mayor Gordon.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Prost. So I guess listening to all the councilors speak and Miss Ellery yourself speak. So I guess at the moment we have 3 or 4 properties that are seriously encroaching the town's property. Is that my understanding, if I'm not wrong?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, through to Councillor Patel, there are 3 that there are complaints on that I'm aware of. There are a lot of other ones that are out there that we know about, but have no ability to do anything about. So they're all over the town. It's just we haven't had any mechanism to do anything about them.
So my question is, how did we find out, all this is happening? Is it because a neighbor is complaining, or, or is bylaw being proactive and finding this information? I'm guessing it's the neighbors calling the town to inform them. Am I correct there?
Through you, Deputy Mayor Prost, through to Councillor Patel. In 2 of the 3 cases, we had neighbors call saying, well, my neighbor is doing this. I want to do the same thing, and I want to extend my property and put a fence up. And the third one was a complaint about what the neighbor was doing. So, I mean, this is the problem, is like you say, okay, my neighbor is doing this. I want to do it too, because they have fenced their property, extended it back an extra 4 or 5 feet. So why shouldn't I get to do the same thing? So they've now had a request to say, okay, I want to do the same thing and extending into the park. And, and then it kind of snowballs along the street.
Okay, so I mean, so the bylaw has to go through a drawn out process to, see what's going on. Does the bylaw have a drone to make their job a lot faster? Is my question. I think maybe the bylaw needs a drone to, speed up the process if we're going to be implementing this bylaw, so we can find people who are violating and being on town's property to quickly act on it, because I'm sure these 3 or 4 properties are in question. There's a lot more complaints, but if we had the right technology, we could certainly find a lot more. Thank you.
Mayor Gordon.
Thanks. I think we're getting overcomplicated here. This is not their property, and they've been enjoying it for free, doing whatever they want with it. And it's being cited by neighbors. Well, if he can do it, how come I can't? We have no leg to stand on because we have no policy. And any policy has to have enforcement. There has to be consequences to not following it or choosing not to participate in the normal process, which we're now availing people of. Come and make an agreement with the town. There's a fee. You got to provide insurance. And assuming we agree with what it is you want to put on our property, which isn't your property, it's our property, then we will enter into the agreement. But just because you come and ask for an agreement to do something that we don't agree with on our property doesn't mean we're going to say yes. But the bottom line is, it doesn't belong to you, so you have no color of right to use it. And the fact that you've been getting away with it, wonderful. Well, guess what? Thanks to the Burna Buddies, calling out a neighbor or saying, I want the same special treatment. And then they find out it is not special treatment. It's just neglect. The town's never had anything to deal with this. Well, we're fixing that. And like anything we come across this term that's been an oversight, we're taking steps to fix it. We can't define every kind of encroachment. Well, rock garden's okay, but a boat isn't, or, half of your fence because you gotta, whatever. There's some excuse everyone would have why they're on someone else's property. But if this wasn't the town, if this was 2 neighbors, and I decided I'm going to rip my fence up and move it onto my neighbor's yard just because I want more backyard, I'm going to be in court. Like, there's no gentle way around this. Like, I'd be telling them, if they did it to me, get off my property, and I'd be ripping the stuff up and throwing it back on their property. Like, what are you doing? It seems absurd that, we would be sort of pussyfooting around this. Ooh, I don't want to offend anybody. They're using our property with no color of right and exposing the whole town and the taxpayer to the liability of doing so. It doesn't matter what they're using it for. So we're not trying to be the bad guy and saying nobody can be on our property. We're saying there's a process and there's a fee to go along with this and there's a fine. And you need to participate in this if you're going to continue to use property that doesn't belong to you. It's just so simple. So I don't want us to get bogged down in the weeds on this one. This is all we're doing is correcting an oversight. This should have been done a long time ago. We're leveling the playing field. We have a process, or if this gets passed, we'll have a process that people who are found to be, or who knowingly are and volunteer themselves to be part of it, this process, can take steps to keep their shed or their fence or whatever on town property, as long as we agree. And if we don't, well, guess what? You're not grandfathered in. Take your stuff and move it on to your own property. It's just that simple. Same conversation 2 neighbors would have. Just we're a really big neighbor with a lot of land that is owned by all the taxpayers in Midland. So we got to be fair and equitable. And it's something that's been an oversight has come to our attention, and staff are dealing with it. And they brought forward, I think, a pretty lenient, easygoing policy that gives everyone the same square deal on how to remain on property that doesn't belong to them. And if they choose not to avail themselves of it, or thumb their nose at us, or say too bad, okay, here's your fine. And the fine alone is not the cost of keeping it on our property. Here's your fine, and take it off our property. And if you don't, we will, and we'll just add extra taxes, just like anything else we do. I can't imagine there'll be many people in our community who would ever take that approach, but you've got to have these processes defined, because we don't have a legal leg to stand on when something goes, wacky. Liability aside, it's wrong. It's morally wrong to be using someone else's property. It's just like stealing. Like, it's just simple. So don't do that. Here's a way to get out of hot water. We're going to work with you. To Councillor Meritus's point, we're not going to come down heavy and start giving people fines for 2 days to take a 10-year-old shed off of our land. We'll invite them to apply, encourage them to do so. We'll give them a couple of chances. We will document that, which takes time and effort, which does cost money. We will go back and visit the site, which also costs money, to make sure that they're doing what they said they do or not doing, to document it further. And all of that costs money, and that's why the program ain't cheap. But I think this is great to have. Is this the be all and end all? No, but it's the starting point. and over time we can see how it's implemented. And like every bylaw, it'll surely see some revisions over time as we work to get it right. But it's a great starting point. So I don't know that we need to be overly concerned with doing something rather than nothing in this case. So just my thoughts on it.
It looks like we have two follow-ups, Councillor McDonald and Councillor Meredith, and then we'll call the vote.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Prost. When I read it, I thought it was simple, but the more the discussion happens, it's creating muddier waters. We're basing this on 3 complaints. They don't know how many encroachments are identified. If I lived in a place and I've been gardening or maybe I put a wheelbarrow or using part of the town property for years and years and years, and now the town's going to come up to me and say, oh, come, we're inviting you to make an application and it's going to cost you $1,100, and I'm on a single income family with a limited, what are you going to do about it? I can't apply. Move my wheelbarrow, pull out my plants. Yeah, there's too much gray waters. I can understand the need for it, where we're being taken advantage of, but I would like a grandfather clause in there somehow. But that's just my opinion. I mean, to put it in place and let them try, but then I bring forward Councillor Meredith's first concern. We have a pretty gung-ho bylaw department, and here's a new bylaw. Let's go out and apply it. So that's a serious concern. And we're not here to create wars. We're here to solve little problems that are within the community that can't be solved. So good luck, because I feel it will likely go through, and I'll just follow it as it goes through. Thank you. No question for you.
Councillor Meredith.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Prost. Yeah, my concerns are still valid. I'd like to see a bylaw of some sort, 100%. In the bylaw, it also states there's inspections after 2 years. There's a 2 years grace period. Then after 2 years, I guess, is there a yearly inspection, and at what cost? I guess it's in the fees and bylaws. So honestly, I would like to see the cost stay at 1433, and I would also, in this bylaw, I would like to see it clearly stated that it's subject to an appeal to council at no cost. So I know there's a fee for appeals in I'm not sure if it's in this bylaw, but other maybe other bylaws, but I want to make sure it's clearly stated, if we have to put an amendment in this bylaw, that it stays at the original fee, and it's subject to an appeal if they wish to council at no cost. If I'm going to approve this bylaw, because as Councillor McDonald said, I'm not confident in our bylaw department that they'll handle this with care at all. So just from the experiences that I've had in the community, yeah, that's my problem. Thank you. So right now I can't pass this bylaw as is.
Okay, we haven't heard from Councillor Major. I'll let you go, and then we'll call the vote unless there's further discussion with more information.
I know I'm probably wrong on this, but is there any chance with this that Committee of Adjustment and Property Standards jumps in instead of us, or does something before us? Like, say if you're the property owner, can you go to Committee of adjustment in property standards? Because I was on that committee once, but I don't know if this would be something they could do or not.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Prost, through to Councillor Major. This is not something designated to go to the Committee of Adjustment at this point. It certainly can. It has been in past for many, many years. And the proposal is to have it stay in with internal staff. And just to respond to Councillor Meredith's statement about the appeal, it is in the bylaw that there is a right to appeal, and there is nothing in the fees and charges bylaw or a request for a fee for that appeal.
Okay, I apologize. I didn't see your hand up, Councillor East. You can go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so I've listened to everybody, and I hear there's value in what everybody's concerns are in regards to bylaw. I will completely agree with bylaw overextending the reach many times in Midland. But the truth is that, okay, with all due respect to Councillor McDonald, you can't grandfather something that's not yours, right? Like, they don't own this land. It's Midland's land. For me to build a garage, for instance, I had to have what was it called? Property assessment. I had to apply for building permits to build it. My neighbors would not be happy with me if I built this huge garage on their property, right? So the thing is that all of these properties that we're talking about, all of these properties are infringing on town land that they don't own. So to kind of mimic what Bill Gordon was saying, it's Midland's land, right? Like, I don't understand why there's so much pullback on having a tool to be able to police something that's being built on Midland land. Like, the simple fact that we're talking about a fence that was extended 5 feet by 5 feet on land that is not theirs. There's a land survey that gives us the ability to approve what is built and what is allowed on that property. That is within their property limits. What we're talking about here is a bunch of properties that are infringing on and using our land. So I don't see a problem with bringing forth a bylaw to be able to police this. I don't think that anybody should have the rights to, like, let's just step back for a second and think about Bomb Beach, for instance. You know, there's all of this talk about, you know, the waterfront and what's theirs and what's not, right? Now, if the tiny beaches, say, for instance, said, okay, build your fences all the way out to the end of the water, but keep going. You know, there's got to be rules and regulations. And I think that this is what Julie's bringing forward, is that we're confining these rules to Midland property and what is allowed on your property. So I truthfully, I have to support something like this, but in truthful, the bylaw really has to look at what's acceptable in their reigns, right? Because I'm getting feedback of bylaw, you know, bringing up charges against silly stuff like soffit and fascia, or you know, the condition of your the outside of your building, right? So yeah, I see the concern, I do, all right? But truthfully, we're simply got to take a look back at these people are using Midland's property, all right? So Julie's bringing forth something that needs to be addressed, because if not, everybody's I'm gonna go build my own fence wherever I want, right? Like I see the benefit of what Julie's trying to do, and I see the concerns of our rest of our councillors in regards to bylaw. So we've addressed both, but you know, we have to have a tool to be able to police what's happening in Midland. You can't just build whatever you want, wherever you want on Midland, right? So I support what Bill Gordon is saying, and I also support the concerns of the bylaw. All right, and it should be addressed.
Okay, before we go to the vote, I just want to say that I'm in favor of this. I think the town is being very, very generous, allowing people to make an application and move forward and continue to use property, because if it's not yours, then, I mean, I would just say, well, this is your cutoff. You've got, 3 months, 5 months, 6 months, redo your yard, because this is your property and this is ours. But I'm okay with this. I think we'll live and learn as we go along. I do hear the concerns with how people feel they're being treated, and I think it should be done in the kindest way, right? People have been doing it for a long time, and they feel entitled. But I do think this needs to happen. So we have, you guys have heard the motion. It was moved by Councillor Meredith, seconded by Councillor East. I'll call the vote. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. Hang on. Sorry, I'm just going to check to see how many I've got here. 5, 6. It looks like I have 6. Can you confirm that for me, Madam Clerk?
Sure. Can I just have everybody's hands up that's in favor? Deputy Mayor Prost, Councillor Bald, Councillor East, Councillor Major, Mayor Gordon, and Councillor Patels. Therefore, it's passed.
It's carried.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Deputy Mayor, could I just add something now that this conversation's done? I didn't want it to muddy the water in discussing this bylaw. I just have to remind council and the public that bylaw, like fire inspectors, like the building inspector, like police officers, enforce the laws that are given to them by whoever writes the laws. And they get to interpret them to a large degree and exercise discretion, which means some people get a ticket, some people get a warning. That's the way it is. You can't prescribe that. That's in their hands. We're prohibited from doing that, actually. So our bylaw, although we may not agree with the way that they maybe approach a certain person in the community about a certain issue, because I get the emails you guys get or the phone calls. And my response to them, first and foremost, after I hear them out, is that we don't direct law enforcement. We can't. We're actually prohibited from doing that. If I've written a bad law or we've passed a bad law as a council that makes no sense and our bylaw staff are just following that, then we have the ability to change that law. But we can't change how they interpret it and how they enforce it. We can't have tickets canceled. We can't demand that they uncharge somebody they charged. We just can't do that. So we are lawmakers in our own little mini world here, and we make bylaws, right? The province makes the regulations and the provincial statutes, and the feds make the federal stuff. The bylaws that we pass, our staff are tasked with enforcing on our behalf because we created these rules and regulations. So I just want to be cautionary that when we talk negatively about our staff doing their job, especially in a law enforcement staff, whether it's, again, building inspector, fire inspector, or bylaw, we're on a slippery slope. We have no jurisdiction there. We're taking pot shots at our staff who aren't here to defend themselves, and quite frankly, they couldn't because it would get into a debate, and that's not their role. And it's not cool. So we should not make those statements at public meetings. We can have them behind the scenes with the EDs or with the CAO if we're not happy with something, but we got to remember we have no ability to direct law enforcement. We only create the laws or remove the laws if we change the laws, right? So I just want to put that out there because, our bylaw is not on this Zoom call, nor can they pop up and try and defend themselves or find out what the underlying issue is that we're alluding to. Some of us are alluding to about their overreach or whatever. Overreach implies they're actually doing something that they're not allowed to do, making it up basically, which of course they can't do. And if they do that, that's an HR issue. So that's my caution. Defending staff is all of our jobs. They work for us. We're the Board of Governance, and we create the laws that they have to deal with every single day. And we create the circumstances that puts them into conflict with our residents because we create these laws or potential conflict with residents. So I just wanted to say that because we got bylaw, probably watching this meeting, upset at what's being said without being said. It's kind of being implied. And, they don't have the voice. So my job as, head of the organization is to just remind council, we got a lane, we got to stay in it. Let's not take pot shots at our enforcement staff because we have no ability to control them. Okay?
Yeah. Do you want me to respond to that, or we're not going to go back and forth here, are we?
Well, no, it isn't. It's not a debate. I just
No,
wanted
not
to,
a
I'm just
debate,
laying out
but
fact, right? It's not
yeah,
a
but
debate of fact.
you're
Yes.
lecturing us on this bylaw, and we set the bylaw, so this sets them up for the complaints that we're going to have to deal with. So on their interpretation, so we need to clean up this bylaw. That's all I'm saying. That's all I was asking. So we don't have those complaints and have the overreach or the interpretation that has been going on that we've been dealing with. At least I have been dealing with. So I'm trying to clean it up. So, you know, it's for the smallest little thing, it takes a lot of staff time and a lot of council time away from what they should be concentrating on. So that's the point I'm trying to make to clean this up. I don't disagree that we don't need we should have a bylaw. It's just the way that this bylaw is going to be interpreted, and I'm going to get phone calls guaranteed. So and it's not just with this bylaw, it's other bylaws too. So that's the point I'm trying to make. So I'm not trying to put staff under the bus. They have a massive job to do and a lot of complaints, and they're the bad guy all the time. Just trying to make them the good guy at some time and have approach it with caution so they don't have those complaints. So so
Well, that's fair. And
what I was
that's
getting
our
at.
job. And that's why this
Yep.
is a living document,
It is now.
right?
It's
This is
approved.
a
So
bylaw subject to repeal, or it's a bylaw that's subject to change and tweaking. So I agree, but I just wanted to, because when we take shots at staff, which sometimes we
I'm
do when we
taking
get into our debates, I got to stand up for them because I mean that's my job. So anyway, that's all it
well,
is. It's not being critical of any one person.
Yeah, your job is to stand up for the community too.
Well, that is part of our job, but we're the board of directors for the corporation in town of Midland, and you are elected by the community to represent the needs of this corporation. So it just we shouldn't have to have this conversation this deep into the term. So we have to balance the needs of the community with the balance of the needs of the corporation.
Well, it was
and
passed.
The corporation
should have just left it at that.
Yes,
okay, so
we don't need to continue. So I just wanted to, I got to defend staff when we go at them. I've done this several times this term, and I'm not stopping now. So.
Yeah.
Okay. As board of directors, we're on to 12.5 CSR 2026 079 2024 financial year-end report. I'm going to read the report, ask for a mover and a seconder, and then we'll put it on the floor. The staff report CSR
Excuse me, Deputy Mayor.
Yes.
Sorry, maybe you can't see me. You missed the second item, or the 12.4, which is the municipal dock bylaw.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm ahead of myself here. Trying to get out of here. So 12.4 CSR 2026 077 municipal dock bylaw. The staff report CSR 2026 077 municipal dock bylaw dated June 24th, 2026 be received, and that the draft bylaw as shown in attachment 1 be passed and enacted. Could I have a mover and a seconder to put on the floor, please? Councillor East and Councillor Bald. Okay. Do we have anybody with comments or questions? I'm just. Oh, wait a minute. I see. Sorry, I'm trying to see everybody here. It looks like I have Councillor Meredith and Councillor McDonald. Go ahead, Councillor Meredith.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Prost. Just need some clarification on this bylaw, as it states that fishing would be prohibited and a fine of $300 would be issued at a harbor, P. Peterson Park boat launch. Does this bylaw also apply to public spaces like Midland Bay Landing? And how would this affect the kids' fishing derby?
Through Deputy Mayor Prost to Councillor Emeritus, this won't affect the fishing derby whatsoever. The provision that you've quoted does have a clause at the end of it that is essentially an allowance that if anything related to the town, it's good to go. So there will be no impact on the fishing derby. With respect to this, the fishing stuff has already been put on the rules and regulations for both the harbor and Pete Peterson boat launch. So this is just essentially something that we can use to enforce if we ever ran into that situation. We don't have any complaints about fishing off of any of these areas. So I doubt that clause is ever going to end up being used. But it's just something there that we could use for enforcement purposes, giving warnings and whatnot, and actually having backings for that. But I don't imagine this specific section is going to be used all that often, if any.
Okay, thank you. So I see kids, not excluding the fishing derby, like fishing at Pete Peterson off the docks, not the actual boat launch, but to the right and left of the docks, the finger docks, kind of going away from the boat launch. And I also see them down at the pier at the Midland Harbor. So basically, we're gonna put it in the bylaw that you can't fish, but we're not going to enforce that. Is that correct?
Through the Deputy Mayor to Councillor Emeritus, no. It's going to be, again, it's like any other bylaw, it's a case by case basis. So if a kid is fishing off of a dock and a boat comes along, I would hope that the person fishing is good enough to remove their line, let the boat launch and get out, and then continue to go forward. Again, we don't have any complaints in regards to fishing. Bylaw department has never received one. This is just essentially to help harbor staff out along with us if there is any issues with someone interfering with launching or interfering at the harbor, because there are a lot of boats around, and I don't know if you want to have a bunch of fishing lines and hooks out into the water when boats are going left and right.
Yeah, thank you. And this is another, a continuation of what I'm stating, of cleaning up these bylaws so we don't put our bylaw officers in a situation, right? So I've been boating for a while, seen many kids, adults fishing from the harbor, Pete Peterson Park, never had an issue. So this is the area where it could be under interpretation. I've never had never seen someone get their line out of the water or be kind of, causing harm to anybody else. It could arise. I've never heard of it. So maybe this is it, but it is a bylaw and it's enforceable. And which would include, does this include Midland Bay Landing as well? Is that correct? Or any like Little Lake Park, public places, that kind of thing. So it's all over Midland. Is this correct?
Through the Deputy Mayor to Councillor Emeritus, I'm going to pull up the section quickly. So it says no person shall fish from any municipal dock, pier, or harbor structure, or within any harbor basin. So to me, that means that it's mainly the harbor and any municipal dock system that we have in the town. Like I said before, there are already signs at both the harbor and Pete Peterson boat launch that clearly identify that fishing is not permitted. So this is already a rule in effect. There was just no provision in any bylaw for us to do any enforcement. But again, I will stress that we don't have any complaints in regards to this, and I don't imagine we will in the future. This is just something that if this situation, for whatever reason, does arise, we at least have a bylaw provision to back us if we do need to go and caution someone, or if worst case scenario, we do have to lay a charge. I don't imagine that's going to happen, but this is where this stands.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I see quite a few hands, but I've seen Dana come on. Dana, did you have something to add to this?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. To Councillor Emeritus, if it helps, just because we've just been through all of the harbor operations. It has been an existing rule for at least since 2016 about fishing at the harbor, and it is for safety. We just, to Mr. Kennedy's fault, we never had the ability to enforce it via bylaw, but it has always been a rule that harbor staff have asked people not to be fishing in those areas from a public safety perspective. So long-standing rule at the harbor and Peak Beaches and Boat Launch.
Okay, thank you, but never enforced, obviously, because I do see people fishing off the piers and so forth.
Okay, Councillor McDonald and then Councillor East.
Okay. Thank you. I did submit a few questions, but I will ask them now because I didn't get an answer. And where is fishing permitted, if any place? And are there signs that say no fishing? Or you just expect people to know? I guess I'm thinking of Little Lake. And then I'll just continue on. When there's a dock installed at Little Lake that's in the budget that I'm expecting last week to be there, will this bylaw apply? One of the purposes of installing the dock is to give people a place to fish and not on the rowing property, which they do, and which the rowing club allows most of the time. So is this bylaw applied to Little Lake as well? And is it posted that they can't fish at the harbor?
Through Deputy Mayor to Councillor McDonald, there are signs both at the Pete Peterson Boat Launch and the harbor that say no fishing. So as Ms. Clark has just pointed out, this has been a long-standing rule at the harbor. So this is just something to help harbor staff or bylaw staff if we do ever have a situation. With respect to Little Lake, if they are on the new dock, I would assume that if the new dock is being put in, there will most likely be signs with rules and regulations about that dock. And I would assume that there would be no fishing permitted on the said dock. As far as the rowing club dock goes, that is not a municipal dock, so this bylaw would not apply to something like that if a person was fishing off of that dock.
Well, that defeats the purpose of putting the dock on the dock. It's not only just for launching, but one of the main requests were to have a person able to fish there. So that defeats the purpose, and I think Little Lake should be exempt in this bylaw. If you read it, if you could read it to me again, I think it just refers to the Peterson and the town dock. So maybe we just, I don't have it open, so I can't read it.
Through the chair to through the chair to Councillor McDonald. So the section is 2.5. It says no person shall fish from any municipal dock, pier, or harbor structure, or within any harbor basin, except where expressly permitted by the town. So if, from the town perspective, if we wanted to put up a sign that allows fishing at the Little Lake dock, then this section would not apply to that area because it has been expressly permitted by the town. So if that's the way that we need to do things there, that would be what I would suggest we do going forward.
I would urge that that sign goes up when the dock goes up. Thank you. Otherwise, don't bother putting the dock up.
All right, Councillor East.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. Okay, in regards to the docks in Little Lake Park, the original thought process behind the docks was there was to be two docks, one for swimming and one for launching and fishing. I'm not sure for clarification which dock was approved, but yes, the one dock was definitely supposed to have fishing off of it. Now, in regards to the bylaw, I think a part of the reason why we don't allow fishing was so that the lines don't get caught up in the outdrives, which wreck the O-rings. And I see the safety part of it, but I think I have a lot of residents reach out to me in regards to asking why they cannot fish on the dock, but yet we have a big fishing derby and we allow it that day. So there's a bit of confusion. I think what I would ask our council and maybe human resources to maybe address it to the town and explain to them in some sort of a town email or Facebook page, just explaining why we don't allow the fishing so that there's an understanding for our community, because I have a lot of people that really do reach out and ask why they can't fish. And then all of a sudden we have this one event and then they're allowed to fish, right? I kind of understand why we don't allow fishing, but I just think it would be good for an education purpose for the town to kind of spearhead this and actually explain why we need this bylaw and why this bylaw is coming forward. So that's all that I wanted to chime in about, was just the confusion behind it and the understanding behind our community and the questions behind it. But yeah, as for Little Lake Park, if it is not the fishing or the swimming dock that was going to be installed, then I would love to see, it was originally supposed to have fishing off of it.
Mayor Gordon.
Thanks. I hadn't contemplated that we were talking about the Little Lake dock, but it kind of makes sense because it says any dock. I was really focused on the two areas that we've had signage for years saying no fishing, and no ability to enforce that. So it makes sense to me that I do recall the conversation around Little Lake dock was around launching kayaks and stand-up paddle boards and fishing and potentially swimming if we can convince people to swim there. But it's one dock and it's just kind of multi-use. So I mean, if when we put the permitted uses up, it wouldn't hurt to just indicate that this is one of the places you can fish off of. Mind you, it's going to be a shallow dock, and I don't know what you're going to catch in knee-deep water, but maybe some sunfish. But you can cast off of it, I suppose. But that's not, I think, what this bylaw is really meant to capture. The bylaw is meant to just finally add an or else to a long-standing prohibition that's existed in any marina you go to. People pay for those slips. They pay handsomely for them. They don't want people wandering up with their worm guts and whatever, standing beside their boat, staring at them while they're in their boat. Like, that's their spot. They rented it. So, and there's also the concern about ingesting the lines and sinkers and, not just in your propeller, but jet boats. That's a whole lot of fun, having to flip your jet boat and pull out fishing lines that you ingest from the bay out of your impeller. Never mind when you're trying to dock, when you're at your most vulnerable there. So anyway, and plus you don't want anyone falling in. Like it's safety becomes the fun governor in life. But it is a reality, and the rule has been no fishing from the docks. Staff use their discretion. So if it's a kid going for sunfish, who's at an empty slip because Councillor Meredith is at his cottage and that's his slip and he doesn't care, that's awesome. Staff aren't going down there and nailing them. It's for the people that just, clearly aren't getting the message that, hey, I'm trying to back my boat in, and buddy, you need to move your line in. No, hang on a minute, man. I think I got one. Like, no, I'm backing my boat in that I pay for the slip. Get out of my way, right? So this is for the people that, like any rule, like speeding and anything else, these are for the people that choose to not follow the rules and not be reasonable and fair. So again, we have a toothless dog right now. Rawr, 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 rawr. No fishing at the dock. Oh yeah, what are you going to do about it? Well, nothing. Okay, well, after tonight, there is something we can do. And I don't believe that we're going to have our staff out there, handcuffing kids trying to fish for sunfish. But we do need to have rules, and we need to have a consequence. Otherwise, there's no point having a rule. So again, I think this is overdue. It's another gap that staff have identified. Not so much because there's a problem, because we tasked them with finding gaps and updating our bylaws, and they're doing what we asked them to do. So here we are. And I don't want to micromanage them. Let's let this go. And if it becomes something ridiculous where they are going after every kid fishing for sunfish, then we can put some exceptions in. But we can't tell them in the bylaw this, anybody under 12 is exempt. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we can't put those kind of constraints on it. The rule is the rule is the rule. And we let the enforcement officers and the staff who aren't enforcement officers, but whose job it is to make sure people follow the rules down, and they will deal with people kindly and gently, I'm sure. But for those that, basically tell us to pound salt, well, we'll now have a recourse. And that's the purpose of this bylaw, in my view. And I'm perfectly fine with allowing fishing down at Little Lake until and if it becomes a problem, right? It's all fun and games till someone gets a hook in the eye, right?
Councillor Meredith.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Prost. One last question I had on Mr. Kennedy, if you could answer this one just for clarification. On 2.4, it states that this is regarding swimming at any harbor structure. The structures that are, I guess, if you're going traveling north on the trail by the ADM. There's two big concrete piers that kids, back in the day used to jump off. They fish off that. Is that considered a harbor structure and in the harbor basin? And would that be prohibited with this bylaw?
Through Deputy Mayor to Councillor Meredith, I would say it's not under the harbor structure or harbor basin, but it actually those areas would by definition be under pier. So the definition of pier would cover that. Now, just in looking at this, if we want to eliminate the word pier out of both of these sections, I think that might be most relevant. And that would I think cover what we're looking to do here. I think pier might the word pier and the definition of pier in those two provisions might be a little bit obstructive, if you will, for those areas. So if we amend the bylaw to remove the word pier out of 2.4 and 2.5, I think we're on a good track there.
Okay, we'll take your.
Do we need an amendment for that? If we do, Councilor Meredith, move it. I'd be happy to second it. That would also eliminate the pier at Midland Bay Landing, which pretty much exists for fishing. Like we would all be buried in a shallow grave if we tried to stop people from fishing from Midland Bay Landing. So let's just make sure we make the necessary exclusions because people aren't really boating out of there.
Yeah, that would be my recommendation through Mr. Kennedy's recommendation to remove the pier out of 4 and 5. Is that correct? To make an amendment to remove pier.
I have my hand up to second that motion for the amendment.
Okay, I was just going to you.
So just to be clear, we're amending the bylaw?
Amending 2.4 under general provisions of the bylaw, 2.4 and 2.5 to remove the word pier.
Okay, I'll just need a minute to draft up the amending motion.
I believe Mr. Kennedy said it was in the definitions as well.
Oh, that's correct.
Thank you for catching that one, Bill.
Yeah, most time you're going to hook a bicycle, but it's still fun.
Yeah.
Okay, so for now, being online, I've altered the motion that the draft bylaw as shown in attachment 1 be passed and enacted, removing 2.4, 2.5, the word pier, and in definitions, the word pier. Will that suffice for now?
Is that I haven't looked. Is that if Mr. Kennedy might know? Is that the only two places where the pier appears, so the definition wouldn't be needed, or is there another area where there's a pier in the bylaw that you still would need the definition?
Through Deputy Mayor to Councillor Meredith, I'm just looking through it now. It looks like we have the definition of pier, of course. Pier shows up in the definition of municipal dock. but the only two sections it's listed in the body of the bylaw is 2.4, 2.5. So I think if we remove everything, I think we've met the goal there.
Okay. Thank you. There's your direction.
Okay, is everybody happy with that? I'll call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, 12.5. CSR 2026 079 2024 financial year-end report. Can I have a mover and a seconder, and then I'm going to read the motion and then we can discuss it. Mover and a seconder. Councillor Meredith, Councillor Major. The staff report CSR 2026 079 2024 financial year-end report dated June 24th, 2026 be received, and that the 2024 tax rate supported operating surplus of 706,320 be allocated as follows. 186,479 be transferred to the tax stabilization reserve, and 435,117 be transferred to tax supported capital reserves, and 14,615 be transferred to the library equipment capital reserve, and 70,109 be transferred to the council initiatives reserve. And 2, that the 2024 water rate operating surplus of 128,098 be transferred to the water capital reserve. That the 2024 wastewater rate operating surplus of 44,738 be transferred to the wastewater capital reserve. And that the 2024 investment and financing activities be received for information. I'll open the floor for comments and questions, and I'm sure let me try to have a look at everybody before. Councillor Meredith.
Does someone else want to lead off, or I'll just go for it? I did pull the report. And thank you for the report. It's a nice, refreshing report, nice and clear, and easy to read, easy to, absorb all the information. A couple of the questions I had, I did just get them back here, was regarding on the capital results of 2024. I know we're 2 years behind here, but just want to see if there was some approved capital budgets from council. And in the parks, we had automatic locking door systems, and I'm just wondering if they have been installed in the park facilities as of yet, or are they? If it's ongoing. I didn't see it listed in the 2024 results, probably because I think we approved it in 2025, but just wondering where that was at. The NSSRC with their roof, when we replaced the roof, I know there was some huge grants that we were going after, and going through that report, it just triggered just wondering if we actually received any of those, if we're successful in landing any of those grants. And then in the engineering a section of the report, I noticed there was $500,000 was listed for EV chargers. I know that there was an ask during council. I think it was in 2023. I remember we had to match that if we needed that $500,000 grant. I know, I believe it wasn't supported by council at the time, but it appears to be on that report. So just wondering if that's just a misprint, or did we actually approve it? Because I don't recall us doing that. So just an update on that as well. Thank you.
Go ahead, Dana.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Prost, to Council Emeritus. I can talk to the grant for the rec center roof. We did apply for the grant through the Community Sport and Infrastructure Recreation Funding. We were not successful, so that's why we had put the backup of federal gas tax, because that is an eligible spend from the federal gas tax. They were looking for projects. The feedback that we got from the grant communities, they were looking for projects that increased capacity as opposed to extending lifestyle. So they have a theme every year, and we didn't hit it that year. We will try again for future projects.
Ms. Miller?
Hi, thank you. So through you, Deputy Mayor Prost, to Councillor Emeritus, we did follow up on the question about the automatic locking door systems in park facilities, and the response is that the project is still in process. As of right now, 4 of the 6 washrooms have the new systems installed and are online with the remote system. The 2 outstanding are Tiffin and Patterson. And I'm going to pass it over to Jacqueline, who will provide an update on the other questions.
Thank you. Yes, through you, Deputy Prost. So Councillor Emeritus is correct. We have $500,000 in the budget for EV charging stations. It was approved as a grant contingent budget in 2024. To date, no grants have been awarded, and the town ultimately did get charging stations installed at the harbor at no cost to the town. Staff at this point is intending to bring forward a recommendation that the $500,000 capital project be canceled, and that recommendation will come forward as part of our 2025 year-end report. So it can be considered at that time by council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And just a follow up on that, is that report coming in September or before this term is over, or is that coming later after with the I guess new council?
Our intention is to have it provided to this council in the fall. Can't guarantee it will be September because it is dependent on our audit schedule with our auditors.
Okay, thank you. So I guess we could bring up a motion to if we don't have that report, and if we're heading into lame duck, I guess a motion could be tabled to cancel that that project. Okay, I'll just keep a close eye on that. Thank you.
I don't see any other hands up. Okay, council, you've heard the motion.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, I didn't see you.
Councillor Patel has got his hand up still,
Oh.
but just to Councillor Emeritus's point, I mean, if staff's intention is to bring a recommendation amongst, I'm sure, many others, that includes canceling that, and if this council who put it in there is of the mind now that don't bother, just pull it out now. I mean, couldn't we just give that guidance now, or do you need a motion and formal direction, or can you just, based on our conversation, assuming we get consensus here, just may as well pull it so Council Emeritus doesn't have to keep his eye on it, because he's got lots of other things to keep his eye on. And I totally agree. If we don't plan on moving ahead on this and you're going to be recommending to yank it anyway, well, make it so.
Yeah, and just what I'm in agreement with what Councillor Mayer just said. Why wait? We shouldn't be in the charging business. It's never going to make money. We're just always going to lose. So let's just pull the plug Council Emeritus is cleaning up a lot of things today. So let's continue that cleanup. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
My apologies, I'd stepped away for a few minutes, so I
That's
missed the
okay.
conversation.
It's
Okay.
just there's
With
an
the
anticipated end of year staff report that's going to have amongst its many recommendations, I'm sure, to do away with this $500,000 grant contingent charging station thing. If we're of the mind that, you know, let's not wait for that because we may end up in lame duck by the time this thing comes back. If council's will now is that we don't want to keep it in there, it doesn't materially change anything right now. It's just that it'll be gone. Can we do that? Do we need a motion or can we just have that consensus around this table? The staff's already was going to bring it as a list of candidate things to remove. We can just say, make it happen now. Is that?
It's up to council, and I might confer to CAO Bunn. We could add to this recommendation if you wanted it on record. I'm not sure what the cleanest way to do it would be. Or maybe Miss Miller, if you want to have a suggestion.
So, yes, so through Deputy Mayor Prowse to Mayor Gordon, it's, I think the direction is with respect to not proceeding with the project. I think that's the direction that you'd be requesting, not necessarily to remove the project from the budget.
No, I think just remove it from the budget. And, you know, it can always be added on by the next council if they feel driven to, you know, have electric vehicle charging stations or some new funding materializes. But, you know, we put it there and can we just pull it so that it's not a distraction and not something you guys are chasing for funding? Because none of us really, well, many of us, I think, probably aren't overly enthused about doing this. Even though we put it there. Would you be okay if we added it to the recommendation?
If that's absolutely, if that's what council's direction is to remove the project, it can be added to the recommendation in the 2024 year-end report. It can be amended to include that recommendation.
Okay. Before
do you want to make that amendment?
Well,
I would like to.
Mayor Gordon, I'd like to hear from Councillor McDonald and Councillor Patel again before we go ahead with that.
Yeah.
Thank you. I recognize that you don't always can see the hands, so I was kind of getting anxious. Anyway, I need clarification. If it's grant contingent and we don't get the grant, why do we need to do something now? If we get the grant, then we can debate it. Oh, we don't want the grant or move it on. But if it's grant contingent, it's not affecting the budget because we're not spending anything unless we get the money to do it. Correct? Or am I wrong?
It's a matching grant. 500 grand, we got to be ready to cough up 500 grand if we get the grant.
100? Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't want to match that. I just want them to pay for it. All right. So
yeah, okay.
We tried that. Look how it's working out downtown.
Thank you.
Okay, I do see other hands up. I'm just thinking, are we kind of in consensus that we want to just let it go and be done with it?
Yeah, my hand was up, but I was going to just have a comment to Councillor McDonald on, you know, that we'd have to cough up 500,000, and I don't think we're in a position to do that, or we're in an agreeable position to do that. So, but
okay.
I agree. I didn't hear matching earlier, and I didn't recall matching, so I'm on board.
Okay, and I just really don't want to miss anybody. I think I saw Councillor Patel's hand as well. Did you have a quick comment before we decide what we're going to do?
Yeah, yes, Deputy Mayor. So I think it's all been answered now. You know, we're we're just going to give up that 5 because we don't want to spend that 5. So, maybe down the road, I know that we're going a little bit off topic, or I am anyways. I know there's a market for charging e-bikes and we can make money. Councilor Emeritus owns 2.
Okay. I guess we'll start with, we're all in favor of taking that completely out. Okay. I'll give the clerk a few minutes because I haven't heard from Councilor Ball or Councilor Major, and they both have their hands up. Go ahead, Councilor Ball.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just going to say, I honestly thought that this died already with when we decided to privatize it. Like the intention when we approved this in 2023 was that we were going to get the grant, we were going to match the grant, but then we decided to go private. So I thought that we already got rid of this. I think it should have, I think it's maybe just an oversight that it should have just gone when we had the conversation about privatizing the stations. We no longer were looking for grants to get anyone to pay for it. So staff stopped looking into it then. It should have just been removed then.
Councilor Major.
I support what Councilor Meredith said. And if you're into it and look around town, there's all kinds of places to charge your vehicle, so we don't have to get into trying to get into that business, because there's enough places in town, and you go on the map, you can charge your vehicle fast, slower, whatever way you want. And every time I drive by the dock, I look at the 4 spots down there that we're not even using. So we just got to get rid of it. That's it.
Okay, Madam Clerk, do we have, I'm just kind of on my own in here as far as amending this motion. Or will it be a separate one?
I can amend the motion. I just need a few minutes to get the wording together. So if we can just take a 5-minute break, that would be awesome.
Perfect. Thank you.
I will read the motion.
Okay, we're going to have a motion to go past 6 p.m. tonight. So I need a mover and a seconder. Councilor Major and Councilor Meredith. Sorry, I don't see all the hands all in time, I don't think.
Okay. That pursuant to Section 6.2E of Procedure Bylaw 2026-14, Council agrees to remain in session past 6 p.m. in order to deal with the remaining items included on the agenda.
All in favor? That's carried.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, one opposed. Okay, it carried.
Oh.
Okay. Okay, going back to 12.5 CSR-2026-079, our financial year-end report dated June 24th, 2026 be received, and number 1, that the 2024 tax rate supported operating surplus of 706,320 be allocated as follows: 186,479 be transferred to the tax stabilization reserve, and 435,117 be transferred to the tax supported capital reserves, and 14,615 be transferred to the library equipment capital reserve, and 70,109 be transferred to the council initiatives reserved. Number 2, that the 2024 water rate operating surplus of 128,098 be transferred to the water capital reserve. 3, that the 2024 wastewater rate operating surplus of 44,738 be transferred to the wastewater capital reserve, and that the $500,000 for EV chargers be removed from the 2025 capital project list, and that the 2024 investment and financing activities be received for information. Council, we've had discussion. You've heard the motion. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, on to number 13, notices of motion. Do we have any? I don't think we have any notices of motion. On to 14, general announcements. I'm sure we have a few of those. Let me have a peek here. Does anybody have general announcements? Councillor East and then Councillor Patel.
Sorry to interrupt the Deputy Mayor. I thought my motion was on there. Was it not, Madam Clerk?
Through Deputy Mayor Prost to Councillor Patel, your motion is under motions for which notice was given, not notices of motion.
Oh,
so it will be later on in the agenda.
My apologies.
That's okay.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor Prost. Well, first I wanted to congratulate Midland for hosting a wonderful Butter Tart Festival, but I wanted to take a different angle. I wanted just to take a minute to actually thank Karen, Mitch, all of our staff involved, CAO, everybody that was involved. I don't think they hear thank you enough, and that event was absolutely amazing this year. Speaking as a business owner, not as a town councillor, it was great. We all saw an influx of business downtown. It was great for tourism, but once again, I just wanted to say praises to our staff and everyone involved with the Butter Tart Festival. Without all your help and all of your thanks, truthfully, we couldn't do this without you. So I just wanted to take a minute to thank all of our staff and everyone involved with the Butter Tart Festival.
Thank you, Councillor Easton. I'm sure all of us echo your remarks. Do we have any other general announcements? I cannot see Mayor Gordon. And I'm oh, perfect. Mayor Gordon.
Sorry, just gotta love these things. I have no idea why my computer decided to do all these updates during a council meeting, but I have to talk to the IT department. So here I'm on my phone, and my phone's got like 5% battery. So Deputy Mayor, you may have to take over for me if I can't get my computer back logged in. I'm running out of computers here. Anyway,
plug it in.
I actually don't have a plug for my it's so stupid. I have to set it on the table to charge, and I'll be looking down like this. Hello, and I'm staring at my nose. Just cacophony of stupidity. Anyway, I actually don't have a slew of announcements for today. So sorry. I usually always have stuff to announce and say, but I'm a little kerfuffled by my IT problems here, and I don't have a list prepared, and I don't want to just wing it and make something up. So I'm good.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see any other hands up. So then we're on to 15.
Catherine has. Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Catherine's got her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councillor McDonald, go ahead.
Thank you. No need for apology. It was a late hands up. Mayor Gordon and I did attend the Blessing of the Gardens at Martyr Shrine, which is an annual event. We should take pride in the fact that we do maintain a garden there along with Tiny, Tay, Penetanguishene, and Waypoint. But the highlight of it was Mayor Gordon attended Mass with me as well. So and the church didn't burn down. It was a great time to see our fellow councillor mayors and share the garden blessings with the shrine, who hosts so many. It's their 100th year anniversary. 100 years ago, the shrine was built. It's amazing, isn't it? So that's my sharing of activities. Plus, there was one other thing too that we attended, was at Little Lake Park, the artwork in the lake that says it comes in waves. which many things do, as we know, not just water. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Patel.
Oh, thank you, Deputy Mayor Prost. I guess as we were talking, I had to eat a little bit, and then now the body's kind of coming back, so the brain's functioning again. So I just wanted to make some announcement. There was a few things, as Councillor McDonald mentioned, the sign reveal at Little Lake Park. It comes in waves. I think CTV was there, just doing their thing. And we had the ribbon cutting by the mayor, but also the most important thing that happens every year in our community. And, many of us councillors attend, which is two events. The first one is the powwow, which happens, every year. I think this is the 56th or 53rd powwow. It was very well attended. I never seen that many people at a powwow. So it was great to be. It was a great feeling to be at the powwow. I really do enjoy it. Especially the drumming, that energy that just kind of passes through your body from the drums just pounding there, right? I wish I understood what they were saying, but that's another story, I guess. The second thing is the Pride Day at the park, which members of council attended, and it's a yearly thing, and they're always glad to see us supporting the Pride Day. I missed. I was trying to time the drag show, but I missed it. But I did get a chance to take a picture with the performers, I should say. So shout out to those two communities, which are very important for Midland. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patel. Councillor Meredith.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Prost. Just a couple of fundraisers that are going to be happening the next couple of weeks or so. On July 17th, you have the Glenn Howard Charity Golf Classic that supports Georgia Bay General Hospital. They've raised over 1.25 million since 2016. So it is a sold out event, but just thought I'd give a shout out to them for their fundraising efforts, and Glenn Howard and the community. It is sold out, but their sponsorships remain. And the title sponsor, I think last year as well as this year, Tom Smith Chevrolet Buick. So shout out to them. And also the very next day, July 18th, we have the fundraiser for hospice through the Sandy Mason Memorial. It's a lawn bowling tournament held at our beautiful lawn bowling center, and which council approved the special occasion permit for that event, which is a successful and fun day. I think it's their 6th annual. So and they raise around $10,000 every year they've done the tournament. So two fundraisers that I believe I'll be attending, at least one, possibly the Glenn Howard as well. So, but yeah, if you can make it out to lawn bowling, I think there is still a few spots available, teams of 4. Thank you.
Mayor Gordon.
Hey, I'm back. I'm back. I'm off my phone, for God's sake. Anyway, and awesome. You guys spilled beans on all kinds of great things. Thank you for having more announcements than you usually do. I was waiting to see if anyone said about Canada Day, but they haven't, so I'm gonna. So Canada First, of course, which is weird that it's a Wednesday, but that's Canada Day, so that's when we celebrate it. Tay's doing theirs always a little ahead of time, so they got the weekend going on and got activities happening in Victoria Harbour. So if you're looking for something to do on the weekend, amongst the many things you can do in Midland, our neighbours are welcoming us to participate in their Tay pre-Canada Day. But ours, for those people that heard the confusion, for some rational reasons, our Canada Day was going to be, diminished from the way we used to have it. Where it started at the bottom of Bay Street and worked its way into the Lake Park. It was going to be like the short version, and there weren't going to be floats. If you hadn't followed us on our previous couple of council meetings, the well-meaning effort to make these changes, we reversed that. We wanted the nostalgia, so it's gone back to the way it was. There's the open call for floats, and the registration link is still on our website and social media. Any business, anybody who wants to participate in the parade, drive, walk, run, bike, come on in and join it. Show your pride. And then I'm going to a little shout out here for Councillor. And of course, we have the free stuff in the park. That's something Councillor Ball started right after the election. So there are no wristband fees for all the bouncy castles and the fun stuff down Little Lake Park. And councils endorsed that year after year. So that remains a barrier-free candidate. Show your pride, have a good old time. Councillor Patel, I had noticed, has been kind enough to offer up free lawn Canada Day signs to people. I don't know if you have any left, Councillor, but I help promote that online. It's a really nice, benevolent thing to do, and there's no electioneering involved. His name's not on it. It's just him being a solid Canadian. So if you want one of these flags for your lawn, if you still have any, then you can reach out to him. You'll see his Facebook post on how to do that. But I thought that's really nice as we start to really, deal with our Canada unity problems right now. What better way than to counter that with a show of pride in your front lawn, especially if it's free. Well, Councillor Patel's paying for it, but God bless him. But anyway, that kind of pride in our community and for around Canada Day, it's a big birthday for us. And I do look forward to seeing everyone on Canada Day in the parade and in the Lake Park. And I know councillors are walking or jogging, or what are you guys doing? I think there's maybe some matching clothing perhaps coming into the works, but I won't spoil the surprise. So check out the parade and you'll see council involved in it.
Councillor Ball.
I was going to just spoil the surprise. We're driving and walking and handing out some fun things that we have Town of Midland on it, and maybe some candy. We'll see. And yeah, I just wanted to thank Councillor Patel for my sign. I saw him pulling out of my son's graduation last night. We pulled up behind him and he threw a sign in my trunk. So we now have one, and I just wanted to thank council for continuously approving the wristbands. I think that we've heard, a lot of, we talked about poverty reduction today, as well as we've heard a lot about us being the third, lowest ranking municipality for, insecurity and food insecurity and poverty. So that's a really important thing to continue for our community and our families. So I'm thank you for shouting that out. And I want to thank council again for supporting that and having that free this year. So I'm excited for Canada Day.
Mayor Gordon, you still have your hand up?
Yeah, sorry. I see now that I'm not having computer problems. It's all coming back to me here. It'd be remiss if I didn't point out the celebration of life for Reinhard Weber happening this Sunday at the MCC. Of course, a place that we wouldn't have but for his generosity and his, without extolling the virtues of Reinhardt's philanthropy on our community and the impact it's had. I think I did that after his death was announced. But anybody who would like to attend that MCC, it'll be very well attended. So please feel free. Just wanted to let everyone know that date had been announced. We were kind of waiting for it because he needs to be repatriated from Germany, and he has been. And the celebration life is this Sunday at the MCC. You can just Google online to get the details. But I just want to make sure I shouted that out.
2 p.m.
He was a very big man and did an awful lot of amazing things for Midland, the municipality, the corporation, and the residents.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. Reinhard Weber is definitely one of a kind. We were lucky to have him. Okay, I don't see any further hands up for announcements, so we'll move on to number 15. And it's a motion to close the committee of the whole and resume to regular council. So it's moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor East, that the Committee of the Whole rise and report. All in favor? That's carried. Back to you, Mayor Gordon, as long as we can keep you.
Yeah. No purposes. It hasn't told me to reboot again, so I'm going to be cautiously optimistic. So I've got a motion here moved by Councillor Patel, seconded by Councillor Ball, that the recommendations of Committee of the Whole for the meeting of June 24th, 2026 be adopted as resolutions of Council. All those in favor? And opposed? That's carried. And next I have a motions for which notice was given. And this first one is by Councillor Patel. Councillor Patel, would you like to read it or would you like me to? I'm going to lip read you and say you read it, Mayor. So moved by Councillor Patel. I do need a seconder to get on the floor. Seconded by Councillor East. The council directs staff to prepare a report regarding purchase of a floor scrubber for municipal facilities, and that the report include a quote and specifications for automated floor scrubbing, and a quote and specifications for a manual floor scrubber similar to the unit recently purchased by the town, and that the report further outline the estimated costs. Sorry, I'm just scrolling over here. Maintenance considerations and any potential efficiencies or labor savings associated with each option. So, Councillor Patel, take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just based on what we encountered, I think was it the last meeting or the one before that? I don't remember. We only had one floor scrubber, and I guess it was broken, and then we had to buy one in emergency. We got a good deal, but we don't have a secondary one to run such a large facility like that. So, I mean, running a facility like that. I mean, I run a business, and we don't operate on one machinery to clean a facility like that. And if we want to have pride in our rec center, which the staff does an amazing job to, keep it clean, but we need to provide them with the proper tools to continue that success. And if we don't provide them the tools, then the rec center just doesn't look up to standard, and you get complaints from resident, and then it comes to council, and staff becomes to blame. But at the end, they don't have the proper tools to run the facility. So here's our chance to provide them with that. So if there is any deficiency in keeping the rec center clean, there would be no excuses. And with more and more robotic I guess machinery out there, which you kind of see everywhere, like Walmart has automated floor scrubbers, and everywhere else, large facility, they have them. And maybe that could be an option to speed up the job, where you don't need two people in one using equipment. One person can run two. They ride one, they program one, which enables them to jump onto the next task faster. So it only improves the operations of the rec center. That's what I would like to close with. Thank you.
All right. Just before we get the conversation going, I had this conversation with Councillor Patel, obviously, in advance. Typically, we're discouraged from making non-emergency capital changes post-budget, especially with 4 months to go for the election and a budget looming shortly thereafter. So my initial reaction is, nothing wrong with the request, but it really deserves to be tabled and moved into the budget 2027 cycle, since we're no longer in an emergency situation. However, I do understand that we did get an exceedingly good deal on the replacement, and would now be the time to strike to get a second one, assuming we could still get that deal to have one. So consequently, it's on the agenda. We're talking about it, but I just wanted to couch it that that the elephant in the room is that we try and discourage ourselves from bringing like material capital asks mid-budget cycle. But we're having the conversation, and I have no issue about that. So, Councillor Major, I saw your hand go up.
Yeah, I think I totally am bored with Councillor Patel. And the other thing too that probably no one's even looked at is if we have another one, we can trailer it out to operations or any other facility in town. So we'll still have one at the rec center, but the other places need it, and we got a spare. The spare can be going all the time. That's the way I look at it, is it can be used at other facilities, which is helping the staff.
All right, Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. My mic didn't want to turn on. To me, this could be presented at budget deliberation time. That's a good place to bring it forward. By the time the report comes, it's going to be almost to budget deliberation. So you planted the seed for council for the rec center to put in the budget request for a second one, and so be it. And save the staff preparing a report pre-budget deliberation. That's my reaction to this notice of motion, or the motion actually.
Councillor Meredith.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. Yeah, I would have to agree with Councillor McDonald. I was going to say it's 6 months away from 2027 budget. And if I don't foresee this new one breaking down, and if for some reason it does, I guess they go back to the broom handles or the mop handles for a week. I think that's what they did here for a few days in this emergency. So if manager of NS or the BCC now had a concern, then I'm sure he would have brought it up. But I think we'll just table it for 2027. I'd feel more comfortable with that. I don't want to spend any more money this term. And that's where I'm at with that. Thank you.
Councillor Patel, your hand is up or still up?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, so I just, I'm not saying we should purchase it. I'm just saying we should just receive it as information, like receive the information. And then when we receive the information, we can just discuss it at that point. At least staff knows what council is thinking to put it in their budget when budget arrives. So it's kind of like pre-planning. We're just discussing what's the right path forward for them during budget to purchase what type of equipment. Thank you.
All right. So just a reminder, if this is defeated, because it's going to go to a new term, there is no motion to reconsider needed to revive this into the budget or for staff to present it. Whereas if those, we were midterm and this was defeated now, it still could be revisited again, but just don't want to remove that complication from it. So basically the question is, do you want staff to spend some time and effort on preparing this report and bring it back to us, sometime after the summer? Because it wouldn't be an emergency thing. Or do you want to just say no to this for now and look forward to maybe seeing it in the next budget? Well, you'll see it regardless, but maybe it'll be at the table to debate it. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you. I don't want the staff to have to spend time on it. And I really feel that if the Bourgeois Community Center feels they need another floor scrubber, automatic or not, they'll put it in their budget. They might have some other things priorities, so I can't support this at this time.
Any other discussion or call the question? Call the question. All those in favor? 2 and opposed. And that motion's defeated. All right, but don't be defeated, Councillor Patel. Is this your first motion?
No, I've closed a couple of things in town.
Okay, all right. Just it's been a minute.
Cultural
But anyway,
Alliance.
well, yeah, that's right. Oh, that's right. The circling the drain. Yeah. Oh, I won't forget that one.
Don't
right,
circle the bowl.
I expect we'll see this potentially as an ask in the next budget. So,
Madam Clerk has her hand up.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Meredith. And Mayor Gordon, Councillor East did not participate in the vote, so that would be a no. I just wanted to confirm with.
I was going to say no.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I read the abstain as a no. It wasn't making it with only 2 hands up. All right. So the next one's mine. So I got to pass the chair over to Deputy Mayor. And because this one is without notice, literally wrote it yesterday and got it stuck on here, we'll need a 2/3 vote to suspend the rules of procedure to allow my motion to hit the floor tonight. So I'm assuming you've read the motion. It's about security at Little Lake Park. But that motion won't hit the floor until and if 2/3 agree to suspend the rules so that we can deal with this urgently. Okay. And the reason I'm doing this because I believe it's an urgent matter. So anyway, I pass the chair over and
email.
Oh. Okay, so I don't have it in front of me, but there's a motion to suspend the rules of procedure to put this motion on the floor. All in favor? 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's carried. Okay. Pardon?
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
questioning 2/3 majority.
Where is the motion?
Oh, Madam Clerk? We'll do it again.
You have to get a mover and a seconder.
Oh, right. Thanks. So I don't have
please.
Anything in front of me.
And we do need 2/3.
Okay. So
we need 6 people to support it.
Okay, so Mayor Gordon, you'll move it and I will second it. And so this is
Deputy
the motion.
Mayor, you probably shouldn't second it because you're the chair.
Oh, okay.
And could we please have the motion read again, please?
Well, it's the motion to suspend the rules of procedure so that we can put it on the floor.
Thank you.
So do we have a seconder?
Councillor Major.
Councillor Major, okay.
I can read the motion. It's in the minutes, but
where's it in the minutes?
That council suspend the rules of procedure to allow for motion to be considered and discussed under section 17, motions for which notice was given.
I see it now. Okay, all in favor?
I don't see it. It's not here.
1, 2.
Oh.
1, 2, 3. It's only
just
5.
If this doesn't pass now, it's on the next agenda. That's all. I'm just asking that we debate it tonight. That's why I'm asking for the suspension of rules.
1, 2, 3.
We're good.
Okay.
There's 7.
Okay. All right. The motion is. Sorry. That is so do I need someone to move and second this? Yeah, I thought so. Okay, yeah. So Mayor Gordon and anybody else? I already got Councillor Major. Is there someone else I can?
Councillor East has his hand up.
Okay.
To second it.
Can I just interrupt? Sorry, is the motion on the agenda?
Yes.
Okay, because I'm looking at.
Oh no, it's not. I apologize.
Thank you.
It's not on because you have just agreed to suspend the rules to allow it to be discussed under this section.
Okay, so we don't have the wording right now. Okay, but we're going to get it.
I'm
Okay,
going to read it.
Yes,
I'm
Mayor.
going to, yeah, and I'll read it to you right now.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. That as a result of recent escalated criminal activity impacting municipal infrastructure and assets within Little Lake Park, staff be directed to engage overnight private security patrols in the park as soon as reasonably possible until September 30th, 2026 on a trial basis, and that a budget of $50,000 be allocated to support this initiative, and that the park's 2026 operating budget be increased with funding from the tax rate stabilization reserve, and that staff report back to council on the effectiveness of the trial, including any recommended changes to the program, and that the initiative be included as a fully costed option for council's consideration as part of the 2027 budget process. So you will get the wording, and when we're finished our debate or our conversation, I can read it again if that's needed. So do we have any questions or comments to start with? I know I have a few.
I'll lead with it. So
okay.
The catalyst for this clearly is the ongoing escalation of criminal vandalism in Little Lake Park. This isn't like a reactionary thing to any one specific thing. This is the damage to the accessible swing, which is 20 grand. We haven't been able to replace. Twice we've had it vandalized. Setting fire to the garbage bins, damage to our new structure, like our new covered structure. And of course, most recently and most notably, the hooligans that decided they were going to surf on our tables and destroy some of the tables and our new stairway and do some damage to the railing and whatnot. There's clearly a subset of people in our community who are doing what they want in our park, despite it actually being closed every night at 11:30. We just haven't been enforcing that, kind of like the other bylaws we've been talking about tonight. And we need to do something about it. So first instinct is call the police, which I did. Talk to the detachment commander. They are now aware of this curfew that they weren't aware of. They are now given copies of the bylaw and the set fine of $150 for people breaking that. And their officers have been given copies, and they are going to try and patrol more in the park. But that's unrealistic to expect them to be there a lot. Their patrol area is too big. This is one area. And much like the issue we had at our harbor, it's our responsibility to look after our assets, or at the harbor, in the harbor's case, our customers' assets, right? Because we put security in to keep the boats from being boarded and things stolen from them and damage being done and thefts. So basically, so we don't have to go back out to RFP, we don't have to start a whole new process mid-budget cycle. We could simply engage the company we already use for the harbor and ask for one more staff. The news somehow got two, but I'm only asking for one. And their job for about the same budget as what we spend at the harbor, which is earning 30,000. I bumped this up to 50 just to give them some latitude, some breathing room. And we have somebody patrolling that park in the evening hours, probably from 10 o'clock till 5 a.m. And not only will they be protecting, they'll be detecting, calling the police when need be, and enforcing our curfew to keep the only people who are in our park in the wee hours of the morning are up to no good. So the only way to really have eyes on them, since we don't have staff that work those shifts, is to pay a security guard, which is kind of a quick and easy solution. It doesn't violate our collective agreement with our staff because we don't have security people, and we're just emulating a model that's working very well, mind you, down at the harbor for 2 years now. And, if it doesn't make any type of difference, which I doubt that will be the case, but if it doesn't, we can pull the pin any time on it, and it may or may not make it into the budget in 2027 as a permanent fixture. And I should add that Little Lake Park is just one of many parks where there's a curfew at night, but it's the one that's suffering quite a bit of damage right now. And so I would expect the guard to spend most of their time in there with patrol places where they have to scan to prove they were there throughout intervals of the evening. But they could also shoot over to Tiffin, make sure the bathrooms are closed, the lights are off. We're getting complaints about the lights being left on all night. And slide around to other parks as well. We can get a lot of mileage out of this one officer being boots on the ground and eyes and ears and able to contact the police immediately if they find people in violation of the curfew in the parks that's existed for decades. So that's why it's here now. And the reason I didn't want to wait for another cycle of meetings is because ideally we would have them in the park this weekend, because it's about to have all the hoarding and the staged materials for our splash pad to be deposited there and all that work to happen. And that is just begging to be vandalized or stolen by the people that seem willing to wreak havoc on our beautiful little lake park. So that's why I wanted to talk about it tonight, and why I'd like to see this approved and get staff deployed or security people deployed as early as this weekend, if that's possible, which I don't know why it wouldn't, because it just call the office and order up another officer, give them their marching orders. So there's the background on it.
Okay, thank you. I see some hands up, but I'd like to make a few comments first. The bylaw curfew, or the curfew bylaw, I would love to see that enforced. I mean, if somebody that's, walking their dog wasn't aware of it, they're not necessarily going to be chased out of the park, I'm sure. They're not going to get a fine. I think we need signs at the entrances and letting them know that the park is closed. There is a curfew to be in the park or out of the park. And I think in doing this and the money it's costing us to preserve our assets, we need to go hard. And I think this is the only way. And unfortunately, it is going to cost some money. But it's also, I mean, we have to stand our ground and not just preserve our property, but take our park back, right? One thing at a time, take it back. This is ours. It belongs to every taxpayer in town, and we need to protect it. So those are my thoughts. And I love the curfew, and I think coming with some closed signs and a security guard, maybe we can let people know this is ours and you're not going to take it away from us or make it unsafe or wreck our belongings and things that taxpayers' hard-earned money has paid for. So I'm just going to go in order. I think Councillor Major, then Councillor Ball, then Councillor East.
All right, so I'm totally support the security guard, but I want him there at 10 o'clock till 6 o'clock. And I don't know if we have to pay extra or not, but he's got to have a vehicle, because it's not like the dock where the guy can park his vehicle and he does walk around down the dock during the night. Not that I'm down there looking, but I happen to be on my way to work at a bit after 5 in the morning and I see it. So he's basically, we got to have someone down there 10 to 6 in a vehicle and patrolling the whole length of the park. I know there's some on council that don't want to spend taxpayers' money, but this is something we've got to do, and we've got to make a strong showing that this nonsense is going to come to a grinding halt. So I'm for it, and I think what the mayor said about he can slide over to Tiffin Park and shut the lights off, so the all-night pickleballers have to go home at some time and do whatever else. But no, I'm going to support this, and it's got to be done right now, especially with all the stuff coming in for the splash pad, and the company's got equipment or tools or whatever down there. So I'm with this 100%.
Councillor Ball.
Thank you. I agree. The issues we're having in Little Lake Park, they're really big ones, and we do need to do something about it. I think it's very unsafe to have only one security guard there. I don't think it's not like the dock where it's visible. The park is not visible from the road. You have to physically go into the park to be able to see anything that's happening. I don't think it's safe to have only one security guard down there, especially with all the encampment issues we're having. I also think that without the ability to have cameras in the park, we don't have the ability to charge any of these people that are doing this. So I feel like it's not going to make an insane amount of difference when you go into the park and by the time you call the police, they're going to be gone and we're not going to be able to recognize who they are or have any proof that they were even there. So I don't know if it would be that much of a deterrent. It might be, but I feel like they'll just move on to a different park where we don't have security. And then it's frustrating that we are continuing to pay for security in places that should be patrolled by the police. So that's another issue. At this point, I feel like we should be just spending the $10 million to get the Midland police back, because the amount of money that we keep spending to protect our town from things that the police should be doing already is just mind-boggling to me. And I don't know how anything's going to happen. We're going to have security in there, and that will hopefully deter these kids or adults, whoever's doing this, to not go down there. But all they have the ability to do is sit in their car and call the police and wait for the police to come. And then they can't even be charged because we have no video proof that they're even doing it. So I think it's a lot of money. I don't think it's safe to have only one person, which doubles the amount of money that it costs. And I don't see the end effect as being what we want it to be. So I'm not against this, but I don't see how it's going to be that effective, I guess.
Councillor East.
The whole loaded baked potato conversation. And while I completely agree with Bill, our Mayor Bill Gordon, wanting to do something for safety, I got to step back and even ask myself, like, Deputy Mayor Pross said, we want to take our park back. Well, how about we take Midland back? Just the other day, the store across the street had a guy pull up on a bike, yell at her customers, and then throw water all over her windows. So, like, why are we focusing on hiring rent-a-cops that can't do anything? First of all, they can't do anything. Like, as much as I appreciate the value of what you're saying, all they're going to do is call the OPP. Our bylaw actually have more policing powers than rent-a-cops. And I'm sorry, like, I want to support this, but I just don't see how it's going to do anything. And why are we focusing now on public safety in the park when our downtown has been riddled with havoc for almost a decade now? Like, okay, so let's throw $50,000 at a bylaw off, or not even a bylaw officer, a security guard to watch Little Lake Park, when truthfully the whole town is just in chaos. So why don't we, like, and I appreciate, Bill Gordon, what you're trying to do. I really do. I just don't see how it's going to help. Like, yes, we have to protect our assets. I totally agree with it. But we have bylaw that we currently pay on our own paychecks. Why don't we initialize them? Like, why don't we pull them and have one of our bylaw doing patrols all night long instead of having another $50,000 fee on something that I don't really know how it's going to, like, I know as a kid, I would look at the rent-a-cop and laugh at them. There's absolutely nothing that they can do except for call the police. At this point, I agree with what Councillor Ball is saying. We should have policing down there. We should have policing all over Midland. But at what point do we take back Midland, not just our parks? Right? You got to understand, like, we're throwing $50,000 at something that, okay, is an asset. We're protecting it. But what about the rest of Midland? What about the downtown businesses that are suffering from the guest house shelter and the garbage that's coming down here? Like, all of our stores are being riddled with the same kind of impact that Little Lake Park is, but now all of a sudden we're seeing that we need to do something about it, right? Like, and I appreciate everybody bringing this forward, but I don't understand how hiring a rent-a-cop is going to do anything, because I know myself, when I was younger, I would have just looked at them and laughed at them. Like, and I know that sounds horrible, but the only power that we have is policing power behind the OPP, which need to get off their butts and do something. And maybe we should be looking at our own bylaw and giving them the opportunity to have more policing powers for Midland. We already have bylaw under our belt and we're already paying them. So why don't we utilize them more instead of throwing another $50,000 at something that all they can do is pick up the phone and call the OPP, right? Like, and this is coming from pure frustration from me, just because I love Little Lake Park. I love all of our parks. I want to protect everything, but I also have to protect our downtown core and the rest of the businesses all across Midland. When does it end, and where does it start, right? We have to ask ourselves these questions. I asked at the beginning of council for our own bylaw to be patrolling the parking lots at the guest house shelter and behind the mall. I still have yet to even see that. So why are we throwing more money at security guards when we have bylaw that should be doing more in that regards? I think I'm going to dig myself a deeper hole by speaking any farther, but you can tell the sense of frustration that's coming from you, right? But Bill Gordon, I appreciate what you're trying to do. Mayor Beth, I appreciate as well, but we have to take Midland back at some point.
Thank you, Councillor East and Councillor Ball. When I started this beginning of council, that's what I wanted to do, was take our town back. And I mean, when I was talking about the park, I mean, it's one thing at a time. And honestly, I'm not downtown as much as I probably should be. I don't see what you see. And I mean, we should really maybe talk a lot more and be more connected. But I don't disagree with you. But what do we do? Where do we start? How do we do it? That's been the question all along for like a decade for me. I want to listen to everybody. I want to, we've got to be able to come up with something, because there's nothing I want more than to take our town back. I think Councillor Meredith was next.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Prost. Yeah, so yeah, it wasn't nice to see those pictures of destruction in our park, for sure. I don't know if I know I can't get behind this right now. It's a big area to police. There's a lot of bushes to hide behind. You know, and if it's kids, they're hightailing it out of there. So they're going to do the damage. Security's going to drive by. It's an area where I think we're just going to be spinning our wheels here. It's one of the costs of having assets, I guess. We do have insurance. I'm not sure if that applies where we can, you know, put a claim in. I'm not sure what the cost of the damages were at the park, if everything was thrown in the garbage or salvageable, and so forth. The biggest issue when it comes to hiring security for me, that why I oppose this is our public safety comes first, not our assets. So if we want to spend money on security, let's put it at Cook Drive, where they have issues with, we went to a to a forum, or to a community engagement of Cook Drive. They have issues up there. That would take precedent over assets to me. I spoke about in our recap of our term, safety was one of them, and it's not to where I would like it to be. We have made progress, 100%. I cannot deny that, but you know, why aren't we, when we were asking about doing something in our problem areas? Councillor East mentioned it in it previously. We didn't throw any money at it. It's a county issue. They're not listening to us. Deputy Mayor Prost, you asked what we can do. Well, it's at the county level. They need to step up. They're turning their heads, burying their heads in the sand, cutting a check, throwing more money at it. But why aren't they having security in the areas of our public spaces downtown, which totally is affected from their asset? So they should be paying the money for that. We should. And as far as spending money on assets, I'm not, as I said before, I'm not in favor of spending any more money this term. Put it in the 2027 budget, and just make sure on the construction of our splash pad that the contractor is well insured. Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. I wasn't in support of speaking about this motion because I kind of thought it was worthy of a special meeting call, but here we are talking about it. So I have 3 points I'd like to make. The first one is I was surprised that the OPP were not aware that the park has limited hours. So hopefully, now that they know, they will patrol that park more. And they have the power to do something about it with the people that are in there. And realistically, along with the OPP, Deputy Mayor and Councillor East want to take our town back. I'll go along with Councillor Ball's remarks. Maybe we should really visit about reinstalling the Midland Police Force. It's worthy of a visit, as far as I'm concerned. That's my first point. My second point is it's unrealistic to expect one person to patrol the parks, to safely patrol the parks, and a person with no power. So I can't really support, the spending of money. But my third point is, and I think it's the most important, is we've got to look into investing, have a professional. We hire consultants for everything. If you have to hire a consultant, professionally install motion lights that can't be destroyed with cameras. If someone's there at the pavilion and they want to have a party, they're not going to party there when there's motion lights coming on. And they know. So I think it might probably be more than 30 or 50,000, but that would certainly bring more safety. And that's one place we could start. So I'll bring a notice of motion to the next thing that we actually investigate this way of securing and taking our town and parks back, at least at the parks. So I won't be supporting, as much as I understand the urgency and the meaning of it. It just doesn't make sense to me at this time. And maybe we should call the police. We'll each take a turn and call at night and say, something's happening in the park, and send them there. I don't know. But that's my words. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Mayor Gordon.
Okay, good conversation on this. So there's a couple, I guess, some fallacies that I want to deal with that are important, because we're conflating issues of downtown and issues about homelessness and people's behaviors in the public area with the park, a private property park that's closed at night. The bylaw, first of all, as you know, we don't have bylaw staff that work overnights. The collective agreement does not allow. Is there a chance to change that at the end of the year when we renegotiate a collective agreement? There certainly is. But right now we don't. And I can promise you that if anyone's going to admit or consent to a change like that from the union perspective, they're going to be asking for more people, and we'll need to give them more people. So that's a very expensive. Now we're in hundreds of thousands of dollars. If we have a concern with, spending a penny on this right now, which I think we're losing tens of thousands, probably closer to 60,000 in asset damage right now in Little Lake Park, and we're not willing to spend any money to stop more damage and more theft, that's pretty short-sighted. But I would say, well, I can compromise with you. Let's take the guard away from the marina. That's just protecting people's boats. We haven't had problems there in 2 years since we installed them. Let's just redeploy that guard, who we're already paying for, to the park for a few months. And, let the boaters, hopefully things don't go bad at the marina. But, then we're redeploying a resource that's largely doing their job, arguably, because there aren't problems at the marina anymore than there used to be. Let's take that resource from there then. But I would say that's a short-sighted response. But that'll solve your, I don't want to spend any more money right now. But I don't know how we can take that mindset when literally tens of thousands of dollars of our assets are being destroyed. And this is an accelerating problem. This isn't just, a knee-jerk one-off reaction. Oh, I'm overreacting to go for this. So bylaw is not an answer. Private security can't patrol our downtowns because it's public place. They have no authority. In a park that's closed, it's no different than them being stationed at the Bourgeois Community Center. They have absolute authority. The park is closed. It's like at a construction site. If you try and cross the hoarding gates to go on a construction site, the private security there can arrest you. You're not just going to stand there and say, please don't. Now, not every security company has engages with people like that. You have to go with the security companies that have the people that are trained, but they have arrest powers. The criminal code and what is given to security officers when they're on private property is very powerful. When they're out in the road, in the streets, in the parking lots of our community, they're powerless. Bylaw, to your point, Councillor East, has the power, and the police ultimately do. While it'd be lovely for me to just defer to the police and throw my hands up and going, well, we need more policing, Well, sure we do. But meanwhile, the taxpayer is on the hook for all this damage to our park, and these people are operating in the dark. Cameras are not the solution because no one's going to monitor them in real time, and you're never going to get good quality pictures from high mounted, high angle shots from night with no illumination, unless we're going to put IR illumination all over the park. You can't control people going in and out with gates because they'll just walk in. There's a million ways to walk in and out of the park. To your point, there's bushes to hide behind. But I'm not worried about our bushes getting cut by these miscreants. I'm worried about them destroying our swing sets. I'm worried about them destroying the splash pad pieces and maybe the splash pad once it's in. I'm worried about them setting fire to structures. That's not happening in bushes. That's happening in areas that are easy to see and patrol. And so my expectation is a security officer would be bringing a camera with them and guaranteed they'll have a phone. They don't need to work in pairs. They're trained to work individually. And there's all kinds of lone officers dealing in really lonely shifts overnight. And they're trained in de-escalation techniques, and they know how to document evidence, and they know how to deter by driving around. The principles of SEPTED, right, security through environmental design, are simply that the chances of being caught, because you're likely to be seen with lighting, which isn't a bad idea, Councillor McDonald, will reduce the likelihood of crime. But that's a staggeringly expensive request, and that is something that if you want to bring it, I'd be arguing that needs to go into the budget for 2027, and this council has no business discussing the merits of it. Wait for the next council. But here's something that we can do right now. And our park is under attack. So either we take the existing security officer that we're funding and repost them to the park, which is not my preference, but that'll solve, if that gets a couple hands up to deal with this issue, so be it. And we can explain that to the voters why, they don't have problems. So why are we paying for security? Then, there's an option. But I would argue for the 30 to 40 grand for the rest of the summer to protect our assets against an ongoing assault is money well spent, considering the money we've lost already in damages and we're going to continue to lose. Putting our head in the sand and just hoping the police do more and, well, maybe they'll move somewhere else. Like, that's not a responsible response from us when these are town taxpayer funded assets that are being destroyed. So I believe we have to do something. I'm recommending, I think, the best path forward. It's a very clear one with an end date. It has a break, an upset limit of 50 grand. It's coming from a stabilization reserve, so it doesn't impact our current budget, which I would be remiss to do. And it has staff reporting back on the effectiveness of this program in the fall and it ending. And then the potential for it to rekindle with the new council if they see the merit in the report and the proof is in the pudding. But to do nothing right now, literally do nothing, just makes no sense. We're actively losing money. Things are being destroyed and people are sharing this all over Facebook. And if you think people feel unsafe in Midland now, well, wait till these continued posts get thousands of views across Facebook about these things in Little Lake Park happening. And accompanying that is council had a chance to do something, but we didn't, so we don't care. And to lay it at the feet of the societal problems we have downtown, they're completely separate animals, equally deserving of a response. But the security guard is not the answer to the downtown problems because they can't. But a park is closed at night and it has an enforceable guideline. And if you're found in the park, the security guard has the power to caution you to get out. If you refuse to, they can take pictures of you. They can be recording that whole interaction and give it to the police. They're not going to arrest you to the ground and taser you. But there is consequences. So it's not just a useless body in the park. They actually they're trained on how to deal with these things. And they single officers secure huge shipping depots and they don't employ armies of people. They're cheap, right? So there's one guy and his job is to go around to these different sites and scan a QR code that proves that he was there at certain times. And that's what I would expect would be done with our deployment. So I just wanted to debunk a couple of the myths. because I know a thing or two about the law enforcement side. As for revisiting or rebuilding the Midland Police, that's nostalgia. Like, and this is coming from me, right? Like I paid a very dear price for fighting to keep the Midland Police, like staggering sums of legal bills, but there's no going back. It's tens of millions of dollars in capital alone just to stand up a new police department. And then we're all going to fish from the same shallow pond looking for people who want to be police officers when they're getting gunned down every month. Every police department's struggling to find new recruits because who wants to be a cop? So it's open season on them right now. There's been 3 already in the past month across Canada. So starting up our own police service, it's nostalgia. I'm the first guy to say, man, it was good while it lasted, but it's over. And we don't have the pockets to start one up. If, or I'll say when, amalgamation happens in North Simcoe, which, if you read the tea leaves, is coming sometime after the election, maybe then is the time to have a conversation amongst the new, whatever we're called, whatever the new company is that, the council will be in charge of. Then there's enough taxpayer base to maybe consider that. But for now, that's just a distraction to get away from the real thing. We're being asked to do something now. I'm asking council to do something now about a real and imminent threat that's getting really bad negative publicity. It's all over the news. It's on CTV. It's damaging our brand in ways that are incalculable. And for us to be seen to waffle or do nothing is just going to feed that fire. So those are my comments. I don't think there's not much else for me to say on this. I think I've made my case. So we have options if you want to spend nothing. Just divert from the marina for a few months, which is the busy season at the marina, mind you. Or take my cue and let's try it out and see if it works. If it doesn't work, well, we tried something. We did something reasonable.
Okay, I see a few more hands up. I just want to make a comment before I move forward with them. I don't think taking the security guard away from the town dock should even be an option. There's no problems down there because it works. It's working there. And taking our town back and caring about people more than assets, absolutely. I think we all care about people more than assets, but it doesn't mean that we don't start somewhere. I think we need to start somewhere and, in a sense, lay down the law. You're not allowed in the park after this time. There is going to be consequences. And, I guess maybe God help you if you're caught, because I'm hoping if it's kids, they're dealt with, or adults, it doesn't matter. We need to start somewhere. And, when I say the park, I'm not only talking about, in this case, yes, we're talking about the park, but I care about every street, every resident, downtown, uptown, east or west. It doesn't matter. It all matters to me. But we do have to start somewhere. And I'm in favor of giving this a try because we can't just stand by and say kids will be kids or it's just going to happen. I cannot do that. Anyway, I'll move on. It looks like I have Councillor Meredith, then Councillor Ball, then Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. Did we have a cost of the damages, and were staff able to come up with a figure, or are we just throwing figures out in the air here?
I think council was given the briefing on how much the accessible swing that's being destroyed twice now is to replace, and we opted not to do it right now because it's too much money. It was 25,000, was it? I'd be in staff hand. We got this a while ago, which is why that thing is not being replaced. I don't have a cost, Councillor Meredith, for the pieces of our new stage that were damaged. To either replace them with something steel or don't have that. So I'm taking the 2 swings, that's 40 grand, and then padding about another 20 grand in perceived damage for our new stage, and then whatever happened to our rails and our stairs and our tables. Not hard to get to 20 grand with municipal infrastructure.
Well, yeah, I would say that's inflated quite a bit. But anyways, going back to this marina security. So why can't they bounce back and forth from the park to the marina? 5 days a week, bounce back and forth. And there's no added cost. So that is an option I'm willing to entertain, but I'm not going to hire. I'm not in favor of hiring a security guard when, you know, these guys are not going to cause damage when there's someone around. So, and he can monitor the whole park all at once. So it's a big park. And we do have insurance. That's what we pay the insurance for as well. So why are, you know, we talk about taxpayers out of pocket? Well, that's what insurance is for. So we're not out of pocket if we put a claim in. I'm not sure how municipal insurance works. We're always threatened with, you know, all this mischief, and the insurance we pay is quite a bit, but do we ever put in a claim? So anyways, I'm not in favor of this at all. I don't think we'll be able to apprehend these guys. And more importantly, I think public safety is that's where we should invest money. And I'm going off topic again, but I put our community safety over Cook Drive, downtown, and anywhere there's community concerns. I'd put money on that before I put it on an asset. Thank you.
Councillor Ball, and then Councillor McDonald, and then Councillor East.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not against this. I don't want to do nothing. I think that's maybe that was a mixed message that I think this is not a solution. I think it's a band-aid solution. I don't see it really helping aside from deterring minimally. I don't think that they're going to be able to do anything about it. I did put a notice of motion in to research getting our Midland police back, because I do know it's a pipe dream, but every year our costs keep rising, and our sitting on the board rises, hiring security rises. So yes, it may be a pipe dream, but I think it's a pipe dream worth exploring. So I did put a notice of motion in for us to explore it. I think that's at least something we should consider, because this is a continuous topic in the last 4 years. Is if we had the Midland Police Force, they would be patrolling, and we don't. So it is worth a conversation, I think, to our community to at least have it and have real numbers in front of us, and debate the merits of that. But I think I don't want to do nothing. I do think it's still unsafe to have one person, though. I would rather spend more money to have 2 people down there than one, because I do not think it's a safe place for having one person with no visibility. So I'm not against it. I don't think it's going to have the intended effect that we think it is, but I don't think we should be doing nothing. Absolutely not.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. Thank you. This is a really important issue that we're all facing, and we all wish we could have a solution. That's why I was hoping it wasn't going to be after a 6-hour meeting, the discussion. I would have preferred, as I mentioned earlier, a special council meeting for this. And I did not say, I want to clarify, that it didn't want to spend any money. Maybe that's what was implied. I don't want to spend more money on something that I don't think will make a difference, will make it work. I do disagree with the comment that the cameras won't work. What I'm suggesting is that we certainly have some professional opinion on how to install motion lights along with the cameras. So I'll bring that forward I guess I have to get reelected to bring it forward to the next budget deliberations, but I can still bring it forward for a notice of motion. I really think that's a problem. Although I did say it's not realistic to expect one person to patrol all the parks, I am willing to support the suggestion that the marina person, not necessarily guy, sorry, be mandated to patrol the parks and still keep his eye on the docks. That seems to be under control. It's well lit. I always wondered why we needed one person just for that short little area, but obviously it's worked. So, and then if he says, no, this is impossible, then he comes back to us and says, we really need 2 people, but let's at least redelegate the persons, the guards or the security persons' duties and give that a try, and then come back with a report that we have some costs and some time to actually look into it. So if you want to put your motion forward that we do that, I would support it. But to hire just one person to do all the parks right away, I'm not going to support that. But I do care. It's not because I don't care.
Councillor East, then Councillor Patel.
So.
Oh, sorry. Can I interrupt just for a moment, please? I see Dana's hand up and I'm thinking that she might have some helpful information. And then we'll go right back to you, Councillor East.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Through you to a number of members of council that talked about the harbor contract. So we do have a security contract there. We would need to approach the company to reopen that agreement that's signed for the 2026 season. Staff is happy to do that. I just can't commit without reopening that contract discussion with the security firm. I didn't want to overpromise something.
Thank you. Councillor East, go ahead.
Okay, so first I want to apologize. I was literally shaking after I was done talking because this is so meaningful to all of us. I know all of us, all right? I wanted to ask the same question as well. Why can't we just distribute our current security guard, redelegate his position and tell him what to do because he works for us. That company works for us. So if we tell them that we want this security guard to also maintain the downtown marina, but patrol our parks, I don't see why we can't do that as well. And I think that'll save a whole bunch of money. Now, if that doesn't fly, I will completely support Bill Gordon, our mayor, in what he's saying, because we have to do something. I agree. You can't just turn your head. Yeah. I think even a patrol car going through Little Lake Park, maybe over a couple of years, we'll start to plant a seed that it's policed, right? I wish I had the answers, and I'm sure all of us sitting around this council wish we had the answers and we could fix the problems. And I completely appreciate what Mayor Bill Gordon is saying about the lake being a private property versus our downtown core being open. If you need me, if we can't have our security guard delegate new positions, then I will fully support Bill Gordon because we have to do something. We have to make a presence known. And I fully support, and I see where his big, beautiful heart was going with this. You protect Midland. You protect the beauty of Midland. I just know that we're battling something that you don't see. I usually walk Little Lake Park at 5 to 6 o'clock in the morning, and you should see the craziness that I see. And I don't even want to paint it with a paintbrush because I know that if I open my mouth, that I'll just get crucified for what I'm going to would share. But I'm sure all of you know what I'm going to share, would love to share. So at this point, I'm asking either we take our current security guard, ask him to have new positions and patrol the rest of Midland, which I don't see why he can't. If that won't fly, then Mayor Bill Gordon, you have my full support.
Thank you, Councillor East. Councillor Patel, and then I guess back to Mayor Gordon.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Prost. I've been listening to all of council. There's some very good arguments on both sides. As Mayor Gordon, Councillor Emeritus, Mayor Gordon's mentioning, we need to do something because this is ongoing, and Councillor Emeritus, we can claim insurance. Certainly we can claim insurance, but for how long you can keep claiming insurance before the insurance company drops us or we pay quadruple rates? Because from my personal experience in our business, we pay 1/4 of our competing businesses, our competition, other motels and hotels, because they have such high claims. They pay 4 times the rate I pay because I protect my assets. I go with very little claims. And if we can protect our assets or show goodwill that we are protecting, and, I don't want to spend the money on the security at all. We could do the split like we've been discussing, but the insurance company, will raise the cost. So to have 2, it'll cost us, let's say, for example, I'm just throwing a number out there, 80,000. Then the security company could say, we can split the one guy, it's going to be 65 or 60. So now we're talking about $20,000 difference to double the amount of security we have. So, I would support the security because what's going to happen is it's going to keep our insurance at bay. So this is just to keep the lion, from coming in and saying, you know what, I'm going to eat you because you guys keep, making me go hungry. And that's the lion we're talking about, the insurance company. The cost of security guard is little when we have to keep making the claims or potentially get kicked out because of these claims. And the picnic benches were the lions, the camels, the straw that broke the camel's back. Yes, we might not have an incident happen for next 3 years, 4 years. But we don't know that. We can't predict that. Like, I know, I run a small motel and I have to stay up until 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. I'm the security guard. I'm the night watchman to prevent stuff from happening. Because if there's human presence, for something to happen, the chances decrease quite significantly. And that's the human presence we want to put in Little Lake, is a security guard. Whether they're effective or not is a different angle to look at. Am I effective as a police officer? Am I effective as a security guard? Probably not, but I've learned how to deal with situations and, diffuse situations where I don't have to call the police. So I'm sure these security guards probably have better experience than myself, where they can deter certain situations, and where we don't have this ongoing issue where the public in Midland probably is starting to feel unsafe because of what's going on in Little Lake. And do we want to let this chaos continue and have this public unrest where they don't feel safe in their town, even though it's not happening in their home, it's happening in the park, but people do feel uneasy, and we need to provide some sort of calm in the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patel. CAO Bunn, I think I saw your hand up.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor Prost, to council. And I may ask actually Ms. Clark to sort of validate some of the information just with regards to insurance. So I might just pass it over to Ms. Clark to just talk about our insurance with our insurance pool.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. So with the Simcoe municipal insurance pool, remember now that we are self-insured through that pool now up to 500K. So all of our claims up to 500K would be paid out of the pool's reserves, which all the municipalities have contributed to, and we're trying to keep healthy. Each claim that a municipality puts into that self-insured pool amount has a deductible of $25,000. So just wanted to clear up the insurance information here. Our deductible is $25,000 per claim. The pool is self-insuring up to $500,000, and then claims above $500,000 go into the purchased insurance that we bought from the commercial market. I just wanted to clarify that so that we knew what would happen should we start having these claims increase. To Councillor Patel's point, it is going to deplete the insurance reserves that the Simcoe County Municipal Insurance Pool holds.
Thank you. I still see Councillor Meredith's hand is still up.
Thank you. This wasn't my question, but since Ms. Clark just spoke, so what is our total damages? Do we have a total damages report for Mayor Gordon says the swing was damaged is 25,000, then another 60,000, 20,000 at the band shell, another 40,000 for, are we at 90, 100,000? And if we're never going to use our insurance claims, then why didn't, that's what it's there for.
So I can answer on the insurance for sure, and then I might toss over to Mr. Sobel to see whether he's got some final damages. So we would use our insurance claims, absolutely. I was just commenting, in fact, that the rates won't go up for us up to 500K. We'll be depleting the insurance pool reserves. So our contributions may go up above what we had told council about in our previous reporting on the insurance. So that was the clarification there. It won't change our rates. It will change our contributions potentially in the future. So we would make claims if our damage was above 25,000 for sure. That's our deductible. I know we went down to this stage to do an assessment and we weren't approaching the 25,000, but I'll maybe toss over to Mr. Sobel to see if he has any updated information on the picnic tables or the swings.
Sure. Thank you, Dana, and through you, Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Meredith. So I don't have an exact up-to-date number on where we're at, especially with the recent picnic tables. I don't know the extent of the damages and how much repairs are needed and whatnot. I do know with the stage recently, we had the advertising boards that were broken. I think we were in the neighborhood of $3,000 to $5,000 for those. We've had the bollard lights at the seating for the stage broken. Those were in the neighborhood of $6,000 a piece, plus the swings that Mayor Gordon mentioned, which were not this season; they were previous season. That swing was taken out back when we had that damages, and for other reasons. So yes, when we add them up, we are compounding and getting up there probably 30, 40, $50,000. I guess it would come down to the definition of per occurrence, right? Some of these have significant time between them, and what does that look like from an insurance claim standpoint if it's the same occurrence or not? That's where the legal team would come in on that aspect of things. But yeah, the costs do add up. We have had other damages at the playground before. Zip line's been broken many times, but vandalism, stuff like that. But those are small things that we would never look to claim insurance on those ones, in my opinion. We repair them and move on. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but I don't have that full information at my fingertips right now.
No, yeah, thank you very much. You're adding a bunch of damages throughout the town over a period of time, which is not what has happened here. Right. So that is you're making it sound worse than what it is, because there's damages everywhere. There's damages downtown King Street. There's damages all across the town of Midland. So what I want to ask Madam Clerk, if I may, seeing that this may pass, I would like to make an emergency motion and suspend the rules with a motion that we have security during the day throughout the town of Midland in problem areas for an amount of $50,000, because I cannot put our community at risk over assets. So if we're going to spend money on assets, let's spend money on $50,000 for security, another $50,000 during the day in problem areas in the town of Midland, all of town of Midlands that are noted. So I would like to put that on the table too. Thank you. If that's permissible.
Through Deputy Mayor Prost to Councillor Meredith. Currently, council is considering the motion. You've suspended the rules to allow for this one motion. So council would have to deal with this motion first. Then we would have to present another a motion to suspend the rules in order to allow a further motion. So we'd have to deal with this motion or you would have to deal with this motion first before we can discuss another one.
Thank you very much. So after this motion is done, I'd like to suspend the rules again. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Gordon, Councillor McDonald's hand was up, but I don't see her. So Councillor Gordon, go ahead.
Okay, so a couple things here. Unfortunately, we've talked about this on the record, on a permanent record, about basically choosing to do nothing to protect our assets and relying on insurance. Which that would be bad enough if we were insured through Intact or one of those companies, because they would be taking great note to the suggestion and the outcome of this conversation. So I wish we hadn't talked about this in open. However, our insurance pool is the County of Simcoe. It's our peers. And believe me, they will take more note of this than Intact Insurance would, or any other insurer, because of this pool. And the good faith spirit of this pool is you do something to protect your assets, and insurance is to fill in the gaps of things that were unreasonable or unlikely or impossible to have predicted. None of those words apply to what this pattern is right now. So the estimates that I rounded up to 60K are not rounding up damages throughout the town of Midland. That's damage overall to our park from people that are vandalizing it. Some of that has happened in the past couple of weeks and is gaining quite a notoriety. So if it's the rough math that I'm doing, you take issue with, or anyone takes issue with, fair enough. I'm rounding it up, just as I rounded up the cost for security to 50 from 30, because we paid 30 for the guard at the marina. The suggestion that the marina guard, gets renegotiated, that's going to take time. And that's time, honestly, we can't afford. Secondly, it's not going to be the same money, guaranteed. They too may say we want 2 people now. And quite frankly, the amount of time it's going to take to drive back and forth between the marina and patrol the whole park and do the park properly, there's going to be big blind spots and gaps at the marina, and equally big blind stops and gaps at the park where there's nothing happening. And that doesn't make any sense. I mean, we have a problem right now. It's not like, I'm making something out of nothing. We have a real problem at the Little Lake Park. So we need to have people stationed at Little Lake Park. If I could direct the police to be there, I would, but we can't. I've done the best I can, which is to bring this to the detachment commander's attention, and he's committed to doing what they can on their patrols, but they have a vast patrol area, as we know, and they're just simply not going to spend dedicated time there. They're going to rely on people to call it in. And guess who's going to call it in right now? Nobody. So a security guard down there is doing something. Is it the best solution? No, of course it's not. But it's better than what we have now. It's certainly far cheaper than camera infrastructure, which I can tell you I did that for 20 years for the police. And we're going to talk, anyway, we're not talking about cameras now. I'll wait till the camera suggestion comes forward. But that's a major capital expense. Lots of infrastructure. That's going to have to go to a budget for a future council. So it's really something that I commit to speaking to, absolutely, if I'm back at the table. Let's talk about it. But I bring a vast amount of knowledge about how this works and what's reasonable and what you can expect from video, especially when it's not live monitored by anybody, unless you want to pay someone to live monitor. So these other things are distractions away from the core thing. I'm asking council to commit to a short, sharp engagement of a targeted enforcement by having somebody in Little Lake Park, primarily, for the next couple of months. That's all I'm saying, just through the summer months, right? I think we're getting super El Nino. That's why I extended it to the end of September, because with any luck, it's going to stay warm, and global warming. But that means our splash pad will be open later. right? So if it turns out snow hits us in middle of September, God hope that doesn't happen, we can cancel the engagement. I'll leave it up to Dana to work her magic with the company and do a month by month or whatever it takes. But there are lots of big societal problems we have in town. Cook Drive is another perfect example. Cook Drive's not closed to the public. It's a public space. Security guards have zero authority in Cook Drive. When we cost it out, and maybe I'm debating something prematurely, but you brought it up anyway, Council Emeritus, and it's worthy of discussion. I floated the idea, as you recall, of hiring private security and marked police, like security cars, to patrol the downtown. It was in the news. I don't think that I ever came to council. I can't remember if I did or not. But we got quotes. And it was going to be like, correct me if I'm wrong, Madam CEO, wasn't it $200,000 or $300,000? I didn't even pursue it because it's just absurdly expensive. I couldn't in good faith bring that to council. I'm sure it didn't hit council floor. I mused about it. It got in the news and stuff. How much was the commissioners, Madam CEO?
So
for downtown.
It was around I think around the 200,000.
Yeah. So that's why I didn't pursue it. So that's just the downtown core. And so the suggestion that we would have them go all over town where they equally have no power, and that would be their thing. They had no power downtown. So I'm going to spend 200 grand for powerless people to drive around downtown in a fancy looking car with flashing yellow lights. Made no sense. That's why I didn't come to council. But you probably remember us talking about it, or me talking about it, or being the news. It's not practical. But what I'm suggesting is practical. And it's lawful, and it works. Having physical presence is the number one deterrent. Just a police car driving through a neighborhood is a deterrent, even if they're not even looking out their window. Physical presence is the number one. It's actually on the use of force wheel. It's the first level of force, is actually being there without even touching anybody. So, I really appreciate the wholesome debate and the fact that we're mixing in other anxieties and problems we have in the community that seem that we can't solve. I'm not suggesting this is a solution for all of our problems. It's a solution for one of our problems. And I believe it will work. There's no credible reason to think it won't. It's been effective at the harbor. Why wouldn't it be effective at the park? Without even extrapolating the whole private security industry in general, which is $1 billion, affair in Canada. But it will work. And it will have the impact of scaring people who are willing to commit criminal offenses in our park because they don't want to get caught on camera or seen or reported. They like to work in the cover of darkness when there's low likelihood of being caught. And that's how all crime works, quite frankly. To have the whole place illuminated would definitely help. That's a principle of SEPTED. Councillor McDonald is not wrong there. Motion activated lights, great. That's good too. But again, staggering infrastructure costs, putting poles in, getting power to them. Not everything can be solar because there's plenty of days where solar just isn't going to cut it and you lose the cameras. And they got to be high enough that they can't be climbed and vandalized. And that's a high angle shot from a great distance, which means a high quality camera that has the good zoom. You need infrared lighting because you won't see any of this stuff at night. Everyone's going to look like they're wearing white clothes because that's what happens with synthetic fibers under infrared light. Everybody looks like they're wearing a white tracksuit. So there's a whole bunch of things that we could do that I'd love to talk about at a budget cycle. And we could bring in consultants if you're not prepared to take my evidence on it. Happy to. I mean, it's fine with me. It wouldn't offend me in the slightest. Just we're going to spend some money to get advice that I could give you. But right now, right in front of us is a simple ask that's funded from a reserve that's taxpayer supported. I get that. That will directly address an issue that is acutely needed a response in our community and is bringing all kinds of negativity to our community. So are the downtown problems. I get that too. But I can't throw a security guard and fix downtown problems. But I can throw a security guard in Little Lake Park and stop the mayhem in Little Lake Park. And that's all I'm asking you to support. And I don't know what more I can say unless we're going to continue the dialogue, and I'll probably have something to rebut. But you know where we're going here. The question's very simple. As for Council Emeritus's motion, if we wanted to discuss that tonight, I just wanted to let you know, Council Emeritus, we did cost out what it was going to be for just patrolling downtown, and it was a couple $100 grand. We spent $6 million already in OPP, and they couldn't do anything downtown, Cook Drive, or anywhere else in the community, only on private property. So here endeth the lesson.
Okay. Before I go to Councillor McDonald, Mayor Gordon already said everything. If there was something that we could do for Cook Drive downtown any place in town that it is in need of support, if there's something we could do and like bring it to us and we can discuss it and make it happen. We're not trying to ignore that and put one above the other. I really believe each and every one of us put people before assets. Right now we are dealing with the park and assets. So Councillor McDonald's been waiting. Go ahead, Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Prost. My question is, how do we reply when and if we hire a security guard and vandalism still happens? How do you defend? Do we defend the security guard? He was at the other end. Like, he can't be, no, I keep saying the person can't be everywhere at once. And the chances are something will still happen. So what would your response be to that incident?
Go ahead, Mayor Gordon.
So that's an easy one, because nobody can expect that this is going to solve everything. I would argue back that if one more event happened, what you don't hear about is the 5 that didn't, because they were there and had a really good chance of being caught and seen. So it's one of those perpetual loop things. You don't know what you don't know. So, all I can say is we do nothing and we're going to expect the outcome, right? The best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. Right now, our past behavior is an escalating violent spree of criminal vandalism in our park. If we just think that's going to burn itself out in a couple of months when it gets cold, it probably will. So we can just do nothing. But we can't rely on insurance because we can't afford to pay the deductible. And quite frankly, if that was our position, we'd get kicked out of the pool in a second. I'd vote to kick us out of the pool as a county councillor because that's just that's not cool. Take steps to protect your own stuff, not rely on insurance. And that's the bottom line. We won't know, Councillor McDonald. But it's like anything. If a traffic crossing signal saves one life, but someone else ignores it and gets smoked by a car, does that just mean you don't put a traffic crossing signal in? No, we saved one life. Somebody used it properly, right? So it isn't really an argument that holds a lot of water. Like, you got to do something or we do nothing, right? And I'm offering us the something.
I guess I'm having a struggle. Oh, my battery's running low. Because we don't have a report. You're saying escalating. Well, we don't, we heard about the swing, we heard about the thing, and now this one. But when you say escalating, is there hundreds that we haven't heard about? So that's why it's much easier when we have a whole report. And, just excuse me while I plug in my recall. Thank you.
I had to do the same thing.
You're a very convincing person, Mayor Gordon. And if you're saying one summer, $30,000, but we get reports from this person, what he has, and again, I said, what the person has witnessed, what has been deterred, or is he having just nice naps and said, oh, sorry, I missed that. Now, I don't suspect that, that will happen. At first, I thought it was great to split the guard with the dock. Maybe we should consider relieving the dock one because everything's fine there and see what happens. Just don't tell anyone.
But we're live. People know now.
Yeah, and a lot of them choose to stay with us because we took that extra effort to secure their property, when they weren't at their boat.
Anyway,
right?
I don't want.
That's a toughie.
I don't want to be accused of doing nothing. I don't have another answer, so I'll very reluctantly support this motion. But I'm expecting reports. of how effective it is.
It's baked into the motion that I'm asking you to support. Staff are going to report back on the efficacy and whether they, in their opinion, it was a worthwhile adventure.
And when is this going to happen? At the end of the summer? Will we get a midterm report? It would be nice to know.
Dana, that's something you could probably negotiate with the company. I mean, obviously they're not going to report non-issues. They're going to report issues because they have to. It's their job.
Yeah.
And they'd also have a patrol route with places they have to scan a code or however we set this up for them so that they can't, to your point, just sit in a car and watch Netflix and say they were there for 8 hours. They actually have to get out and scan a code, so they've actually walked the beat. There's ways, that's kind of like, it's bread and butter monitoring of security, quite frankly. So I'd expect the company does that.
Okay. Councillor East and Councillor Patel, and then I think we can probably start thinking about a vote. So go ahead, Councillor East.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Prost. So I agree with Mayor Bill Gordon. We have to do something. Yeah, my full support. I agree we have to do something. Now, I wanted to address what Deputy Mayor Prost said. If we could do something for Cook Drive or downtown, we would. And I know this is completely off of talking about Little Lake Park, but I've said, once again, we have the tools, we have bylaw. There is no reason why, and this is speaking in clear what Mayor Bill Gordon said. Just the ability to have a police car in Little Lake Park is expected to deter crime, right? We have bylaw. I don't understand why this keeps getting ignored. We have tools to use. What I've been asking for 4 years is to see bylaw sitting in our parking lots to deter the crime that's happening behind the Scotiabank, or deter the people that are shooting up needles behind the guest house shelter, or even behind Tim Hortons up at the highway, or Cook Drive. I fully support you in giving this police or this security guard for Little Lake Park. But at what point can we not hear what I'm saying about utilizing what we already have, our resources, and getting them to sit in our parking lots? Our own mayor said it works. So instead of having like Rob sit in his office on his computer, why don't we have him sitting in his car with his computer deterring crime downtown or deterring crime at Cook Drive? Like, I don't know if I need to bring this up as a motion, but it keeps getting ignored. And I brought it forward over and over again. We have tools, let's use them, right? Like, somebody please guide me on how to get them. You just said it works. And we're hoping that it's going to work down in Little Lake Park, right? So please, somebody guide me on how to have this happen, And I'm sorry that it's off topic, but come on, I've been saying it over and over again, and you just said it works.
And it's coming. So I can help you with that, because matter of fact, I talked to Rob about this today, just on a different matter. But I reminded them that I'd like to get our ramp up the policing style of bylaw, much like we see in Tiny, right? Where it's summertime, there's a whole slew of bylaw officers running around being proactive. They're upsetting people because they're giving them tickets, but they're doing their jobs, enforcing the bylaws.
Point of order, guys.
Right
can
now,
we stick to the subject? Because on my motion, we can discuss this and you can talk about it, Bill.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's coming. But we need to
yourself.
renegotiate the collective agreement. Right now, our guys don't work those nights.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's when the crime is happening in the park is night, so we can't use staff. That's the problem. There's a collective agreement. It's coming up for renewal in the fall. We're going to talk about it, I promise you, but we can't do it until the collective agreement's changed, which means we got to give something to get something. And I don't want to negotiate that at a public meeting right now, but I'm just telling you it's coming. So,
Councillor Patel.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Prost. Thank you for your great passion there, Councillor East. But I just wanted to add a couple of points here. You look at the malls, they're closed at night. All the doors are shut, but they still have security inside at night. You look at museums, they're closed. There's no way to get in. They have insurance. They have everything, but they still have security at night. The reason for security is, number one thing, there's no way we can stop everything. There's still People break into malls, there's theft happening. The people break into museum, theft happens. But you still need some kind of deterrence to prevent 90% or 70% or maybe even 99%. We can't really gauge that, but I just wanted to lay that point across. I mean, part of me still believes what Councilor Meredith says. We can't just keep adding costs to the town and the ratepayers. But at the same time, there's a bigger part of me which says we have to protect the assets in place. The park is no longer grass and two swings. It's going to be a splash pad. It's going to be this new expensive playground we've installed 4 years ago. It's the new staircase. It's the new band shell, right? That park it's a new park. We might be adding more assets. Also, that sign we've installed this summer, it comes in waves. I mean, that can be damaged too. So this park is worth a lot of money, and we have to find way to deter vandalism, because vandalism does not lead to a safe community. It just makes the community feel unsafe. So that is why, and that's the only reason I'm supporting this, is because we have to protect a park that is worth a lot of money. If we had a couple of swings, we don't need security. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patel. I think it's just deterring the bad behavior all around in the park, around town, everywhere. But I think we've pretty much talked this to the end. I don't think nobody's happy about, spending money, but we have to do something. I'm absolutely going to support this. I would hope that within hours, and it could be, 24, 48, or 72, but within hours, I would love to see that security there, signs up. So council, you have heard the motion. All in favor? Mayor Gordon?
I'm frozen. My hands up.
What's your hand?
The
1, 2,
motion is
3.
defeated.
Hold on a second. Let me just see. How many do I have here? Okay. Councillor Major, Councillor Ball, your hand is not up. It is? Okay.
Mayor Gordon can vote orally.
Okay, so we have
voice on.
So it looks like everyone except Councillor Meredith. Is that correct?
If the mayor can confirm, I'm sure he's voting in favor of his motion.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said so.
Yeah.
Okay.
8-1. Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Now that has passed. I don't have a motion here to put over there, but we lost Mayor Gordon. Holy, he just didn't want to finish this. Anyway, we'll just move on. It's getting late. We're at number 18, bylaws. So we're back into the regular council. 18.1.
Excuse me, Deputy Mayor.
Yes.
Councillor Meredith had indicated that he had thought about perhaps a motion to suspend the rules to
I'm
consider another
sorry.
motion.
I'm
and
sorry.
This would be the time to do that if you wish to go ahead with it.
Thank
I
you.
also would need some wording
I sent
from
it
the
to you, yeah.
motion. Okay.
Oh, okay. I apologize, Councillor Meredith.
No problem.
It's a little hard doing it this way.
That's okay. We'll get through it.
Oh yeah, we will.
So I like to suspend the rules of motion again of what's its terminology?
It's to
suspend the rules.
Suspend the rules of procedure to allow for a motion to be considered and discussed under section 17.
Yeah. So you want me to read the motion I'm putting on the table?
Yes, please.
Is that correct,
Well,
Madam Clerk?
No.
No.
Okay, thank you.
No,
So the motion the motion will read, we have a mover. You need Deputy Mayor to call for a seconder since the mayor still isn't, I don't know if he's back online. Oh, just a sec. So we need a seconder to get the motion on the floor, please.
I'll put it on the floor. Or we have Meredith and Councillor East.
Jamie Lee's there too.
Yeah, there's a bunch.
Okay. So moved by Councillor Meredith, seconded by Councillor East, that council suspend the rules of procedure to allow for a motion to be considered and discussed under Section 17, motions for which notice was given regarding security patrols in downtown Midland. Is that the correct wording, Councillor Meredith? That's what your motion is going to be regarding?
Yeah.
Security patrols in downtown Midland? Okay.
Well, no. It's to hire security to act as a presence and to deter mischief and illegal acts and report them to the authorities at a cost of $50,000 for problem areas in the town of Midland that council sees fit.
Yeah, but the motion to suspend the rules, we just give abbreviated.
Oh, yes. Okay. I apologize. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so council, you've heard the motion. All those in favor?
Oh, well, let's put it on the floor.
That's carried. And I just need 1 minute to do up the motion. Councillor Meredith has sent me the wording, so I'll just be 1 second.
Almost two?
Yeah.
Okay, take all my food.
I will. There's no one in here.
All right, back on my phone.
So the chair goes back to you, Bill. Right?
Yep. Yeah. Can't believe this computer. It's normally never like this, but there's all kinds of weird updates getting pushed to it. It keeps freezing on me.
I think I can take this off. It's starting
Oh
to
yeah,
hurt my ears.
yeah, you're not. We're not in camera,
No. Here anymore.
but we're on a break, and everybody who's a participant is still listening to our conversation. So
Yeah, no, it's fine.
I have the wording.
The stream is still alive. So don't say you're effing here. Because I know
didn't
how
swear.
much those hurt.
We're actually not
but I'm
on a
just
break.
saying.
I didn't swear.
No. I'm just saying. Just
Oh.
remember, we're live streaming. Just because we're on break, it's still the stream is still active.
Thank you.
Okay, I have the wording for the motion. I've just jazzed it up a little bit.
Did I write it?
I kind of knew you were going to say that. Okay, I'll just read what I have, and then if Council Meredith, if you're okay with it, then you can get a seconder for the motion. So I've just rewritten it a little bit. That council hires security to act as a presence and to deter mischief and illegal acts and report them to the authorities at a cost of $50,000 for problem areas in the town of Midland that never mind. That council authorized the retention of security services to provide a visible presence within the community for the purpose of deterring mischief and unlawful activity, and to report such activity to the appropriate authorities, and that funding in the amount of $50,000 be approved for this initiative, and that the security services be deployed in areas within the town of Midland as determined by council.
Sounds good. Thank you.
So Mayor Gordon, we just need to have a seconder to put the motion on the floor.
Thanks. Can you hear me?
I see Councillor Major, so I can put his name on here. Okay, the motion's on the floor for discussion.
Thank you, sir. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, sorry, you go ahead. It's your motion. You
Who's got the chair? So can I go? Yeah. Okay, thank you. So obviously, you know why we've been discussing this back and forth with the previous motion. So, and I understand that this motion is for a deterrent. It's not, we're not spending $200,000 here. We've had problems in the town of Midland, and we haven't been able to do anything about it. And one of the safety issues that we've been talking about is, whether it's Cook Drive or any other area in the town of Midland that needs some surveillance, maybe this is a solution. It's worth a shot. Just this morning, we got a text from, the community is at its wit's end with what's going on in this town. You want to take our town back? This is one of the messages that at 8:47 a.m., I'm going to read it word for word. On a beautiful morning in Midland at 8:47 a.m., dropping off breakfast to my wife at work, I drove past the guest house shelter downtown on Elizabeth Street, which is located between two daycares, and people shooting up drugs with a syringe in the open with no shame or trying to hide it at all. What the hell is going on in this town where this is acceptable and the guest house allows this to happen on their property? I would disagree with that comment, but I'm going to keep on reading. I did report it to the police, and thanks to the OPP for the ongoing investigations and all their work they do. But it's hard for them to make a difference when the guest house lets the behavior continue every day, all day, and again, located between two daycares with children coming and going with their families. This behavior is disgusting. We're sick and tired of it, and something needs to change here. I encourage you to drive past the back parking lot area and see the accumulation of garbage and bar stools that they now have to sit on all day. You can watch them the drug deals happen in front of your own eyes. Open drug use at any time of day, especially during the day when everybody's working, going to school, or going to the daycare, and nothing changes. Nobody tries to hide anything. It's just accepted as normal behavior. Now, so these are the issues, and it's not just from this text. This is ongoing conversations that have been happening for the last 4 years, right? Although I can attest that it's getting better, but it's far from done, and we have to keep on putting our attacking this, and if we feel that the town is being our town has been overtaken, then maybe this is a solution. This is a solution I'm proposing right now to see if there'll be a change, right? So not only for the downtown core where we have issues, but for, as I said before, Cook Drive that has issues. This is during the day. The security is during the day. So and we could determine what times the problem areas are, from 12 to 6 or whatever the security company hours are. So this could be a solution. Temporary, but if we're gonna protect our assets, let's protect our community.
Sorry, I can't see anyone else's digital hand, so just unmute and just let me know. Oh, Sarah, I can see them now. Councillor East, go ahead.
Well, I fully support anything at this point, and I don't mean to, repeat myself, but I don't even think that we need to necessarily spend $50,000 on hiring security when we have bylaw that's completely capable of working during business hours and doing as we've asked for the last 4 years. Use their vehicles as presence instead of sitting in the office on their computers. There's no reason why they can't be in their vehicles, creating a policing presence in the downtown core, Cook Drive, anywhere around Midland that we need them, because that's what we pay them for. Instead of pulling out tickets for cars parking on grass on a piece of property, we could be utilizing something that we've already have expenditures for and we've already budgeted for. The truth is that even our bylaw, we have the ability to even give them more policing powers, such as doing things like ride program checks. We have the ability to do this, and we already have the resources here. It's just falling on deaf ears. So at this point, I'm saying, why don't we utilize what we already have and get them down to our parking lots and create a police presence, seeing as we already have bylaw, and bylaw has much more power than security guards do. My understanding is from what Bill Gordon said, the security guards can't, police on public properties. I believe that was correct when he said that. But we have the ability, and we already have the resources. We just have to utilize them and set them out. So I don't know if we need to set this motion forward and say, we want to see you sitting in your police cars instead of in your offices. Bring your laptops. Just sit in your cop or the police car. That alone will deter crime. But now we have the ability to have our own bylaw, call the OPP when there's an issue. That's what I want to see.
Thank you. Just a quick correction, Council East. They can't be given powers like police officers to do ride programs, but they can work remotely and physically be out in the community. Absolutely. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. I'm having trouble understanding how a security officer will make a difference. I'm going to go to the location that you addressed, that you had the concerns sent to you by email, in front of the guest house. If the person's shooting up, what's the security officer going to do? I don't understand why they're allowed the bar stools and all the garbage in front of that place. Help me understand what the security officer is going to be able to do, please.
Yeah. Can I answer that? Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, and this is just what came across this post came today, and there's a whole bunch of comments there. But to the answer to your question is, they're going to provide a presence, they're going to videotape, and they're going to call the authorities. They're not going to police anything. They're going to be a presence. So basically, what Sheldon East is saying for our bylaw to do, but I think it has to go collective bargaining before we can do that. So to renegotiate that contract, I believe that's what Mayor Gordon stated earlier, and that's in the fall. But what they would be doing is having a presence, because they have no authority as stated earlier, right? So basically, policing, having a presence, videotaping, calling in, noting the collecting data, that kind of thing. So that may change the behavior, but these types of conversations and emails are felt throughout the downtown, and we also heard, I think you, Councilor McDonald, you were there for the Cook Drive meeting with the OPP as well. So it wouldn't be just for the downtown core; it would be for all problem areas in the town of Midland.
All problem areas. And when they videotape, who do they submit those tapes to? And are they allowed to videotape? And how do why can't the bylaw officer go to the guest house and say, you have to clean up this garbage, it comes from your place, not just charge someone for not painting their, like, why can't it be enforced there? Why can't the county take responsibility for that? Is that who they're going to send the videotape to? Like, I don't
know. They would just document it and call the police. And then if they needed video evidence, if the police needs it, then they could just forward it to them. There could be mischief happening. There could be anything happening. It's just for evidence. But mind you, as I said, if we're going to police our parks, we need to police our community. And that's all I'm saying. They said,
will we get regular reports on what they've documented and what's happening, or if the deterrent is having any effect? I don't know. Have we lost?
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Okay.
That would be part of.
We gained the mayor back. Let's see.
That would be all part of the same asks you had for the parks. It's the same data collection that would happen here.
And where do you propose, if I don't like to take advantage of our conversation, but through you, Mayor Gordon, I think, is back in the chair. Where do you propose the $50,000 will come from?
It would be coming from the same pot that the one that was just approved for the parks.
Thank you. Such an important issue. I'll say one more time. We're discussing it after a meeting for 7 hours, where it should have been a special meeting where we had facts and basics, and it's an important decision. And
I apologize, Councilor McDonald. It's just that we're going into summer session here, and this is not going to wait till we come back in September.
I recognize that.
The 50,000 probably elapse somewhere in October, or however. I'm not sure how far that will stretch. So
could we get a report on how the negotiations are going with the security? Like, not just find out in the newspaper.
I'm sure we could ask for those reports if approved, for sure, at any time. Weekly, we could have weekly reports. I mean, this also has to be discussed with the security company as well. I imagine they would have to have another contract.
CEO Bunn, you had your hand up. Are you going to weigh in on this? This is definitely in your world. This is this isn't like an engagement like I'm suggesting for the park. This is a whole new engagement. So I don't know if this needs to be subject to RFP and everything else. But
yeah, through
I like
your
the
workshop.
idea. I do. I liked it before. Just it was too much money. So Sorry, my granddaughter's in the background right now,
Yeah.
and flipping between mute on this phone is not working great.
Yeah, so through your worship, we will, there was a couple of things there. So I just, as for where the money would come from, we would, Councillor Meredith was correct. We would use tax stabilization and do similar to what we've done for the other motion that was passed. So it would come out of tax stabilization, so a reserve, so it wouldn't be an impact this year to tax. The second thing you talked about, I just wanted to actually talk about, we had a meeting last week with the OPP and bylaw officers from the North Simcoe and Georgian Bay. So the 5 municipalities got together with OPP and we chatted about how we sort of pass information back and forth, how we share information, how they get it, how they help us, how we help them. I will say that we were the furthest ahead with our relationships and how we handle and pass things pass back and forth. There are limitations that the OPP has, but they have started I'll say a working group or a connection where they're going to be talking. So I think that will improve for sure. The second part on that, just from a bylaw perspective, we only have actually 2 bylaw vehicles. So that is sort of one of the hindrance, because to your point, actually, Councillor East, if you want someone to know you're there, you need something that's signed with the Midland logo. So, and so until we get things sort of underway and maybe beefed up in a year or two, the security may be the quicker way to go. As for utilizing security, there's something I'll have to for what we have today. I will take it back because the current contract is that we have in place is around the 30,000. So if we were to increase as well, we would go through the same for the motion that we just passed in this motion. So we'll work out things behind the scenes as to how we make it happen. And we get reports from them as well. So to your point, Councillor Meredith, we could do some email reporting back on a frequent basis as to how things are happening. But I think even more so, if we go along the same lines as what the previous motion we passed was, we will put it in as something that we do. I know that the motion we passed was to the end of September. If we have another thing, then we will come back after that has been completed to give a fulsome review of where things were at, what we noticed. And then we're always looking to how do we make this sustainable for the future? So maybe the security is sustainable if we find out, but maybe it is, to your point, Councillor East, beefing up bylaw or getting additional vehicles where we can have more of a presence. But we definitely will report back after I'm just going to call these pilots for, after we move forward, and we'll keep council updated. But we will follow the same, thought process on where the money came from for the previous notice of motion that was just passed for this one as well. I think I answered all the questions I jotted down, but if there's any others, please feel free to ask.
I have a question. Thank you. Can we have like a strong voice at the county? And I know the county wants to come in and do transitional housing in our community and so forth. And until they step up and take responsibility for what's going on in our community, they need to recognize that now we have to have security in our presence in our downtown, and it's an issue. And they've been burying their heads in the sand on this this whole term. So I would like some strong comments going to the county regarding this issue. This is not fair to our taxpayers, our citizens, or our community. Thank you.
If I may, I don't know if the mayor can see my hand.
Councillor McDonald, I haven't heard from, there's 2 other councillors I haven't heard from yet, though.
Okay, I'll wait my turn.
Okay, Councillor Ball, and then Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. There's a lot to try and hit the points of. So I feel like we're essentially building a Midland police force right now, one security guard up by after another. So maybe we won't have a hard time finding recruits, Mayor Gordon. Maybe they're already there. I do agree that the 2 bylaw patrol cars we have, one of them still could go out. I don't think having just 2 is really making a difference. I still think they can make an impact with the security guard. I don't think there's one or the other. I think it needs to be both. I also would like to see a stronger, I guess, I want to say discussed about the county controlling the things that are happening, but it is also our parking lot. So we do have jurisdiction outside of the guest house shelter to patrol that as well. So it is a shared responsibility, which I think they continue to come back to us and say that. And I think that is an accurate description. It is a shared responsibility. We need to be in the parking lots patrolling that area as well, because the parking lot is our jurisdiction. The county does need to step up though. I think that this is I mean, every municipality is having these issues. That's why Barrie, like they basically just passed all these symbolic things that they can't even really do, but they're passing them anyways because they're sick and tired of it. They want the county to give the money to the municipality. They're passing all of these bylaws that we all know they can't do anything about, and they can't, but they are doing it because they are not being heard. And I think we need to take a stronger stance with that because we're not being heard either. And that's why I keep voting no to other, like, this is completely off topic, but for development and et cetera, like we have to make a stronger stance. And that's what Barrie has done. And that's what other municipalities, including ours, need to start doing. So I think that Councillor Meredith is correct. We do need to take a stronger stance. We do need to have a louder voice. And the fact that we have to continue to essentially hire police for policing is we're hiring security guards when we pay police to do the job already. And just what CAO Bunn is saying is that we're now having discussions, like that's what that table and board that we're paying ridiculous amounts of money for is supposed to be for. They're supposed to be communicating with the town this whole time. We've been paying to have a board, and then that's not happening. So it needs to be a stronger, I think, force from our municipalities, and other municipalities should join in as well. Like it's not okay to continue to pay to protect your municipality when we're already paying for it. It's ridiculous.
Okay, just to be clear, what CEO Bunn said is that we're like the outlier. We have an excellent communications strategy with the OPP. Like we text the detachment commander, he texts us updates, he's in constant contact with Rob, the bylaw team. Like we have a model communications pathway, and it's something that is the envy of the other 4 municipalities that, quite frankly, and I hear that at the police board meetings. We got another one on Monday, but we already have that connection because we consume the lion's share of the resources. Like they'd spend more time in Midland.
It's being done with outside of the model that it's supposed to be done because the board isn't working. I'm not saying we're not communicating with them. I'm saying that the board that we are paying to utilize is not working the way it's supposed to. So it's great that we have that connection with them and we're discussing it, but we're not discussing it at the board, and it's not happening in the way that it should be happening through the channels that we're paying for. So I'm glad it's happening. That's what needs to happen, but it's frustrating to continue to pay OPP when we still have to find alternative solutions, and everybody is frustrated in the community everywhere. And Barrie has taken a stance, at least against the county. I mean, they have their own police force, so they have a little more control than we do, but they want to take control of the resources from the county because the county's not stepping up either. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. So I think that the people we're paying to do things should be doing those things. And the fact that we continue to have to pay more money out for something we should already be receiving, we need to get louder about how that's an issue.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, but it's not fair to characterize Barrie as not being recipient of care and attention from the county. They consume most of it. The county's made multi-million-dollar investments into Barrie. Barrie has the most county resources. I would argue they drain most of the resources from the county, and we're like the seconds and thirds, and literally, they're really and Midland, second and third for homelessness problems, right? So, but Barrie gets the lion's share of it. So it's a little disingenuous for them to say that they're not getting quality or enough quantity service from the county. That's totally not accurate. So because I sit at the county, I just wanted to correct that statement that you reiterated. Maybe that's talking points from Mayor Nuttall, but that is nothing to be further from the truth. I'm envious of how much money and effort is spent in Barrie, but they also have a really bigger problem than we do.
I'm not suggesting that they not have money spent, but none of the issues have been solved. So they're trying to take control of that. Like, yes.
Well, that's fair.
It is still an issue. They don't have their problems solved or anywhere close to it, even with the amount of funding they're getting. So its problems aren't being solved and they have to still pay for it. So it's the same here.
Yeah. Is there a solution to abject poverty, addiction, mental health issues? Like if there's a solution that we're not, made aware of, then someone should tell us because they'd win the Nobel Prize.
I mean, the solution is from the province and all the services they cut, but we have to be louder. That's exactly the point, is that collectively municipalities need to be louder to the people that have control of these issues. We can't just say we don't have control. We don't, obviously, but we have to be loud and get the help that we need in our communities. And that's means a louder voice gets heard. We know that. The squeaky wheel gets the cheese, gets heard, we need to be louder.
Okay. I don't disagree with that. Barrie already did spend a staggering amount of money doing a value for money audit from the county, and they were kind of hoping, or it felt like they were hoping that it wouldn't turn out to be good, but it turned out that they're getting fantastic value for the money from the county that they couldn't possibly replicate on their own. But they're ignoring that study they paid for and the results that it found and pursuing a different tactic. But again, I'm only giving you these observations because we see this at county, and I'm just telling you what the reality is at the county floor. Councillor McDonald.
Oh, you forgot me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor. Yes, I didn't see your digital hand anymore.
I think I was ahead.
You were up there.
Okay. I don't even know what to say anymore. I will do anything to help protect the people of Midland and their I won't say their right, but for their well-being and their enjoyment of life on their properties and going for a walk, going downtown, going to parks, going anywhere. It's very difficult because we're caught between a rock and a hard place. I was at the Cook Drive public meeting and I talked to the OPP, and there's nothing that they can really do. It's public property, is what they told me. So the residents up there were encouraged to use cameras and report, use cameras. I mean, I didn't leave there feeling very happy, but most people really seem to leave that I saw content with that because they understand the limits, right? Like the police can't go in and tell them to leave a public area. When it comes to downtown, the guest house, the church, the library, like all that area, the police know what goes on and what time. I mean, I don't even know what to say, and to say who's responsible. Their argument is always, once they leave here, we're not responsible. Whether that, I don't know, is that true or is it not true? It probably is true. So what we do need is somebody or something that's going to help be able to do something about it. Once they leave there and now they're in the public, who can actually do something? Because we know the police know they're there. What are they going to do with them? They're move them along to somewhere else. They can't go take their needles away. I mean, there's so many laws and rights, and I really believe there's too many at this point that your regular person that lives and pays taxes or lives in this town and works and just goes for walks and lives their lives, they shouldn't have to encounter that. But how do we stop it? I will try anything that will maybe at least deter it somehow. There's just no answer because there's always something to come back, right? We've asked all these questions I know I have over and over again. Why can't we do this? Why can't we do that? Well, the laws are protecting everybody that's not us. So I don't know the answer. I will support anything that will help the people of this town and help protect them.
Maybe just before we get to Councillor McDonald, is Rob still available? Is Rob still here? Rhonda, did Rob go?
I don't believe Rob is still on, and I can.
The only reason I
Is
ask
it
is
just
it would be
Rob,
good
or
to
would
hear,
you?
like, we're doing a lot of talking about him and the bylaw department and what they can do. I have a pretty good understanding of it, but not as good an understanding as Rob does. So it would probably help inform this, because we're talking about two things right now, even though the motion is about the private security. There's suggestions that bylaw, could take on these roles during the day. And, my mention earlier, Councillor East, is that the thing with the collective agreement is right now the bylaw works basically Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, right? If we want overnight shifts on weekends, that's not in the collective agreement. And we would need to add that. It would be part of our negotiations. And I've made no secret. I've said this publicly, so I'm not, euchering our negotiations, and I'm not even involved in them, to be honest. So the bottom line is, to make a change like that, you need, as an employer, you got to give something when you want to get something. And giving something clearly would be more staff. Who knows what else it'll be? But that negotiation happens sometime in the fall, and with ratification sometime in the spring. So my objective has been for a couple of years, but I couldn't do anything while we're under this contract, to beef up our bylaw department. So there's more proactive patrols, less waiting for the ticket to come in and more driving around, because you can drive around town and just see offense after offense and just probably write your salary in tickets. But that also comes with angry emails to councillors, right? So, and then if they do flex their muscle and do their job, they get criticized for that. So that's a double-edged sword. Next council will have to deal with that, because that's not going to be in our council term. But this security concept, it would be really neat to hear from Rob. But I mean, I didn't really expect him to be online at 8:35. But I definitely, before we start saying here's what bylaw could or should do when it comes to Cook Drive or other places, we really need to hear from bylaw. Because me telling you, I mean, I could, but I think it's more valuable to come from a certified, registered municipal law enforcement officer. So, but just my 2 cents before I go back to Councilor McDonald is, I support this in principle. I don't think we're going to get much bang for the buck for 50 grand. I researched this with Rhonda in earnest before I was going to bring this to council, when I was musing about doing something for downtown, as because the police just can't be everywhere all the time. And we wanted to detect and deter crime, and that's a perfect job for private security. And we got quotes, and it was every penny of $200,000+ a year just to do the downtown core. Now, I would expect that was a year and a half ago. It's more money now. So I'm quite happy to support this $50,000 spend, but it's kind of set up for failure. It's not enough money for what we want to do. And I really believe we should probably put a competitive bid process together through RFP and solicit once again, but formally this time through a council direction, quotes from private security firms on what they could do to solve our problems within the limits of the law in public spaces where they really have no jurisdiction. Because we're not closing roads, right? We close the park, bingo, now they have jurisdiction. Open park, not so much, right? Bylaw has a lot more power there when they're open. So we're talking about patrols during the day, dealing with a really vulnerable and unpredictable population, like homeless and drug addicted people downtown who aren't in their right mind and who you can't normally reason with. That kind of security officer is going to not come in cheap. They do have them, but they're not cheap. They're not your flat-foot guy that's going from beatbox to beatbox, shaking door handles to make sure it's locked in a building. And so I don't know how practical it is to pass this tonight and put 50 grand on it, when we probably should ask for, a staff report to come back, an RFP process. I know that's not going to make a change immediately, but what we're talking about is a systemic problem that's coexisted in our community for years and is only getting worse. Why don't we do this properly? And it's going to mean next council is going to deal with it. And let's actually get some quotes from security companies on what they can do, and they can manage our expectations, because I think you're going to be underwhelmed when you find out how little they can actually do in the public realm like that. But You know, to be fair, I would
that's not their
support.
purpose.
I would support this $50,000 ask right now, and see what comes of it. Right? See what comes of it.
That's not what the motion is. They don't get out of their car. They have a presence. They report. That's what they do. They don't deal with any crime. Exactly what they're doing at the harbor. Right? If there's a crime, they report it to the police. They're not out there shaking down people.
So this would be good to know exactly the limitations of what the harbor guy does.
Well, this is the motion I'm saying.
Yeah.
Right? They don't get out of the car. When we go back to that Cook Drive meeting, all they would be happy with presence, a police car sitting there. Right? That's what came out of that meeting, because as Deputy Mayor Pro said, that there's not much they can do unless they're committing a crime. But
yeah, they had a police car there for a few days. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but the presence there makes a difference. In this case, if there's a crime committed, the security team would call it in. So, because that's what their job is. And do I want to spend $50,000 on it? No. I'd rather leave it to the next budget cycle. But I'm not going to put assets over our community members. So, you guys approve that, then this should be a no-brainer.
Councillor McDonald, waiting patiently.
I'm beyond thinking straight. I haven't had dinner. I'm grouchy. But I just want to report that the lie is directly in regards to the motion of having spending $50,000 for what I'm hearing, presence of someone sitting in the car that's looking like they're authoritative. The library is reporting fewer incidents. So that's encouraging to me. And the people across the road where the incidents often happen, they're fewer as well. So all the comments about Simcoe County not being responsible, I agree with. We're ignoring our parking lot structure or, situation. That isn't being addressed. It should be addressed every day. It was for a little while. It seems to have fallen back. And what do? Do we throw out $50,000 there now? The mayor just said he would have rather done it with a report. That's what I was saying with his $30,000 request. So I'm beyond making the right decision. Just to say, okay, what's another $50,000? We'll find it and we'll get a report or whatever. But we're going at this all backwards because it's 8:41 and we started at 1. I just want to say one more thing, and then I'll sit back and figure out how the heck I'm going to vote. Something came forward, a playbook for action, practical interventions for small cities that small cities can use. I came across this. I looked at it. Who do I send it to at Town Hall? We don't have a social services department. Who in our town would look at this and say, let's use some of these practical interventions? And you're right, nobody has a solution to this problem. So I don't know, call the vote. And I think I'm going to go toss a coin on this one. Because I really don't know. The last comment really confused me. They're just expected to sit in the car and videotape and report. To who, I'm not sure, but I don't know.
Can I interrupt?
Yes, please do.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I think this is far too important for us to make a decision this evening. I think we really, truly need to have a special meeting of council. I don't want to make a decision on this because
I'm interrupting you because that's the way I felt with the 30,000 at the park.
Yeah.
Well, this is a different animal. Like we're talking about.
Yeah, this is very different.
Quasi policing throughout the community. So, again, something that near and dear to my heart. I earnestly wanted to bring this to council a year and a half ago until I saw the price tag and it was a non-starter. I couldn't in good faith bring it. So I'd be more than happy to revisit that and look at a more wholesale approach to private security and what, if anything, they can do about our problem areas in town. Then they have to work with the police, obviously, and there may be a role for our bylaw, but I don't have bylaw here to speak to this tonight. And this questions have been asked about, and I think some assumptions made about what bylaw can do that I don't believe they can. And I really think we would benefit from that. I see the parallels, Councillor Meredith, between the last motion and this one, but they are truly different animals. One is a closed facility where we, have property damage happening. So there's not really a human side of it except for the people perpetrating it. And the other one is a societal, decline that's happening, on an economy of scale in every municipality in North America, quite frankly. And if there was an easy answer, then it was just private security patrolling cities and towns. They'd be doing it. Even the auxiliaries, can't work independently without direct police supervision. So that's not even a solution. Special constable program I pitched with the last detachment commander, who we ran at the flagpole, I think right up to the commissioner's office. There was no appetite by the OPP to expand their special constable program because Barrie Police uses special constables who can work independently to patrol their waterfront and downtown area on bikes. And they're an awesome deterrent and they have police powers. So we don't have that option because we don't have a police department, to Councillor Ball's point. And the OPP is unwilling at this time to